see if the stream is going to take off. Let's see if it works. Sometimes the audio gets all weird and I never know what exactly it is. So I have to wait to see if it's gonna go. Okay, there we go. Seconds.
Wait, you mean on Rumble?
Yeah,
or?
well, just an OBS, because like I said, I can't tell if for some reason when you listen to it on web, it doesn't actually, the music aspect doesn't actually work. So.
But what music aspect?
Well, like, don't you hear that music that played when you first came in?
No, I never heard any music today.
Well, there's something weird, like, yeah, like there's that music thing, and yeah, sometimes it just doesn't.
I've heard it in the past.
Yeah, well, sometimes it seems to work. Sometimes, yeah, so it's just never reliable. So, like, I think it's like, oh, is the audio working or not? Because I'm hoping to use that to check the audio, but yeah, sometimes that's the nature of spaces.
Right.
Sometimes it just gets weird.
So are we just gonna wait till it fills up a bit more with people?
Yeah, we can see. Because I don't know if maybe Carlo thought it wasn't going to happen, so I guess we can wait and see if he shows up or not there. Okay, I didn't change the name on that one. Yeah. So did you read it or did you end up listening to it?
So I read the first part of it, but then I actually ended up listening to the whole thing last night with the John Cleese narration on Spotify. So yeah, I listened, and actually his narration actually adds something to it, which is which is actually much better than actually reading it, right?
Yeah, no, it's a different thing there. I'm not curious.
There's a bit of a low frequency hum when you
Maybe, yeah.
when you unmute your mic, yeah.
Let's see if. I thought Clear had seen it. Posted it. Let's see. Post it again. Had you read any C.S. Lewis before?
No, I haven't. I mean, I'm familiar with the name, but no, I haven't read any previously. I actually just DM'd Carlo to see if maybe he's gonna come back in.
I don't know. Was there any thoughts you had on last week's after we finished talking? Anything that came to mind there?
So the Mount Char. Um, Let me think. I mean, I kind of said pretty much all I wanted to say about it last week. Let me just think about it. Yeah, I mean it's interesting. So I mean the most interesting part to me was the turning point when it was like all of a sudden it was like, Carolyn defeats David through that elaborate plan. And then like I said, I thought it was gonna end. But then it's like this whole other story that's like tacked onto the back of it. It's almost like two stories in one. There was actually a movie that I was thinking about that does that. Um, I forget which one it was. Yeah, you're gonna have to give me a second on that. So I mean, there was a movie that it's like you think it's done, but then all of a sudden, like, it goes into this other part that extends way past that. I forget which one. I'm not even. Yeah, you'll have to give me a second on that. But like yeah, that point where it's like you think the story's gonna end and then it just keeps going and explains like a whole bunch more to it, and it's like a whole separate side story. It's almost like it's the same story, but it's like, it just changes your entire perspective of, what you had read previously. I don't know if that grabbed you there. I don't know.
Yeah. I see Mrs. D down there. Mrs. D, have you read the Screwtape letters, or did you read it? Or if you want, you can pop up.
Oh yeah, she's read it.
There she is. How's it going?
Good. I'm just making a white wine chicken dish, and the wine is going in my belly rather than in the chicken dish. No, I read the Screw Tape letters years ago. I've read quite a bit of C.S. Lewis. He's one of my old time favorites.
Oh yeah, no, this was actually one. I don't know if it was like my dad's old copy, or I think it was my dad's copy because his PhD was actually in 20th century British literature. So I know he had read a bit of Lewis there, but yeah, and so it was just one that was on the shelf, and it's a real short book. So yeah, like I'd read it a couple of times there when I was younger. I actually haven't read any of the other ones. Like I've seen the Narnias, but yeah, this is actually the only C.S. Lewis I've actually ever read.
So Mrs. D, what's your take on it? On like, how it's written and stuff like that, like this perspective of like the devil or a devil to another devil. Is that what it is? It's like the wormwood is wormwood is the like devil in training, and then screw tape is like the master devil. I mean, how do you read that?
Yep, I read it basically like that. And actually, when you look at like there's other literature out there that explains that side of the spiritual world, and there are different hierarchies in both the satanic realm and in under God with, I mean, his different angels. So it is like a demon in training, and there are those levels in the evil world.
Yeah, I mean here it's done somewhat glibly, but yeah, you have minor demons and lesser demons and higher demons in that it's mostly Catholic stuff that I've read on that topic. But so yeah, here it's dealt with kind of like semi-satirically, right? Like, and in many ways, it's I think it's like anything Lewis does, it's a satire of, sort of British relationships, right? There, the
Yeah.
uncle, who has connections, and the nephew's writing to him, and so the uncle kind of feels like he can, kind of. It was actually somewhat. It was similar to the relationship we saw in at Swim Two Birds, right? Between the main character, well, the main real character, the student, and his uncle, right?
Yeah.
But it is from a biblical worldview, and that can't be underscored. I mean, you look at all of his writing. He did more than that. He did like one of his books, and I was just looking at it. It's called Mere Christianity. And so he did come from that. There is that angle built into all of his writing.
Oh yeah, no, for sure. And I believe he was Protestant of some kind. I don't know what kind, but he does have a somewhat almost kind of Catholic flair to him, I think, in some ways, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to remember if he was from the Church of England, if that was his background, or if he was, because the denominations and whatnot that we have now are different than what he was under. I'm just looking to see in my, oh boy, or my Mere Christianity is like, it looks like something out of it looks like I bought it in 1922. The pages are yellow. It's moved with me many times.
So I'm just curious, like, um, what is behind the name Screwtape? Like, is there any historical significance to that? You know what I mean? Like, um, or like biblical? Like, I mean, I just really don't know.
The only thing I can maybe think now, in some ways, I think it's just a typical satire of weird British names, right? The British do end up with really weird names like that. But the only other thing I can think of is because tape, like if I'm thinking of like something where it's like well, I mean, what like these days, of course, we spend a lot of time with tape. But and maybe one of you actually know what this means, but this is just my speculation on it. Tape, like yeah, these days, of course, duct tape or whatever. But like tape is in like a tapeworm, and then that also makes me think of like screw, and like I wonder if like there's certain biblical passages about how hell has worms in it. Now whether or not that means worm in the sense of like little earthworms, or sometimes in old English, worm was also like with a Y was also the word for a dragon. It's something that kind of like crawls on its belly type thing, or so like that's my only thought there. Maybe I don't know if anybody has. I didn't look into if there's a explanation. Well, no, actually, on top of that, because then
Right.
the other one's name is Wormwood, so it might be some sort of like a. So
Yeah.
maybe he had thought of naming the one Wormwood, which of course Wormwood. I mean, the only thing I can think that comes from that. I don't know if Wormwood has any other usages, but
It is
absinthe.
Absinthe.
worm,
Yeah, that's exactly where my mind went.
wormwood is in the Bible, and it is in the context that it is. It's very dangerous.
Yeah, isn't that why they banned absinthe? It was um, like apparently it has hallucinogenic
Well, that's just
properties,
because like
or like
it was essentially like Everclear, right? Like it was such a high proof of alcohol that's what causes the
yeah,
hallucination.
like I mean, don't you melt a sugar cube on a spoon or
Yeah, no, I
something with
tried to do it once, but like
absinthe and like
my sister gave me a bottle of it, and I tried to do it, and like yeah, like it was. I didn't have the right spoon. I later on bought the right spoon that I hadn't had a chance. When I go back up to Montreal, because I still have part of that bottle and I still have the sugar cubes actually. Maybe before I go, I'll try and do it right this time, because I actually bought off Amazon the proper like absinthe spoon. Then you got to put it on the glass and everything, and then yeah, you like light
right.
it. Well, because you're supposed to pour it over the cube, and but yeah, but I mean, I think like Yeah, that's the only thing I can think of. But yeah, like the name Screwtape itself. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey guys, is Carlo coming?
We might have confused them. I'm not sure, but now we're in the midst of it because we got everybody here and Mrs. D, and so hopefully maybe he'll come still.
yeah, I DM'd him to come, but
Yeah,
I don't know. He might have done something else. I don't know.
maybe he'll check there in a minute and see. So, Claire, had you read this before, or is?
Oh God, no. I've never read anything you guys have read. So it was my first time. I really wish I had just the last few days have been just kind of like with taxes and everything. So I thought, because I don't retain like you guys do, I thought, well, I'll just listen to it, Sunday or Sunday or Monday morning. And now I liked it. And I'm going to go back and kind of dissect it chapter by chapter, because to me, this book was really, each chapter had, each letter or whatever had so much meaning to it, and you could have just dissected it. I liked how I think in his writing, he was making you could put yourself in each, like, just like going to church, like, when you sit there in the pew and you're listening to mass and you swear it's directed right to you, like, oh my God, he's speaking right to me because this happened. And it seemed like I found myself doing that quite often. And unfortunately, in doing that, you start drifting off into how it's applying to you. So all of a sudden it'd be like, oh crap. And I had to, rewind it to read it. But I don't, I definitely have to reread it again. But there were so many things. And then Carlo, and that's why I really wanted him in here, because when he said about the politics, I'm like, get that out of your head, get that out of your head. But it was true. It's like so many things. It's like, oh my God, oh my God. So what did you guys think?
So I mean, I feel like each letter just represents a different part of like just being a human, right? Like, I mean, we've all gone through these situations and stuff like this, in some form or another. But like, what's kind of interesting is like, this is the devil's way of like tempting you like further to the dark side. Um, one thing I don't find though is like, I mean, I just don't see what God's message would be after reading this. And I know this is like 100% from like the devil's perspective, but like after going through this, like I'm more on the devil's side, right? Like, I mean, it seems like he understands how humans function much better than God, right? Like, I mean, that's what I got from this, like I don't know if anybody wants to jump in on that.
Oh, I'm going to jump in on that so much.
Go
I
ahead.
I thought, and he only touched on it, and I'm big on, like, I liked how they had the how God is represented with the three, um God, Jesus, the Holy Spirit. He only touched on grace, and I live by that. We've all been given grace, and grace we give to others. And when you have grace and faith, I just feel that that gets you so far. And to me, this book and in each letter, it tested that, or how we're tested. And I like that, because what people say are not what people do. And I relate, be good. And if you're good, that's God. When you do good things, going forward, you can only be good. That's why, people put down, the churches and stuff like that. And I get it, but it's like, if that's going to make them, be a good person, then that is kind of being godly. That is, going forward. That's, what the mission is. And it's doing that, be good, go forward, be a good person, being a good person, it makes life so easy, just being good and helping, and you don't get caught up in that. That's all is to be good and do good. Does bad happen? It does. And that's where the faith comes in. And are other people bad? Yes, they are, but that's where grace comes in. So it's one of those where I felt really connected. Like I didn't think I was going to like this, and I really did.
So one of
Right.
I was just going to say, so one of the things that is
Go ahead.
interesting to me about this book in particular is, since I think it's kind of vague on the nature of the demons, right? It's mostly, it's kind of glib, right? Because they're kind of being imagined as, like I said, kind of like almost like typical British, uncle and nephew and asking you advice and all that stuff. So it doesn't. So that part, because it's left in satire, because like Mormons, of course, have a very different understanding of what demons are than but I think for the most part, like, he writes it in such a way that, like, because I know that this book is rather popular among Catholics, Protestants, and even Mormons and stuff like that. So I think that's what's very interesting here, is that he does distill something that is sort of, it's both universal, but it's also not it's not a feel good kind of soft version of Christianity that gets sold a lot of the times. It is a bit more harsh, right? And kind of this idea of just like of this sort of mental gymnastics that some people go through to say, like, well, I'm a good Christian or whatever. Like it's very incisive in that way still too. And of course then it's also in general like a satire of British culture, and then the education system and all that.
Yeah, I found his like I did find it humorous. Like I loved the different names for, I assume they were the devil, what have you. Some of those stupid names, at first I'm like, what the hell is he talking about? And I'm thinking, oh, that must be one of the Satans or one of the devils that he has working. And I got a chuckle. I did actually laugh quite a bit throughout this book.
So, Clear, did you listen to the John Cleese narrative?
I don't. It was, it was actually free on Audible, so I'd have to check.
I don't
Oh,
think it'd be the John
because
Cleese one. I think you'd recognize if it's John Cleese. Maybe it was, but I'm guessing the free one probably wasn't.
So for me, the John Cleese narration really added some things to it. And there are even parts where, like, as he's reading, you actually hear him kind of like chuckle to himself because it's so funny. It was like, I think it was the one part, and it was, I can't remember exactly, but they were talking about, like, when humans live together for like a particular period of time, like, you know, it gets to the point where, like, just saying a word or something like that, like, starts to grate on you and stuff like this. I think it was like when he says something like, "Oh, and the mere fact of like asking what's for dinner to, like, your wife would, like, get you scorn, and like it would start an argument and stuff like this." And like as he's reading it out, it's sort of like you kind of hear him chuckling about what's being said on the narration, right? So like it really added something more. Like, I mean the text itself is quite good, but this is one of those instances where I actually think the audiobook does it more justice. Like it's actually just more interesting, right?
Yeah, the Audible was Ralph somebody. Um, and that part that you brought up, it's funny because I related to that letter so well, only because hell, I've been married, I think 36 years. Yeah, got married in 87. So, oh God, I related to that big time.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny though. That's why I say this is more like, like I said, it's more like the devil has more of an understanding of how like humans actually live. Like that's the point that I remember my mom told me one time. I don't know what it was. It was something like, you know, the devil like criticized God by saying, "Oh, you came to Earth," and I don't know if this is something that was in the Bible or like just some other type of like Christian literature that she had read, but it was like the devil and God are like in a conversation or something, and he's like, "Oh, you came to Earth as a human, right? But like you always had like the idea that you know it doesn't matter if you die or not because like you're just going to go back up and become God again, right? So it's like you don't have any actual understanding of how people live and stuff like that. You're like kind of in your ivory tower, and like you're just like ambivalent to like the plight of humanity. um so I mean, this I was thinking about her and her telling me that when I was a kid, and it was like just like listening to this, and like, well, I started reading it, the first part, um like the first half, I would say. And then when Zinc posted the John Cleese one that was on Spotify, I actually switched to that, and I just like went the whole thing over again, listening to that. And that's something that actually really just reminded me of what my mom said there. Like, and that really is, to me, what this is highlighting. It's more the idea that like, you know, the devil, even though he's going to tempt you and stuff like this, it's like he kind of has an understanding of how humans live, right? And whereas like God is like kind of, yeah, he's like ambivalent. It's like he doesn't really understand. I don't know. I might be going off there, but like I don't know if anybody else picked up
No,
on that.
I think you're right. The only thing is that, you know, y- hence my name, Clear Conscience. I did that for, Clear Conscience fears no thunderstorms. If you're going to be constantly, tempted and doing shitty things, you're going to have a shitty life. You're going to get shit on you. You're going to have a burden to carry. You're going to have things on your mind. And he actually says something in one of the letters that in the moment it feels good. At the moment it's right. And it's the penalty you pay after, with yourself and what damage you've done either to yourself or to others. I wish I could
Yeah,
remember. There was do you remember that part?
I think so. I mean, so a lot of this is quite dense. But one part that does stick out, he was talking to Wormwood about people who are, they're essentially like, they're not going to accomplish anything. I actually thought of Zinc because like, and it even came up in like the previous space. It's like people who waffle around and like, they are idle most of the time. And like he's like, these are like good people to like flip over just because like they don't have any goals. They're not trying to achieve anything. They're just idle, right? They like live their life in like this idle sort of way. Um yeah, I mean, that part stuck out to me for sure. So I mean, like, yeah, I was actually thinking about Zinc. It's kind of ironic that you know that was kind of covered in the previous space, but
I don't even think I can answer. I'm chuckling, Adrian.
yeah, I mean, I don't know. Zinc, what's your take there?
Well, if we want to relate it back to that space, I think the important thing that I try to get at and with other people and even outside, right? Like people think it's just a de facto thing. Well, I'm a good person, right? I'm a good person. And I think that's the thing is that this really tries to examine that of like, like this whole thing. It's like, oh, I just said some small thing, but she's the one who flipped out. He's like, yeah, but you knew exactly what you were saying, right? This kind of batting around. Of course, the British are very prone to this. Canadians are extremely prone to this as well, right? This like, oh, well, all I said was this. It's like, yeah, but you follow the logical conclusion of that. It's like, yeah, but I didn't say that. I mean, and that was the entire conversation. A certain person has never said to do something, but they've said that there's no other thing to do, that the other option is not possible. So therefore, what is the logical conclusion to that, right? And so like it's this insidiousness of like how I mean, I think more than anything, the one thing that even as an atheist you can take away from this is self-delusion is what they're trying to do, right? They're trying to delude themselves, right? And that's of course what Screwtape emphasizes over and over and over is that it's not the obvious things, right? It's not that, it's that little self-delusion every day that causes people to like do whatever or not do whatever.
And Screwtape, like the demons will capitalize on that, right?
Don't forget, he kept mentioning, getting him to do things. And to me, that's a lot of it. And I said it in the beginning, what you say, and again, in that other space, you can chirp and say everything you want on these spaces. And you can say it, but do you live it? Like, do you do it? And, are you doing it just so you can go on and tweet or post or go on spaces? Oh, I've done this and I've done that, so what are you doing it for? Recognition? Or are you doing it to actually fight a cause or to help somebody or to be there for somebody? Or, what are you doing it? Your actions, that stupid saying, speak louder than words. And I found in this book, um, Screwtape keeps trying to get him to do things, make him do this, make the patient do this, make him, focus on that object, Catholic, you learn, you don't pray to a statue, you don't pray to a cross. Yes, those are reminders, but that's not what you're worshiping. That's not what you're going towards. And he kept doing that. Like he keeps trying to get him to do things that are bad. And that's what I mean. Your actions, not your words.
So actually, I just remembered something that I wanted to talk about. So there was this one part. It was in one of the letters. I forget which one. Where he's talking about, oh, um, people that are into like music or like things that give them joy. Like you have to isolate them and like keep them away from doing that sort of stuff that they love, and like it kind of makes them like more of a mark, like an easier target to like
Their heart
persuade,
call,
like for
it
the
gives them a
demons.
heart call.
I think that was even said, wasn't it? Like
That
Yeah, that was said. And then when he went for a walk that made his peaceful place.
yeah,
did he use the
you
word
know,
heart
it,
call? Oh no,
perhaps
no.
I can't
So
remember
it's
exactly.
interesting because actually, in particular, there, even the last book we read, right, when it was talking about how the woman remembers her son who ran away with all these nice things, but she forgets like what a little shit he was, right? Like that. Like whenever I
Yeah.
read that, once again, that guy who wrote that book, I'm very suspicious that he seems to have read all the same books I have, and so I wouldn't be surprised if because of course, like I said, it's also just like a very incisive sort of you know satire of like human nature there, and like that part reminded me very much of that other part. Like even when I was originally reading, the library at Mount Char, I was always thinking of that part from the Screwtape letters, and then again when I reread it for the last one.
I so wish I could retain the readings like you guys do. I so wish I could.
Yeah, on this one, I mean, well, because I read half and then so like it's more the first half that's in my mind. And then I like just listened to the whole thing through last night with the John Cleese, but like John Cleese is just so animated and like I said, his narration really adds something to it. Like I don't know, I think it's like the intonation and like I mean, essentially it really shows how like an actor, he's actually like voice acting very, very well for this narration, right? So like it definitely added it made it more interesting for me. Um
I
So
might
another
have to read that
you
one
should.
then
So
when I go to. Okay.
well, so what I was going to say it is very interesting. If you've listened to a lot of interviews with John Cleese over the years, in some ways, right? I mean, because you can see this, like it's something I've talked with people in other spaces like this, like, and you see this satirized in a lot of the Monty Python, right? This kind of like traditional, like British kind of upper middle class school that he probably went to, right? The all boys school, right? They kind of, that kind of weird
yeah.
experience and all that stuff. And so even now, I'm not sure because like sometimes John Cleese will come out and say something super, based, and then other times he'll come out and say something super woke, and even just within the same day or year, right? Like he's very much, and I think he knows it too, right? Because like he's obviously boomer age, and he's rebelling against certain traditional things, but at the same time, I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't that somebody asked him to read this, but that he rather wanted to read this. Like, I think, I think
Yeah.
he, and I think that's what you see in this narration is that he has an extremely personal connection with this, right? Because like I only know pretty much from Monty Python, this kind of like traditional mid 20th century British experience and stuff like that. But then he lived it, right? And of course, it was through Monty Python that I understand the kind of things that are even being satirized there and whatnot in retrospect. But so that is what's very interesting about his reading of that is that like I'm very curious what sits at the back of his mind because of course he's an extremely intelligent guy, right? Like hands, I have no question that he's a genius, like genius level IQ, right? Which few actors and community like so there's a lot of smart ones out there, but he's definitely very clever. So you have to sit there and think what's going on in the back of his head as he's reading this, right? Because I don't know if he's like a full on Christian and of course like it's always been a weird mix there. It's a very interesting thing. If you want to,
Well, and I mean, yeah, even the spots when he's like when he finds something funny, it's like I said, you kind of hear him chuckle to himself in the narration, but then he's such a pro, right? That he gets right back into it, and like, and I love the way that he ends it each time. It'll be like, he's like, your affectionate uncle, Screwtape, or like, but he changes it each time, like with each letter. It's like it's actually just very, very good.
well, that's the thing.
Yeah,
Like
I
in the
mean, a lot
early
of it,
ones,
I
it's
started
it's almost
laughing.
kind of bored. It's like your affectionate uncle Screwtape, right? But then he gets more kind of
Yeah, yeah.
incisive and angry, and then of course with that final passage, right? Your affectionate and ravenously hungry uncle Screwtape, right? Like you can hear
Screwtape,
the
yeah.
salivation in his mouth, right?
Oh, I definitely have to listen to that one.
Yeah, it's free on Spotify Clear.
It's in the
I think the
play. Yeah,
link
it's
is
in the play.
up.
It's
Yeah.
in the podcast sections. It's like under like a podcast called like it's like Tamil Christian podcast, right? But it's obviously not in Tamil, which is a language in India if nobody knows. But yeah, it's in there and it's got the full recording. I don't know if it's up there legally or not, but yeah, and it's about 4 hours. But yeah, it's or 3.5 or 4 hours or something like that. But yeah, no, like it actually I would actually say height like it's one of those rare cases where yeah, like something gets heightened by the performance. Like it's even more than probably
Absolutely.
like even more than probably even C.S. Lewis could. Because actually, what was it? I remember reading about like James Bond and all that, right? And actually, like they were talking about how like oh yeah, like Roger Moore was actually much more accurate to the role, but Sean Connery like took it beyond that, right? Like Sean Connery was above and beyond even what Ian Fleming was writing, but I think Ian Fleming was like completely satisfied. It's like yeah, this is even better than the character I imagined, right? I'm pretty sure that if C.S. Lewis was to hear John Cle- I don't know one, but it's one of those things, right? Like I'm pretty sure it's even beyond what C.S. Lewis and his ability as a satirist, right? John Cleese's ability as a satirist, you know, also, right? Like you have two, of the great names in, 20th century British satire kind of working together there across time.
Oh, there we go. I just picked the mic to say excellent choice. I didn't get to listen to it. I just got the beginning, but whose idea was it?
So we'll actually get to that point. It was because of a very ignorant comment that Adrian had made the other night, and
I still don't know
yeah,
what this
we'll get
comment
to
was.
that. But and I'm like, you know what? And so I was trying to explain. It was so I'll explain the comment and then I'll give Adrian time to think about it. Essentially, I can't remember how it came up, but Adrian was like, "Well, why do Christians even need to go to church? Can't you just stay home and read the Bible on your own?" And I'm like, and I was getting revved up. It's like, you know what, Adrian? Because you're making me have to go in here and teach you, I'm going to make you read the Screwtape letters, which is actually the only answer I was going to give him is pretty much what I learned from the Screwtape letters, because I think it answers that question very clearly, right? Let's say in the first part there. But so I'll give Adrian time to now think about his answer to that. But so yeah, Guillaume. So had you read it before? Or?
No, not at all. So I just started at the beginning, but it's the I thought I probably should read it instead of listen, uh, to not be impeded in any way by by the Cleese's voice. I mean, he did a very good rendering, but it was something was distracting. But now that you've explained the context, I'm even more interested in reading it. So very good choice. So you had read it before.
I think reading it would be much better, only because, like I said earlier, when you're listening to it, you automatically start applying it. Like you put yourself in each letter. Well, I did. Sorry, I did. And all of a sudden, I wasn't listening. I was kind of in my mind where I am with what he had said. And I'm thinking if I was reading, I wouldn't have time to do that.
So the thing here is that it's definitely a book that both in entertainment wise and in, ecclesiastical teaching, or, it can definitely take, right. It's so extremely subtle that it has to be, and luckily it's short enough that it can be read and listened to multiple times. And so like, I wouldn't worry about retaining it all in the first go. Like I said, I'd read it as a kid, obviously barely understood it, reread it later on, maybe understood it slightly better, reread it later on. And like I said, it's so short that it's one that you could just bust through without even
Right.
realizing it.
Okay. But the key thing is you read it, right? You read it a few times.
This was
Because
back when I read, though, so there's.
I understand, but there's something about reading a text which I find proximate to learning math, which is that the actual understanding and the actual progress is sort of between the pages and during the silences. So when it's I did get the entertainment within the few chapters, the audio chapters, but as I was listening, I was thinking I'm probably not getting what I should be getting. I mean, I'm entertained, but there's some there I would get a lot more if I read it slowly.
So
I would totally agree with that.
yeah, I mean it's entirely on preference there, really. I mean, like I said, it's just that like his performance there, like I would say, I think it was actually deeply personal for him, right? I think he's probably read this probably dozens of times in his life, and
Yeah.
probably when he was young, when he was older, many times, right? So you can really tell that he's really has an intimate connection, I think, to it. Which is why it kind of seems a little over the top at times, but I think that's because that's how it works out in his head, right? Like there's
Yeah.
actually a quote by John Cleese saying like, because him and I forget the other guy, I can't remember. Usually they would go and they would write like in two Pearson teams, right? So like Eric Idle and Michael Palin would go and write together, and then him and what's the one who died first? The gay one. Well, they would always write. He would always say you could always tell whose was written first because usually the one that he wrote together with that what's his name? They're like, we would just start hurling insults, right? So he's always been very kind of like a very unsubtle, right? Like that. That's just how they would start their things, right? So when you understand that that's just his style, right? That he's over the top, and so actually the level of subtlety that I think he brings to this shows how intimate he is with it. But I'm going to go to Max there because he insists on passive aggressively using his hand.
Well, I'm just not rude and don't just jump in on people. Rah.
I'll show you.
No, you need to be rude.
This is how
You're
you
in
do
here
it,
with a
So,
bunch of
right? So here
Canadians. We're trying to
I
teach
have
them to be
nothing to
civil.
oh
say
yeah,
really, but I'm
and the
thinking and
French guy,
to speak. And now, I'm going to drop to listen. Just say I'm grateful for the suggestion. Thanks.
Oh wait, we lost Max. 1 second. Let me just quickly text him because I don't know where. Okay, well, hopefully,
Yeah,
hopefully
so I'll fill
when
in
he
while
comes back.
you're doing that.
Oh, go ahead.
I have to say I'm actually looking forward to re-listening, and actually I may pick up the book just to have it, because I think there's a few books that I faithfully will read once or twice a year, and I think this may be one of them.
Well, it shows, I think, the power of literature. That's actually why I want, because I know Max is deep into it. Maybe Mrs. D can speak to this, but it shows the power of literature because I think a lot of the idea, right? I think this book is much more, and it's extremely concise too, right? If you really think about it, right? Like I've never actually read Mere Christianity. I know it's very long, and this is probably like almost like a condensed narrative version of what he tries to cover in there, but in a way that's much more accessible. And this is, of course, why when people are like, why do you run the book space and why are you always just doing fictional books? It's because this is the power of narrative fiction when it's actually much deeper, right? When you actually write deep narrative fiction with deeper concepts, you can actually, I think, actually connect a much more compelling, thing than something 4 or 5 times the length, right, of just nonfiction dry explanation, right? So, Adrian, from the point of view, and like I said, it's all just from the point of view. So why is it that if you are a believing Christian, why do Christians need to attend church with other Christians? What did you gain?
Well, I mean, I guess it just reinforces the doctrine, right? I mean, that's what I see. I mean, the point that I do remember the comment that I made in that space. I'd forgotten. Um, but the point that I was making was essentially about, like, you know, you could still be a Christian and read the Bible yourself and just follow the doctrine. But, I guess it just reinforces the doctrine when you become part of the church. I mean, I'm not a churchgoer. Listen, I was raised Anglican. I've probably been to church like 4 times in my life, so not very religious at all. So, but when I see things like the Southern Baptist
No. See, we
churches
got to
and,
keep
like,
within the. I'm trying to ask you why, in the context, and I think it's within the first few chapters where it talks about what is the importance of attending a congregation with other Christians.
Well, he talks about Mass.
Mrs. D, what is the importance of attending a congregation with other Christians?
It is for teaching, learning, supporting one another, blah, blah, blah. Think of it this way. If you are going to become a psychologist, you need to go to a university to be trained in that background theory application. It's no different than with Christianity. And some of the undertows of the book, Adrian, you'd commented earlier how Satan actually, or Screwtape, um, kind of you could appealed to you more, and that's kind of what C.S. Lewis is trying to get people to see, is that Satan, Screwtape, whatever you want to call him, we'll go with Screwtape, Uncle Screwtape, is very appealing. He's able to suck people in because of his appealingness, and um, yet when you get sucked into that vortex, you find yourself trapped. And so you can take, there's certain scripture in the Bible that talks about um, what Lucifer's role was before he got booted out of heaven. And there's a whole nother realm behind all of that. And so C.S. Lewis really ties it in real tight in a nice little bow in those short little book. But anyways, I could go on, but I won't.
So is Mrs. D right there, Zinc?
So I mean, it's one of the early parts, right, where it seems like, at least the way Lewis describes it in here, it's about getting outside of yourself, right? When he,
So I think I have the passage here. If you want
Go
me
for
to,
it.
I think I know what you're talking about. 1 second. So it says here, he doesn't think of doctrines as primarily true or false, but as academic or practical, outworn or contemporary, conventional or ruthless. Jargon, not argument, is your best ally in keeping him from the church. Don't waste time trying to make him think that materialism is true. Make him think it is strong or stark or courageous. That is the philosophy of the future. That it is the philosophy of the future. That's the sort of thing he cares about. Is that touching on what you're talking about?
It's about accepting, like, I mean, it's really in the second letter, right? It's about him trying to sort of accept his own humility. Now, of course, Screwtape's trying to get him to overly focus on, the physical outward appearance of other people, regardless of what the strength of their faith is, right? It's like, oh, that's the little accountant down the street, right? Regardless of who he is, right? It's about that kind of, I don't want to have to read the whole thing, but you kind of get what I'm saying, right? Like it's about being outside of yourself and about being part of the body of Christ and understanding, and kind of gaining humility, right? When you're kind of alone and on your own, you don't have that sort of self-corrective, right? Now, maybe you do have more advantages, but it's about even accepting humility in your advantages and seeing where you can contribute to it, right? Obviously, it's also accepting that they have something to contribute to you as well too, right? It's having them, kind of work together or something like that. You kind of see what I'm trying to aim there.
So yeah. So it's like it's more collectivist, right?
Not quite. I mean,
it's kind of like group thinking. It's like when they do the teams, and you're working on a project and they put you in teams, and as a team you work better, you're stronger, your voice is out there, you're more assured, and that's
So overall, I'm not a team player, right?
Like, but it's not quite that. You're kind of actually ruining my point there, Clear. Mrs. D, do you get what I'm trying to aim for here? Like
Yeah, absolutely. And there is some truth to that, because when you're part of a congregation, like in real life, yes, you're there to be taught and to be fed, but you're also there um, to be there for other people. And so you do set yourself aside in a way, and so then you're not as me focused, I, but you're more other focused, and that's that supportive piece. Does that kind of line up with what you're
I think so. It really is just the whole second level there, and maybe it's for somebody who, like me, who was, I mean, like, to go down to the bottom there of that second letter, you know, because the way he tries to tempt him, he instructs him to tempt him is to overly focus on the failings of all these other Christians, right? And once again, it's just like when focusing on the failings of his own mother, and not to focus on his own failings and not to learn from their failings, but to kind of feel like he's high and above, right? That is to say, to think that he's doing them a favor and that they're not doing him a favor, when it's the right. It's like, because I think later on he mentions that it's actually a good, you know, that they can tempt souls of people who just go through the motions and feel all high and mighty about it without actually really properly engaging with the church, right? And even talks about it, the way that they perceive the church, across time and and eternity, and like a massive army, right, versus the way that humans perceive the church, right? This edifice, right? Whatever you go to, whether it's like a quaint little 16th century English countryside church and everything like that, or it's like a steel building that was essentially built by the same company that builds barns, right? And getting caught up on that sort of like frivolity of the place and not what you're there to accomplish, right? Which is the body of Christ, right? Which it isn't quite collectivist in the true sense, right? It's a union of purpose and stuff like that, right? Like it's that you want, right? And this is, of course, why maybe collectivism is such a dirty word there, maybe for me, right? Communists, it's a hard thing to say, but
so it's like, it's not collectivist, but it's like you are all one. You're like united under, one common, not goal, but like, you're united
it's
under one common, like, doctrine of faith, right? And it's like, that is what gives you like that connection to the other people that are part of the congregation. Is that
I mean,
accurate?
the easiest way I could, and it's going to use kind of more of an Eastern New Age, but it's just the same thing. It's ego death, right? It's trying to conquer the ego, right? And there's two ways you conquer the ego, right? Both in service to others, but then also understanding where you receive service, right? That you're as much in need of other people as they are of you, right? That you're
Isn't this more like a Buddhist monk like type of
it's a very
mentality as
similar
well, right?
thing, right?
It's
I
like,
mean, one of the seven deadly sins is pride, right? And pride can even, right, even the person who thinks they're like, oh, look at me, I'm helping other people, aren't I amazing, right? Like that's even still
yeah,
ego, right?
yeah,
That's still a
yeah,
form
yeah.
of pride, right? It's not helping people, right? It's and this is the big thing, right? Like that, of course this goes throughout and is a common discussion, I know, among Christians and Catholics and even Mormons, right? Like it, and some of them it comes down to both sides, right? Like it's like, you do, because yeah, like I guess the main thing is like what you were describing there when Adrian, right? If somebody just stays home and prays and reads their book, it's navel gazing, right? It's not really, because even monks, even
Okay, so put it this way. So let's say somebody stays home, they read the Bible, they follow the doctrine of the Bible, but then on the weekend, instead of going to church, they go to a food bank and like help organize food and stuff like that. And then they go to a soup kitchen. Like, why do they need, that was more my point when I said that. Like, I mean, then they are practicing the religion. Yes, they're not a part of the congregation, but like, they are living the word
but they're not
that's in the
sharing the
Bible, right?
word.
And they're living it according to their own interpretation.
Right, but I mean, who's to say that the minister's
Did
interpretation is
I'm gonna
accurate,
assume,
right?
Adrian, as a kid, did you ever have a rock tumbler?
Is that the thing, and you put like water in it and like it has sandpaper and it like shines the
Well,
rocks?
it's essentially like I think you put some grain in there, but the rocks themselves, right? The rocks tumble against each other and smooth out each other's edges, right? You get what
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
saying there?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. So like, so essentially you're saying that that is something that when you go to the church, the congregation, you smooth out each other's edges by talking and like, after the minister is done, there's like social time and you talk about what's being said and you're smoothing out each other's edges. But I'm saying if somebody sits at home, reads the Bible, then goes out and volunteers at a food bank instead of going to church, I mean, they could even be talking to people there about what they've read in the Bible and like smoothing out each other's edges there. It might be a Christian, or it doesn't even need to be a Christian one. If you're saying the word, and living by the
But so
doctrine
so
of it,
I
why
agree
doesn't that
with that.
smooth
but
No,
things
so
out?
as
Zeke, I
go ahead.
no, Zeke, I kind of think that's where the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit come in. And so if you have the belief and the faith, then instead of going to the church and going to the food kitchen, that's where you have the Holy Spirit, and that's what you're giving out.
Yeah, so I mean that's my point. Like, let's say you skip the church and like you go and you volunteer at the food bank, but you're reading the Bible privately in your house. But then you're talking to people while you're organizing cans of soup to give out to people. You're talking to people there about like Christian ideas and like stuff that you've read in the Bible, and then maybe they share a story with you. Like, why can't you just do that and then skip church altogether? Are you living the word of God less if you do that?
Not necessarily, but here's the thing: iron sharpens iron. And that's one of the reasons why we're not to forsake gathering together. And if you look at Christ's example, he didn't just go out talking to whoever. He had people that followed him and they were under his teaching. And in order to be under his teaching, they had to understand in order to go out and spread the gospel message. And so it goes back to iron sharpening iron. A Christian is not going to be able to stand on their own 2 feet for very long because of the screw tapes of the world, who's constantly poking and prodding. The demonic realm doesn't give a flying, I'm trying not to swear, about a non-Christian. They don't. That's not who they're targeting. They're targeting people that follow Jesus Christ. That is who they're targeting because Satan, quite frankly, hates Christians and Jews. And so, in order to put on your full armor and stand against the arrows that are coming at you, you should have more than one person. Now, at the end of the day, God is going to judge the heart, and God is going to be the final arbiter of who is a believer and who isn't. Correct? Um, and if the Lord is leading someone to do that, then that's at His leading. However, there's lots of scripture, even in the Old Testament, of one cord can be broken very easily. A cord of 2 strands is harder to break, and a cord of 3 strands is impossible to break. And so the meaning behind that Solomon was talking about is that when you've got 2 or 3 that are together, then they're harder to pull apart. They're
But
harder
but
to destroy.
but
Um,
Mrs. D, but like I understand what you're saying, but like if I'm gonna cite my example again. So somebody is studying the Bible privately at home instead of going to church on Sunday. They volunteer at a soup kitchen and maybe a food bank as well, right?
Okay,
In
Adrian.
the
Adrian,
process of them
if
doing,
they're studying, if
let
they're
me.
no, 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 because you've already said this. If they're studying the Bible, then they know they need to be with other believers. If they're truly studying the Word of
It's
God.
supposed to give them a moment
Right,
of
but
heaven on earth, right? It's supposed to recharge them. Any of us has a bad day, a bad week, whatever, right? we falter in everything else, right? Whatever our whatever is, and it gives that moment to go and sort of lift each other up, right? To kind of reshore it up, to kind of remind them.
But how are you not lifting each other up if you're like connecting with people at the food bank who may be Christian, and like maybe they go home and like read the same thing that you did, and then they talk about it to somebody else? It's like there are the strands, right? Like they're the
But
strands that are becoming
Adrian,
stronger.
it's for a believer, for a true Christian, it's about being obedient. It's about being obedient to what God is directing a Christian to do. And one of the things that he is directing us to do as a believer is to not forsake gathering together with other believers. Therefore, the church. It's about obedience. If you don't want to go to church, if you want to think that, I mean, if that's where people go and that's what they want, then that's fine. I'll give you an example. Two fellows, there's a pastor that I listen to. He's down in the States, unfortunately. And he was talking about two fellows that he knew many years ago. These guys, it was back in the hippie days in California in the 60s, and these two guys were, I mean, they were partying and up, and they were having a great old time, and they came to the Lord and became believers, and both of them had healed from they were alcoholics, basically. I mean, they were party boys, and they both felt led to go witness in a bar. And the one was able to maintain his sobriety, and he eventually realized that that wasn't necessarily the smartest thing to do, and he got out. The other guy ended up relapsing and walking away from the Lord. And so one of the things is we're not to put ourselves in situations that could possibly harm us. Now, in a food bank situation, I don't think that there would necessarily harm if you're going to help out at a soup kitchen. But here's the other argument. Then why can't you do that on a Saturday and still go to church on a Sunday? So it's we as human beings like to make excuses. I'm no different. I make lots of excuses. And there's times when the last thing I want to do is move off my couch. I'd rather sit here and read my Bible than go to church. But sometimes I have to literally force myself. And I do that because people are looking forward to seeing me. But when I get there, I realize this is a part of my family. They have become my family with all of their hiccups and all of the things that drive me crazy. They drive me crazy, and I'm going, but they're my family. They've become my family. And so I go because that's my family. So
But I
it,
mean,
it,
but I
it
mean,
would
So
be
but
so
the
it'd
here
thing,
be it'd
here's
be
the
like
thing. I guess is what I'm trying to get at. There's an arrogance in thinking you have all the answers. Right now, I'm an extremely arrogant person. This is probably why I'm not a Christian, and I do think I have all the answers. But as a Christian, you've humbled yourself before God and accepted your imperfections and that you are a sinner. Right. So if you have, in fact, actually accepted those things, you understand that you don't have all the answers, that you can't get all the answers, and that God will provide them to you in other ways too. Right. So thinking so that in doing what like this hypothetical person does, it is actually a rather arrogant act, right? I can interpret the Bible on my own, right? This idea that the guy becomes, right? So like we got to think about this. Did he go to his church as a child, right? Like, if this is like a priest who's now going to like a completely pagan country, right, and he's now trying to convert people, well, that's a different situation, right? But what we're talking about here, like with this guy, like if you say you were not a proper Christian and now you are, and now you say you're converted, you're reading the Bible and all that stuff, right? And of course the Bible directs you to do this stuff, but you're like, no, I'll just sit here and I'll read it and I'll understand it on my own, right? Naturally, if you were actually excited, right, like you've found you've gotten that moment of being saved, of receiving Christ and all that stuff, you would be excited about it, right? You would want to go and engage with it, right? It's like a new party or a new thing, right? You want to go and talk to other people about it and get their point of view, right? So like if you're actually excited about it and new to it, right, you would naturally go to the church anyway, right? And so that's the thing. It's
why can't it just be a meetup of people at like a coffee
some people
shop?
do that. So the definition of church, and this is what's touched on there, is, but it starts to become sort of more people naturally organize, right? It's like, well, but the coffee shop's so noisy and loud, and people didn't like what we were talking about, so then we go to this place, then we go to this place. Well, this guy's really good about really kind of like giving a talk on things. You naturally, right? The formation of a church is, whether, of course, there's some that have much more defined, like, so Mormons and Catholics and other ones have a very defined hierarchy, right? Whereas there are other ones like Congregationalists and other sorts of ones out there where the definition of the church and the congregation is much more, I guess you'd say, democratic almost, right? And this is actually, in the history of the U.S., this is actually one of the major things. The reason that the U.S. probably geared more democratic is because it was founded by Congregationalists, right? They hired a priest, right? The priest wasn't just appointed to that parish and they had to deal with it. No. You had a group of aldermen. Those aldermen were kind of like, board of directors of the town there. And then they would say, okay, we need a new priest. This is our priest, and he's going to come here and he's going to instruct us, right? Because that's his job, right? I spend most of my time doing accounting or whatever my job is, right? And he's the one who's supposed to go and, find passages and edify us and be led by the Spirit to teach the congregation, right? It's that no man can do everything on his own, right? Because if I'm sitting there reading the Bible, well, how much time do I have to read the Bible every day, right? I'm busy with work. I'm busy with a lot of other things, especially if I have kids, and a wife and all these other things, right? So it's nice to have somebody, it's like, well, I couldn't really get my Bible reading in tonight, guys, but, somebody else will get it in, and then I'll kind of catch up on it, right? It's that kind of, it's the idea that, with a group, right, you can kind of, accomplish much more, right? And so that's right. It would just be a natural sort of engagement. Right? That's what people naturally do, right? If you're into something, you find other people who are into it, and then you try to find out more about it, and then maybe you become the expert. You're like, okay, well, I want to actually, quit my normal day job and become a pastor. I want to spend all day reading the Bible. And of course, if you're spending all day reading the Bible, then you probably want to share that what you find out with it, right? It's sort of just a natural progression. Unless, of course, you're only interfacing it in sort of superficial way. It's like, oh, I went to church today, right? And of course, that's, I guess, the main point that, Screwtape's trying to get. It's like, well, even if he's going to church, you can try and make it a superficial experience, but it's sort of just a natural human, thing, right? And it would be an act of arrogance to think, okay, well, I've discovered the Bible and I'm reading it now, and I'm going to do something, despite this being, around for 2,000 years, I'm going to do something. I'm not going to do what everybody else who seems to have done this, right? That would be an amazing act of arrogance, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, but if you're living by the teachings, how is that arrogant?
But part of the teaching, Adrian, is to gather together.
But
How
I mean,
do you
why
know?
can't you
How
do
do
that at
you
a coffee
know
shop, like I said, or anywhere
how do you
else,
know
right?
you're
Like, I
living
mean,
by the teaching,
why
right?
must it
I mean,
be at a designated
this is with
church, right?
anything, right?
This
Like,
is what I'm not
how do you? Well, it
understanding,
doesn't have
right?
to be a designated church, right? That's actually what he emphasizes in this, is that the church is not the edifice. It's not the physical embodiment, right? It's something more, right? You exist there physically, but there should be something more that you're engaging with, right? It doesn't have to be. It's and I think maybe that's what
But I mean, my example cites that. I mean, like
No,
I'm
not
just not
really.
seeing.
Not really. It cites it in your brain, but not according to
why
God's word.
would he not want to engage with other Christians, right? If he was truly a Christian,
Well, I'm not saying that he doesn't. I'm saying specifically, like, if he's engaging with other Christians at a food bank where he volunteers, or at some other spot. Maybe it's the local library, right? And like, there's a Christian meetup group.
that's a church.
I mean, I
That's
remember
a
when I was
church.
in
That's
high.
what I'm trying to explain to you. That is a church.
Oh, okay.
To many people,
Okay.
that's a
But I
church.
mean,
Some
Mrs. D
people.
seems to think that that isn't,
No,
right?
I don't think
Like,
she said that at
it would
all.
need to be.
You're not going to find a whole bunch of Christians at a food bank on a Sunday morning, quite frankly. That's not where they're going to be. The church is Christ says, where two or more are gathered in my name, there I'll be. So think about the underground church. China, for instance, has a huge underground church. And why? Because if they like the pastors over there, they actually have to submit their sermons to the CCP before they can even present it to their people. So you've got a lot of home churches. That's a church. That that
Okay.
Anyways.
Okay, I see what you guys are saying
Adrian,
now.
I got a quick question. Have you ever been to a Lutheran or Assembly of God church?
No, I have not.
So if you're ever around or you ever feel enticed to go because like I've been to so many different religious churches and I'm horrible at speaking, sorry guys. I have been to so many different churches, and I'll tell you, they're all different, especially if you go, like, I have the privilege of going downtown Detroit to some of their churches. And I'll tell you, the atmosphere is totally amazing, like, totally amazing.
Right. So yeah, so okay, so I am seeing your point now.
And then
like, and
so like that's the general point. But then, as Mrs. D said, Jesus commands them, of course, to think of the body of Christ, and that's what the Eucharist, or in Mormonism, is called the sacrament, or whatever you want to call it, right? That kind of it's a ritual to some extent, right? But it's recreating that, right, and kind of physically, embodying that body of Christ type concept, right? Partaking of the body of Christ.
Yeah, it's remembering his death and resurrection. He shed his blood for sinners, and so the bread is his body, and the wine is his blood, and it's and I think
Sorry,
just
I
about
said
every
water.
church.
Mormons do water. Yep. Sorry.
Oh, okay, water. I think every church does that. Remembers it. Like in the denomination I'm with, they do it once a month. Whereas I think the Catholic do it all the time. Like every service they
Yeah,
have.
you're supposed to do it at
They
least the once a week on Sunday, but if you do it, every other day too, it's fine.
Yeah, and also going to to the food bank and stuff is more maybe for you and not for others. You think you're helping others and you're giving your time, you're thinking like, oh, this is going to get me in good, this is brownie points. But and so you're kind of doing it for yourself and not for others, if that makes any sense.
yeah, no, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Um, and I've often thought that too, but like, I guess somebody that actually was a good Christian would never look at it that way, right?
There is no such thing as a good Christian.
That's the entire point there, Adrian. If you think you're good, all need the blood of Christ to be saved, right? That's the big thing, right? Is that if you think you're good, then that's the sin. Everybody sins, and so you constantly every day you have to ask for forgiveness for some other sin. So that's
I mean,
the
it's like
greatest
there have been
pride.
there have been times where I've, felt bad about myself, but it seems like, this would just make me feel shitty about myself all the time, right? Like, I mean, this kind of stuff is why I just, yeah, I'm not
Well, and
really
that's
into it,
Actually,
the
right?
big
Like,
thing
I
they'll
mean,
bring up to you
yeah,
is that
I just,
when you realize that you fall short of those things and that you're saved by Christ, right? So you are saved by the blood of Christ. Now, of course, and this is where it gets deeper, right? Because then some people are just like, well, you're just saved, and it doesn't matter beyond that, right? But of course, if you were truly saved, then of course those works will manifest themselves, right? You aren't saved by works; you're saved by faith. But if your faith is real, the works will come from that faith, right? So that's the thing, right? So that is oftentimes what, like when I've talked to Max or other Christians, right? Like they find, like sometimes, like not everybody, like but usually comes down, they found a low point in their life, and they realized that and this saved them, right? Like that it actually gave them comfort in this knowledge that they were saved by believing in this. Now, of course, that's not the end of it; that's the beginning of it. But when you realize that and to a certain extent, I mean, this is the entire basis of 12-step programs, which is why I've always been skeptical of 12, because it is backdoor Christianity, and maybe not in the best way, but right, the first thing you do is you accept that you are powerless, right, over your, and that's to me, you know, as an atheist, that's why I don't find that. But for these people, that's what's coming, right? They're powerless over their thing, and then they have to accept a higher power to help guide them through this, right? They can't overcome it on their own, right? They can't be a good person on their own, right? Nobody is a good
Yeah,
person.
that really does not sit right to me. Yeah, that's why it's like really not my
But see, that's
like, I mean,
that's the main thing
yeah.
that they'll tell you is that, like, when they felt that kind of bottom of the pit, right, and that they need salvation, and that external salvation comes to them, right? I mean, I suppose that's perhaps the difficulty me and you have, is that I've never really been at the bottom of a pit in any way, right? And so for some people, that's where it is. I'm not saying all Christians have that, or maybe it's not quite as dramatic as being a junkie on the side of the road, right? Like, you know, eating dumpster food, right, and stuff like that. But when they accept that and then they move on, right, then
It's actually freeing, quite frankly. The freedom in being able to say, yeah, you know what, I'm not perfect, and I don't have to ascribe to be perfect. Um, and I'm accepted as I am. Doesn't mean I stay stuck in the mud and the mire. um, but it's freeing. It's freeing to know that. uh, I mean, when you actually get into the promises of God, what He's promised, it's the most freeing thing ever, and it's beautiful. So I think of Saul, who ended up being Paul, the probably the greatest apostle. He wrote the majority of the New Testament, and he was a devout Jew and a Roman soldier, and he was high up in the ranks, and he was out to kill new back then they were called the Way, anyone that was with the Way, because they were shown they were presented as a cult. They were a cult, and um they were a heretical group, against God of the Torah, and and Saul was hell bent on killing them, and he killed many. He killed many believers in Christ, and and then he had the road to Damascus, where God blinded it. Jesus blinded him, and he got led to another person's house, and he ended up becoming Paul the apostle. Um, and he recounts a lot of the things that he did. He was an evil man, but he believed in his mission and what he was doing. But at any rate, I always look at Paul's history and what he was like, and I think, man, oh man, I'm not out killing people. And then you look at where Paul went in his ministry, and he was an amazing man. He was amazing, and I just think, I like, for me, I'm nobody special. I'm nothing fantastic. I've broken, I think, just about every single one of the 10 commandments, so I know I'm shit. But because of Christ's blood, that covers me, and so when God the Father is looking at me, he doesn't see my sin. He sees me as white like Christ. And that's amazing. Doesn't mean I can carry on sinning and intentionally, I mean, I strive to grow and be better, and anyways, for me it's freeing, and I wouldn't want to have a life anything different.
Yeah, for me, it's kind of like, you're in that traffic, Adrian, that Toronto traffic,
Yeah.
and right, and you're just furious, and people are driving like crap, and you're just like furious, and then all of a sudden a moment comes over, and you're just like, oh, I can't believe, I just said all that stuff, in your head as you're driving, because that could be Jesus in that vehicle. That could be God in that vehicle. And all of a sudden, you just get this calm over you. Like, you just get a calm.
Yeah, I don't know. When I'm driving, all I'm thinking about are like, speed limit. Am I going too fast? I don't want to mess up. I don't want to hit anybody else. Like, I don't know. I don't get that sense of like, um, I don't know. It's just like what you guys are describing. It's just I don't ever get there. Like, yeah, I don't know. It's just it's just
Well,
different, and I
it's
don't think
because
I'm perfect either, right? I mean,
it's because you've never admitted you're a sinner.
well, I mean, listen, I've done some bad things, right? But I mean, like, I mean, not that bad, right? That's the whole thing. It's like, you know,
Have you ever lied, Adrian? Have you ever
I
lied?
have, but I actually like that was more when I was younger, like,
Well,
you know what I
no,
mean?
but
But
you
like
lied.
in
You lied.
general, I don't.
Yeah, but you lied, and so therefore you broke one of God's 10 commandments.
Right, but like I mean, it doesn't affect me because like I don't believe in it, right? Like I don't believe in it, so it's like it doesn't affect me, like I don't believe that, I'm gonna burn away eternity in hell. I don't believe I'm gonna be not let into heaven, or I don't believe that I'm actually gonna go there if I followed all of this stuff. Like I just believe that when you're dead, there's just nothing, right? Like that's my perspective on it. And like I actually people say, "Oh, that's so bleak, it's so scary." I actually don't see it as scary at all because like you wouldn't be conscious of it. It's like you're dead. You're just not there anymore, right? And like
But then
you're gone.
how do you explain the afterlife? Like how do you
I don't
explain like
believe in that.
so people that have had uh say a near death experience and they talk about it, or they've talked to the dead, for instance, like how do you think they're just all cuckoo?
I think that in extreme situations, your brain, and I mean we've covered this in like those spaces where it's like the AI and like back and forth and like what is consciousness, like how do you think about things? I think that in those extreme situations that are like near death and stuff like that, I mean, a lot of people get this when they're drowning, right? So, I mean, obviously hypoxemia is setting in, beyond the initial fear. They like get to a point where they're like kind of giving up and like ultimately their brain is like oxygen deprived for like 2 minutes. I mean, at 3 minutes, they're pretty much going to have brain damage, right? I mean, even if they survive it, they might still have brain damage. So, I mean, your mind goes into a different place and it's like your consciousness is like playing tricks on you at that point because you're so close to dying and then you come out of it, right? So then it's like, and then after the event, your mind, because I mean the brain is always looking to make an answer when it doesn't have a good answer, right? So like it's like it will fill in the gaps. So then when so, say somebody pulls you out of the water, they do CPR and like they bring you back and all of a sudden your consciousness is restored. Your brain will start to make like try and puzzle piece together
Yeah, but
what's going
Adrian, there's
on,
there's
right?
people there's people that are sitting on their couch and they're in another spiritual like transcendental meditation, and they're not, it's not that they're drowning or anything like that, and they're experiencing a spirit world. So and if they come back into their bodies and they're not brain dead, so uh,
I
it's
mean, could they just have a really active imagination?
now they probably took a bunch of mushrooms.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is it, right? Like, I mean, that is, I mean, this is the whole thing. I mean, chemically, we know that you can like put yourself in these states, right? Like, I mean, the U.S. government, when they were doing like remote viewing and stuff like that to see if there was anything actually into like parapsychology, if there like really is something else. I mean, they were giving people like LSD and like psilocybin and all this kind of stuff for like to make their brain, but like it's the chemicals that are doing that, right? It's like, so I mean, and your brain has those chemicals in it already, and in an extreme situation, I mean, it might release them, and then you get this idea that you've seen the afterworld, or like the ghost world, right? Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, to me, I just feel that there are like rational explanations to explain this, and it's not spiritual. Then again, I am not, a spiritual type of person, right? It's like, but like, so I mean, you are, and that's fine. Like, you believe in this stuff, but like, for me, I personally, I just don't buy it, right? And I'm not saying it's bad if you do, or like, it's foolish if you do. I'm not saying that at
Well,
all.
this book must have been a challenge for you because it's all about the spiritual.
Yeah, I mean, I actually, well, like I said, it's like the John Cleese narration I actually found much more interesting and much more engaging, just on a humanist level, right? Like, I mean, because ultimately what Screwtape is describing are pieces of life, things that every human goes through, different situations and stuff like that. So I mean, yeah, I mean, that's why I said, like, a lot of Screwtape's perspective to me is like a very humanist perspective. It's not, yeah, but then again, like I'm just not in like the Christianity headspace, right? Like I said, I was raised Anglican, but not very religious at all, right? Like, I mean, and I told Zink, I was in another space with him the other day, and I remember when I was like a little kid, I asked my mom. She was telling me some, because my grandfather used to tell me biblical stories, and I'd listen, stuff like that. And then like my mom was telling me one thing, I was asking her questions about it, and I forget what it was, and I said, like, is this stuff actually true? And like she looked at me and she's like, you know what, probably not, but like people believe in this stuff, so it's like, oh, okay, like, I mean, because like, it didn't seem like it would actually be true to me even back then, right? So I mean, yeah, I mean, it's just not on my mind. Again, I'm not denigrating anybody that does believe in this stuff at all. So like, it's just, for me personally, it doesn't like really resonate, right?
So just because I'm scrolling it here, and so I'm looking at section or letter 10, right? And this is the one where he talks about humor. Now this one is always interesting because, of course, within the context, it's very meta to what's being discussed here, right? And so I'm just going to briefly kind of glance over it, right? So there's four types of jokes, right? Joy, or four types of laughter. So that's how it starts. There's four types of laughter: joy, fun, the joke proper, and flippancy, right? Joy is, people reuniting and everything else like that. Fun is obviously closely related to joy, just people engaging, right? So there's true joy, and then there's fun, right? Both of which are uplifting things. And then he talks about how the joke proper falls into two things. And this was actually somewhat interesting to me because I'm almost curious if maybe C.S. Lewis is admitting to some of his own preference, because he's like, oh, well, it all depends. Like, is the joke there just right? Is it just there to kind of broach the subject, or is it there as whatever, right? Like, even when it is a body joke. And then of course there's flippancy, which of course he talks about how it's and it was even something earlier, like when the guy gets new friends, right? This sort of like superficiality, right? It's like it's not a joke, but we act like it was a joke, right? And so anybody who doesn't know, I always bring this up as like Family Guy, where it's like they don't even write jokes for that, right? It's just like they put two random things together and it's supposed to be a joke, and people like that, right? There is nothing actually clever or insightful about it. It's just a joke because and people just want an excuse to laugh, right? So I don't know if you guys have any thoughts on that section.
Yeah, I'm actually, it's coming back to me. Is this the part when he's like, when he said it's like a lot of people like disguise things that they mean to say are actually true, but it's like it's disguised and like laughed away as a joke. Is that the part that you're referring to?
I think he touches on that at other points, like.
Yeah,
But this one, like, he seems to dive into it more so, right? Where it's a way
right.
of treating things flippantly, right?
Right, and I mean, in the context of these letters, right? Like, I mean, ultimately, all of these letters are basically a manual for a demon to flip somebody from being, from like the word of God to, the side of the devil, right? So like, it seems to me that like these are like pressure points that you could like work on to get them to like come to your side, right? Would you say that's accurate?
Sort of, but I think, and then he even points it out here. It comes down, like I said, it's as much a criticism or about specifically British culture and the nature of being British, and especially the very contrived British middle class that had kind of developed by this point there, right? And so it's something. Once again, I read this very young, so maybe it's always something that sat at the back of my head. But and then so here he says, and it is especially promising among the English who take their sense of humor so seriously that a deficiency in this sense is almost the only deficiency at which they feel shame. Now it's long been something that I've like.
Yeah.
Is that yeah, like the sense of humor of like other cultures. Like I don't like slapstick, and I very rarely if anybody hasn't figured it out yet, I have a very sarcastic sense of humor, right? Which is I think more common among certain, especially Anglo-speaking countries. Not all Anglo-speaking. Some of them have a very low, but like it does seem, this kind of like sarcasm and whatnot, right? That yeah, this is just something I thought about, right? So like here, like it's like, and then of course the person I've known people like this, like who like they're
Yeah.
almost looking for an excuse to laugh, right? Which seems innocuous, right? But they just want to laugh, right? Because they're not actually clever or interesting. And so then they just want an excuse to laugh, right? And then there's the flippancy of it. Now, of course, for him, it's of course a way of distracting people from important topics. But I just say, just in general, like this is always something that's irritated the shit out of me. Is just people who just like it's not even a clever joke, or it has no layers, right? It's just like, but they make it an obvious joke, right? And so then everybody can laugh.
But I mean, don't comedians do that all the time, right? Like, I mean,
What do you mean?
well, I mean, there are comedians that do layered jokes, but like, generally, they're gonna like, I mean, you're never gonna start your act off with like these heavily layered jokes, right? It's like
No.
you would have to
There's some
start
who
it off with,
specifically do, right? Like I said, for me, I always like things to be, I don't know, I guess a puzzle to some extent, right? So so there
right?
are some comedians who do rely on having extremely oblique, or they build it toward that, right? So that it you know what one of my favorite
Yeah.
ones was Daniel Tosh, and he often he's like, yeah, I try to
Oh, he's
I try
great.
to
Yeah.
ostracize more and more of my audience with each joke, right? To make them kind of whatever. But actually, funny enough, I'd actually say there's a third time. Like I said, I read and I have read like a lot of this woke stuff and everything else. And what you'll find, I don't know which category it actually falls into, but there's a type of humor that's come out of wokeism where they make a joke, right? Like like actually, I think
Oh,
it
it's
might have
so
even
bad.
been like like what was it? No, it was actually it was a short-lived TV series called Three South, and funny enough, it came out about the time or before or after, or something like early 2000s. And so it's just about guys like going to college, right? And so it was very unwoke. And so actually, what they're making fun of is kind of the wokeism that's always been kind of on college campuses, even in the 80s, the 90s, or whatever, right? And so it's like, hey guys, we're gonna go see like. So one of the characters like it's like a new girlfriend, and she's like, a feminist type, and it's like, hey guys, we're gonna go see like well, he's getting involved with the woke kids, and so they're gonna go see a feminist comedian, right? And so all of her jokes are like not actually funny, but and of course it's become much more, right, like if you read about, so like they make a joke that actually is just there to make like their silly little point, but it's couched in a joke, right? So it's almost like a non-joke. So I don't even know if he dealt with that in this case, right? I mean, maybe he would just put that under flippancy. That is to say that, but yeah, it's actually another kind of joke that he doesn't cover there, right? Because it's not joy, it's not fun, it's not true humor even to the body level, and it's not even just truly flippancy. What it is they're making a sort of moral point and then couching it in a joke,
Right.
but very poorly, right?
So I mean, if I remember correctly, because I do remember listening to this part of it, ultimately, people that engage in this type of behavior are an easier mark for like the devil to flip.
No, not
like,
so.
to his
So what it
perspective.
comes down to is laughter, right? So the nature of laughter, right? So there's laughter out of true joy, or just wholesome fun, right? I guess that's the division there, right?
Right,
So
yeah.
like true shocking joy, and then or just like kind of more just wholesome fun, and then there's a clever then there's an actual joke, and of course an actual joke, he says, can go one of two ways, right? It can actually just be clever, right, and just be a joke, right, for the sake of that, or it could be used kind of as a backdoor to then like talk about like more insidious stuff, right? Some people will just make a joke, and maybe, like I said, I'm almost curious, like it almost seems to be implied as I read this that C.S. Lewis sort of admits that sometimes he does make a body joke, but it's purely out of the clever, which maybe it is, and he's like, but that's obviously not that bad, right? Because it's not like I'm actually doing it, right, to see like, hey, you want to go behind the bushes after this, right, or something like that. But then what he does point out, and I think it's both from the point of view of as a humorist and as a Christian, is flippancy, right? Because flippancy, it's not really a funny, it's not a joke, it's not even an incisive, mean joke or anything like that. It's just laughing for the sake of laughing, which is a distraction in all cases, right? It's just people wasting time, right?
Right.
And maybe
And
even
I mean,
diminishing something. So
does
with
this
something like, so if somebody brings up like an earnest question that maybe they should think about, and it makes them uncomfortable, then they'll laugh it off, right? So I think that does happen earlier in the book, right, when he's talking about like he found some new friends that he wants to them to encourage them to engage with him more, right? Because they're in that flippancy category. And I can't remember. I think it was before this section. So then he like dives into that sort of what is a joke? What are the different types of humor and laughter, right? Because some people are just cackling hens. Actually, I can think of some people who just, it's a forced laugh that we hear, like, well, especially on Spaces, right? Especially on Spaces, there's certain people you can tell have this forced laugh or cackle that they just force out because they want to bring attention to it.
I'm not sure I know anybody who has a forced cackle. Then again, you're in much more spaces than I am, so yeah, I can't really think of it right now. Maybe I'm not
I'll
paying that
tell
much
you in the
attention,
DMs.
right? All right.
It's nobody I'm sure you respect, so don't worry about that.
Fair enough. But
well,
I mean,
I have a cackle.
But yours is genuine.
Yeah, exactly.
Like I said, this one, like great, the one I'm thinking of in particular, it's like it just seems like a strain, right?
Right.
It's like a witchy laugh.
There's probably a few out there. I wouldn't know if I describe this one as witchy. There's actually a couple that I'm thinking of, and in particular, they're men.
Oh.
I'll save it for the DMs.
So
I want to be included in those DMs. Please.
Well, I'll make sure
Thank
if
you.
Mrs. D isn't in the book club DM there, I'll make sure she's in there, and then I'll let you guys know which cackles I'm talking about there. But it's
I have to say, with you saying all this, it kind of made me think of Canadians. like in general. Like your whole statement there is like, you know, how we laugh at ourselves, and Canadians have this, you know, oh, we always say sorry, and we always giggle, and everything is so light. Like when you were talking, Zink, that's how I was kind of thinking, like, oh, that would be like Canadians.
Well, I mean, that's actually, I mean, going back to the space we had earlier today and these calls for unity and kindness and other things. And I think overall the theme here now, there's a difference between the British one and the Canadian one, but more than anything, right? And of course, it's a constant, like the British are always constantly, but you see, it's the superficiality, right? There's a superficiality of all these things, right? Whether it's the superficiality of their faith, or the superficiality of their friendships, or the superficiality of their indignation, right? It's like, well, how could my mother do that to me, right? And of course, ignoring completely the things that he did purposely to poke her and prod her and instigate her, right? It's just, yeah, there's these superficialities to all this stuff, right? So that some people, yeah, like when you try to engage them with honest, direct conversation, they have to hide behind it, right? Either A, by laughing it off, or B, by acting shocked and aghast, right? Not because of what you said was wrong. And think of how many times somebody has said this to me in a room. I'm not going to name names, but people have said it. It's not that you're wrong, Zink. It's not that you're wrong. It's just the way you say it. It's not that you're wrong. It's just the way you say it.
See, this is a puzzle to me. I don't know why that irritates people so much.
It's because, and well, I'm just going to guess, maybe there's a number of reasons, but my thoughts, it's because one, yeah, it does push something, and of course if they're being honest. Now, some people that to those people's defense, they are actually they're in fact being honest, but it is uncomfortable. And other people, the people who don't want to be honest about it, when I am honest and direct like that, those people will then use that as the excuse and escape into that as to why that they can't engage with me, or they won't engage with me, or why they won't vote for the PPC or whatever else other excuse they want, right? Because they're not going to be honest about it. They're going to use that as an excuse. Now, I will admit my own temptation in that I want to push it in the most forceful way there to a certain extent, because I want them to admit, I guess, to some extent, that I'm not wrong, and they're running away. I don't know. Yeah. But to a certain extent, though, like, I mean, that's what they say, right? It's like, well, you're not wrong, but yeah,
Yeah. Have you ever read The Diary of a Seducer by Soren Kierkegaard?
no. Is it actually a
So,
story, or? Because I know
yeah,
he's a
it's
philosopher, so.
he is a philosopher, but like, yeah, it is a story. It's it's basically this one guy, Johannes, and what he does is he's aiming to um like he's aiming to like win over women, but like not in a sexual way. So like, and it just goes through like the steps that he does to do this, to seduce them mentally, right? And like once they've fallen for him and they're willing to give him anything, like he just leaves, right? Like it's not really, there's nothing sexual about it. He doesn't want that. It's like it's more of like a like a mental seduction, right? That he's trying to pull off, right? It's sort of a manual on how to do that, um, and like so this actually is not related to that in any other way except for the fact that it's like it's sort of a manual on how like human psychology functions. I guess in a large to a large extent, this is that, but it's like it's in more of a broad sense, right? It's like the demon is trying to like seduce you over to his side, and like he knows all of like the psychological buttons to push in order to do so. So I mean, this actually reminded me a lot of Soren Kierkegaard's The Diary of a Seducer, which is also a relatively short book like this. I think it's like 110 pages or 114 pages or something like that. So like,
So funny enough, what's
Yeah.
funny about us having this story, like I don't know if you guys have been in the room, but for the last couple days, MJ there has had this thing he likes to talk about, like this. It's like, oh well, we should create a party that is so absolutely, what do you call it? Horrible, right? Like that's all in on the wokeism and outright about it that people naturally want to react against it. No talk about that. But interestingly enough, like that's the structure here, right? So in the structure of this story, right, rather than having two angels talk about the things, he inverts it, right, by making, well, actually it's kind of what happened. There was that British guy who came into the room, right, and said, well, considering that you guys are all voting right wing, anybody who's telling you not to vote, I want to thank them for saying that to you guys, because I don't want you guys voting, right? So it's almost that it's almost that natural obstinance, right? Because if you see two angels discussing the right things to do, then that doesn't really have an impact. But if you know that demons are enjoying that they're getting under your skin and doing this, right, it's almost like by him writing it in this structure, right, he gets like an almost sort of he's trying to get you like to be how would I say, like not rebellious against the demons, but like almost like wanting to stick it to them, right?
yeah.
By not feeding into them.
Actually, Zinc, I think I'm gonna change my card for actually the next like story or book. Now Carla and I each have one. Clear has one as well because she's a core member of the group. To have like a book or story, that we want put into the Gulag Book Club. Before I was saying Less Than Zero by Bret Easton Ellis. I'm actually going to change that to The Diary of a Seducer by Soren Kierkegaard.
Yeah, no, Clear. If you weren't there, if you didn't listen to the last one,
It might have been after I left.
yeah, I think it was. So we were talking about, and yeah, they were talking about this one, and so I flippantly said, it's like, okay, fine, right? If you, because like I said, usually it's speculative fiction we're doing. So if it's a non-speculative fiction, I'll give everybody a free pass, and I'll see who has good taste and not. If you can impress me, then I might give another pass. So that's
Exactly.
Oh, Lord knows where my books will be. I'm sure you guys had a little discussion after I left.
No, we didn't. But
No, not about you, Clear.
we were mostly ripping on Adrian's. So you were in the clear there, actually. So, but yeah, no, I've given everybody a pass on this.
Yes. You get one pass, and if it's good enough, you potentially will get another pass to bring another
of
book
non-speculative
to the book club.
fiction. That's the point.
Of non-speculative.
Because like it's always fine if it's speculative in some way, right? Some level of science fiction or horror or religious fiction or whatever like this, But if it's anything like I gave everybody a free one because I think we decided that after we do Embassy Town there, well, but it's still speculative though. Actually, it's decadent because I guess the one that Adrian wants there is just pure decadence. And decadent fiction does have a very specific definition there.
What the Bret Easton Ellis?
Yeah. But we're gonna do the picture.
Switching that. I'm
switching that. The picture of Dorian Gray, but that one is speculative though, so that one doesn't count. So that's probably what we'll do after Embassy Town next. So but yeah, so everybody gets a.
Well, no more Irish authors. The two birds. The whatever. Oh.
I actually enjoyed both of those.
Even worse, yeah, because like I said, that's actually why I never read the Irish authors because I always think of what is it, Joyce there, and
James Joyce.
Yeah, no desire to read that.
Well, this book, did you guys ever read? And I'm sure your thumbs down me. The Shack.
Not familiar with it.
Yeah, I haven't. I'm not familiar.
Yes, and I threw it in the garbage.
Oh, really? It's been years, like years since I've read it. I think like 12 years ago. But really?
Yep.
You're just gonna leave it there, huh, Mrs. D?
Yep. I bought it and I read it, and I found it to be disgusting, quite frankly. I can't put it any other way. I mean, Adrian would probably love it. And there were a lot of people that did, but it is so heretical, it isn't even funny.
Yeah, I just remember the feeling it gave me. Like I don't, like I said, I don't retain very well, but it was, I'm going to say like 12, 15 years ago. I don't know when it was written. It was one of my first audible books that I ever got was The Shack. And I don't know. I thought it was good.
Well, a lot of people liked it, but I just have trouble with someone who's supposed to be a Christian having God as Aunt Jemima. I can't. I was
I
so.
don't remember that at all.
Oh yeah. Oh, sorry.
No, I just remember, I'm trying to think back to it, like the struggle, and I thought it was God and Christ that got him through his struggle, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, not Christ and not God of the Bible. I'm really, really picky, and there's reasons behind that. We were in a church that was becoming apostate and was getting into some very dangerous New Age practices, and that is not my kind of Christianity. I'm very picky, and I'm very biblical, and I wasn't about to subject my child to heretical teaching. We have enough of that crap in the world. And when The Shack came out, there was a number of us that purchased it and read it, and it is not. It's. I mean, as far as if it was a non-fiction, or if it was a fictional story, which this probably won't sound right because it is fictional, but it isn't, because it's putting the triune God, who I have a heck of a lot more respect for, than painting him as a Aunt Jemima black woman, and I can't remember what Christ was, a ragtag. I'm sorry, I can't honor something like that. I threw it. I burnt it actually. So I'm very picky. I don't. I know what error has done to people. I know how error has harmed people, that they're forever damaged. And you guys go ahead and have at her, but I won't be participating.
Oh no, I wasn't picking that book. I was trying to recall the feeling that I was left with.
So for you, Claire, it was a good feeling. Like you didn't have the feeling that Mrs. D had, obviously, right?
No, like, thinking back, to me, it was a struggle and it was coming over the struggle. That's what I got out of the book, was overcoming a struggle.
Right. But but for you, Mrs. D, it's just like you feel that it goes against Christianity too much, that you can't you can't see that part of the book, or it's
No,
just like,
it made God into an absolute joke. For me, it made him into a joke. The way
right.
that Paul, what's his name, whatever the author was, however he had framed God, was so disrespectful to my God, to Jesus, who was murdered for people, that it appalled me, it disgusted me, and I have obviously I have very strong feelings, and I apologize for my animals barking in the background.
So Mrs. D, I have a question for you. That type of heretical, and like making God into a joke, is that worse to you than like somebody that just doesn't believe in God? Like, is that actually worse?
1,000 times.
Right, right.
I, like I come into Zing's room. I posted in our little one of our chats that I live vicariously through Zinc because, I mean, Zinc,
Yeah,
you just do like these wingers. They're just zing 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 zing, and you're saying things that I'm thinking, but I won't say because I don't want to offend and hurt anybody. And the other thing is too, I'm looking at like I'm very cognizant of what I say, how I say it in spaces because people know I'm a Christian and I don't want to be turning people away from Christianity. And I'm sure I have anyways, regardless, because going back to what we were talking about earlier, I mean, like I'm so far from perfect, it isn't even funny. And some people would be like, well, you're a Christian? I doubt it. But anyways, that's another story. Um, So I'm very cognizant of it. When Zinc, when you were just nailing it today, and I was like, I'm in the background rooting, yeah, yeah, and I I would much rather be with people that say, nah, I don't believe, man. You can't convince me. I would rather be with people like that because they're being honest than with people who say, um, I'm a Christian, um, but I'm spiritual.
yeah,
And I do yoga every day, and the Kundalini spirit lives in my body. No, you're a false teacher. You're a false prophet. You're a false believer. You're a false something. And that's kind of probably my biggest weakness is having patience with people like that. I've got friends who are gay. They've been gay forever, and I love them to death. It's contrary to God's design, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to not be present with them and enjoy them as human beings. You know what I mean? But yeah, like I call people out. I called one very well known American woman who, oh my gosh, she wasn't handling scripture right, and I let her know, and she blocked me. And then she sent her dogs after me. And I'm older than her, and I've been studying scripture a heck of a lot longer. Doesn't mean that I get it right all the time, but when I say study, it isn't just reading. It's taking the word, going back to the original Greek to find out, is this a verb? Is this a noun? How is it in this sentence? It's actually literally studying it, not just reading it. And so in her application of it, and she's influencing hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people. And I don't want anybody going down a road that's going to harm them. And that's where error, that's why I'm so picky. Error is error is like it's like a cancer in the body of Christ. And I've seen the damage. I've had friends that have been damaged. And it's just something that I'm very probably I'm too passionate about, and that's why I'm just ridiculously picky with like I Adrian, if you had said, I'm kind of interested in going to church, I'm the type of person that I'm going to say, okay, you're in Toronto, okay, I'll go online and I will listen, and I will say, yeah, okay, that might be a good one for you, because there's so much false teaching in churches today. It's unbelievable. When I see there's a church in the States that now has a transgender priest, it's so against God's word. And those who are believers, we know, and we should take a stand and say, no, we're on a narrow path. And we were never guaranteed that people were going to like us or like the message. Anyways, I could go on, and I'm getting preachy, so shut me up.
Well,
So it's actually funny.
I'm gonna hang on. I'm gonna shut you up, Mrs. D, by just saying how you go on zinc. I have done that with you. And I have said, like, oh man, Mrs. D, you go. You are saying exactly what I want.
Well, thank
Fully
you for that.
agree, Clear.
Well, especially on Bill C4, get me going on kids, man. Watch out.
But I mean, Mrs. D, I mean, C4, even I'm against that, right? I mean, it's just wrong, right? I mean, to take the parents' role out of parenting their kids, I'm sorry, it's unforgivable. And I mean, I'm not a Christian believer, right? Like, I'm an atheist like Zinc. But I mean, even for me, that's flat out wrong, right? And Pierre voted for that. I mean, this came up in that other space too, right? I mean,
Yeah,
yeah, yeah.
he voted. There were 3 votes that were done. So 2 of the votes were under Bill C6 before the election was called. And Pierre voted yes to both of them. And what was interesting, there was a vote where there was 6. I wrote all their names down. 68 conservative members voted no to Bill C6. And then they had another one, and that was where only 7 voted no. And then we went to the polls, and then when they came back with C4, which is actually more onerous and harsher than Bill C6, and it had 100%. But what was interesting in my research was that Leslyn Lewis was not present for any of those votes, and nor was Melissa Lantzman. Now, I didn't look to see if they were paired. So I have to go back in and look to see if there was any that were paired, because then Leslyn and Melissa might have ended up voting yes too. Anyways, regardless, Pierre voted yes all 3 times. And that is disgusting to me. And then I read, because on that you can go in and you can look at all of the documents that were submitted, all the research, all the statements, blah, blah, blah. And I read several of them and got so disgusted, because I thought, honestly, the conservatives did not do their due diligence. They just accepted everything that was presented in front of them, and they said, oh, well, yes, if the Canadian Mental Health Association says that this is damaging to children's identity, then yes, we must go forward. Like, what a crock of hooey. They framed conversion therapy like it was a bunch of Bible thumping whack jobs that were going to zap their kids and do exorcisms on them. Like, for crying out loud, that's not, like, they didn't do their due diligence in doing their own research, and they didn't go back to their constituents and say, this is what we're facing. They're just weak. Anyways, they will give an account. And that's at the end of the day, all this shit that's going on, they will give an account. And I can't wait, because I'm going to be standing there and I'm going to be watching judgment just being tumbled out on all of them. And I can't wait.
So
okay, and now you got me going.
So funny enough, because just as we're talking, I'm just checking some of the different sections here. So in relation to that, because actually, the unforgive. So Mormons don't actually have a real concept. They do have a concept of hell to some sense, but like for the most part, it's very hard to get in there, except for one case is a son of perdition, and this is somewhat related to the concept of Dante's lowest ring of hell, which is betrayal, right? And it's even something I was listening to. There was a famous exorcist. He died recently, but he was like, he'd done like the most exorcisms recently, right? He's a Catholic priest, of course, and he's Italian, but he was talking about how the reason that demons, right, the reason that human beings can be forgiven for rejecting God is that they don't they aren't fully aware of him in the current life, right? Whereas demons are angels that were, brought into existence with the full knowledge of God and then rejected him, right? They can't ever go back on that rejection, right? Because they did it in full knowledge, right? It comes down to what we talk about, informed consent, right? When the demons rebelled against God, they did so with informed consent, right? So they can't claim to have not known the ramifications. They did it on purpose, and they're not. That is to say that God would forgive them, but they may like that. It isn't God's inability to forgive them, but it's rather that they did so with such full knowledge that it's something you can't go back on, right? So funny. So, and that's the problem that we have here, right? Is that, yeah, like a heresy is worse than, heathen, right? Outside, because it has the same result, but and that's what the entire thing here in Screwtape is, right? The guy is a Christian from the beginning of the book, right? Obviously he didn't, but now he's been saved, and so the entire thing is just to get him to partake in some sort of a heresy, whether it's a personal heresy, something that disconnects him, so that, and that's why it's so insidious, because it becomes cancerous, right? Because then other people will see his heresy and say, oh, and then if he looks like a good Christian, that's an excuse for them to participate in the same heresy. But if he looks like a bad Christian, that's an excuse for them to reject, all Christianity, right? So that's why it's so. And so section 16 there, right? Like the young man's trying to see if he's going to go try another church. And so Screwtape's suggesting two different churches to him. The first one is one that's been so watered down as to be worthless, right? Which is a lot of what we're saying, what we were talking about there, right? Where these it's like, well, I'm a Christian, but I'm not really religious, but I'm spiritual, right? And then on the other side of that is the one that's just built entirely on hate, right? Where it's not actually about, and to Wogpog's point there, right? It's not anger, it's righteous indignation, right? So instead of because you can have a good pastor have a fiery speech, but it should be built on righteous indignation, not anger, not hate, right? But then you can have another preacher who is just fueled on hate, right? But then on the other side of that, and perhaps the more insidious one, is this preacher who is so, unable to interact with righteous indignation that they, water it down and render it inert, right? So, I mean, this is always the thing. Oh, we need unity. It's like, no, I would rather 5 guns pointed at my face than 1 gun behind my back, right? That's not unity, right? Cancer, and stuff like that. So that's what, yeah, it's just something to think about.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting.
Like I said, I'm not a fatalist, but today's space there certainly has related well to today's discussion, which came out of another discussion simply randomly. It seems like it aligned in some way, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed.
Aligned, all right.
So I'm just curious. It's the title of that previous and I don't want to go on this too much because I know it's this space and you probably don't want this, but like it's the title of that other space that was creating the acrimony previously. Is that it? Or like, because I came in and I think that space had been running since like sometime in the morning, like late morning or something. Like, is that it? It's the titles that you put up there.
Yep.
Is that?
Oh yeah, they're all after Zinc for his titles because he's been hounding them, and they are after him.
But there's
it's 2 different
there's
groups,
been more
right?
contentious
It's
titles.
been 2 different, and we'll use the word heresies within our group, right? Of all the same people on the same side. On the one side is the watered down ones, right? The CPCers. Oh well, we gotta make it work. We gotta make compromises because we gotta get Trudeau out, you guys. And then on the other side, we have the people fueled by hate and anger, right? The people who want to see doomsday come and aren't willing to take the kind of tedious possible path of organizing around a political party and going out and filling in mailers, and it's just not as sexy as doom and gloom and we all got to bury dog food in the forest, right? So I mean, that's what we have here, right? So before, I had mostly focused on the one just simply because it was there, but recently, like anytime we bring up these spaces and then a certain person comes in and is like, and once again with a fake laugh, I have to kind of chuckle, that people think they're going to vote their way out of tyranny. This forced laugh of mine because everything's contrived.
And I'd like to say hello to the most beautiful. I loved it when Wog said man. I was peeing myself over that one.
It really was quite good. Yeah, so my whole
And I'm still
thing
getting
is...
messages from his cult, right? Because that's what he is running, is a cult, right?
Oh, 100%. Absolutely. I dropped in his room two nights ago. I think he had a room with, what was the title? Oh shit. It was like calling it out or something like that. And so he was calling out all the division and people that had been backstabbing him and backstabbing others and blah blah blah. And so I went in there for a little while just to listen because I thought, sometimes I like to go in just to listen to them. Anyways, he had some woman in there that was saying, oh yeah, I've got 40 people in my, what did he call it? What does he call it in your pod or your little group?
Your Soviet?
Whatever. Yeah, whatever it is that, and she's got 40 people and they're doing this and they're doing that and blah blah blah. And he was like, wow, oh, that's so good. Everyone should talk to whoever it was and see what she's doing. That's great. And I'm thinking, and there was a room earlier that I had been in where they were, someone, whether it was you or I don't know, someone was saying it was like a cult. And honestly, that's exactly what I heard. And so when I came on today and you're into your space and I see freaking Global and Erickson and Off the Pillow, and I'm like, ooh, what do we got going on in here? My
Yeah,
goodness.
and I just want to cut in here. Zinc, I hold you responsible for oh my God, I left the space. When someone talks over 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 4 minutes, I messaged Adrian and told him I've watched 2 videos. Is she still talking? That's on you, Zinc.
Well, and that's what made them angry because I kept talking over them, right? And I wasn't even in there most of the time.
But she had been
I was on
talking
phone
for
calls
10
most of the time.
minutes.
Well, and that's how they play it. Actually, once again, back to the joke section, he was talking about there's the guy who jokes and the way you can use jokes insidiously, right? A guy isn't just a cheap grifter who jokes off his friends, right? But if he jokes out loud how he's going to oh, you guys have to pay for me. Now he's such a humorous fellow, right? And this is the passive aggressive way to do it, right? It's well, just so long as you guys let me talk. And it's well, of course we'll let you talk. And then they proceed to dominate the microphone, right? It's we'll let you talk until it's and that's why you just have to tell them. It's we'll let you talk until it's uninteresting, and you repeat yourself. Well, if that's the rules, then I'm not going to talk. Then don't talk. Bye. Boom. And that's what they get, right? And of course, I'm such
I almost was going to chirp in and say, and you want to know why they don't want women to vote? Holy shit, I can't even listen anymore.
I missed that.
Oh, no, you didn't miss anything. It was, like I said, I started watching videos. I was just oh, God, Zinc, where are you to control the room?
Well, I was kind of letting some other people kind of handle it. One, because I was on calls there, but then two, kind of to build the next generation there.
Oh, handle it. He was interacting, making it go longer. I was just you got to be kidding me.
It's a learning experience, right?
Oh, you're lucky I love you.
I know. I made a comment, and he went. He. I don't think he listened to me because he went right back to how, yeah, we need to be united, and I'm like, oh my gosh. Oh man, yeah, he's young.
No,
I
I don't
like
want to
him.
distract
I
too
like him.
much
He's a
on this space, but some really weird things started happening in that space. And I always wonder because, like, it started doing that weird bug where it's like 140 listeners down below. And I don't know if there's a way, because that's when everything started going sideways. I don't know if there's like a way to like brigade, which is a weird term from other social media things, a brigading. I don't know. Maybe it was just a general bug. Maybe they were rolling out an update of some sort. I don't know.
So I think so. I actually observed that. So my mic button, it like I couldn't turn it on or off.
Well,
Like
pretty
I would
much
try to
all the
turn it on
behavior.
and it
No,
would
this was
click
the
off.
exact same behavior that
So
happened that night that Elon was running the 3 million
yeah.
room. So it might have just been a weird bug, but like there's always some questions. Now, I know in the past people have claimed there's like things they can do to disrupt another space and other things like that. I don't know if that's what was happening there. It might have just been, but it was very similar. But there
So
was no like 3 million person Elon, but they might have been doing some sort of deploy or something like that at that time.
Yeah, because
so
you went from it was like 117 or something in the space, and then all of a sudden it went to 224.
so I did not actually see that when Zing said, "Oh, it says there's 114 listeners down there." All I saw was 14 listeners, but somehow I think it had to do with like when Hogue kind of went down as co-host.
Well,
That
it
was
all
when
happened
like the problems
simultaneously because
happened.
Wogpog was like, "Who
Right.
booted me down?" Right?
Hey,
Speak of the devil.
yeah, I gave you,
Like I said,
I gave you
So
an
then,
FU text. No, Elon was running a
but when you made
concurrent. Elon
Mrs.
was running a concurrent
Oh,
subscriber space. Whenever Elon goes onto Twitter, he
Yep.
has the full team
oh,
on
okay.
fucking. They're all the devs are sitting there making sure his tweets get priority and all the rest of it, and downing our tweets about our rims and stuff like this. So there was that. That's all he.
Once again, coincidentally, had that not happened, that space might have kept going and I might have pushed this one out. Once again, a lot of coincidence to keep this space going. Fatalism.
Rolo's down there.
Oh, yeah,
I
no,
don't know if he
Rolo,
wants
are
to
you
say
in fact the
anything.
son of Oystein? The son of Oystein?
Yes, it is. Thanks. Great discussion. I just, no, I was going to chime in earlier about the shack, but we're beyond that. So keep going. Was that space you guys are talking about that was so funny? Was that recorded? Because I missed so much. I'm not up to speed on
It
all
was
the
not.
machinations.
It was not. So instead of my usual something about the PPC, I decided instead, like I said, to attack the other heresy, the one that says, don't vote at all, you guys, right? And so I went after that heresy today, and some of them showed up. It went quiet for a while. Funny enough, once again, like it was fine for most of the day. We were just talking in there. And then I had some afternoon meetings I had to attend, and like 30, 40 minutes before that, certain individuals came up, and then certain other individuals followed them in with their cult, and so it all went sideways there. And then it went really sideways because, of course, there was a lot of misunderstanding and accusation because, yeah, Elon popped up a space and then everything kind of was going haywire, right? And, of course, like I said, people always assume the worst intention there. And so there's no reason to try and defend yourself against it. So I just embraced it and just rode the wave, killed the space, started this one.
Okay. Well, I think I got a pretty good idea and a summary from you guys. So
I mean, there's a certain person who I've explained to many, many times who keeps posting on my spaces. Oh, don't go in there, you guys. It's recorded. It's like every space, even those that don't say record at the top, are in fact recorded. Any space. And somebody was actually saying today, I think it was Mr. E. He said, if you go to Space's dashboard, now they have an option there where they figured out how you can download any space, even if you aren't the owner of this space. I'll have to go and check that out. But yeah. Oh, Mogpog wants back up. Okay. But yeah, so there's just a lot of stuff. So like technically, yeah, maybe who knows? Maybe I'll dump out some highlights from it at some point.
Yeah, and Rolo, don't worry, we're not going to do the shack. I posted the illustrated man for my pick.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree with Mrs. D what she had to say about the shack, but I actually watched the movie. I enjoyed it, but I would say you got to be a really mature Christian to watch it so that you don't get screwed up. And speaking of spaces, my goodness, I checked into Joe's long wave space tonight, and my gosh, Trans and him were going at it. I've never heard anything like it. You guys know about it, or?
Oh no! Please
Tell us about it,
elaborate.
because then I'm going to tell you. Then I'm going
it's hilarious.
Then I'm going to tell you about Zinc Space, which I did stream on my Rumble. I just wanted to throw that in before you guys got too excited.
Take advantage of MySpace to get more followers there.
Yeah, no, I did. I streamed it without your knowledge.
Wogpog Freedom Movement.
Yeah, Wogpog Freedom Movement 9000. No, I want to hear about what happened with Trans and Joe, and then I'm gonna rip Zinc a new asshole. But go ahead, Rollo.
Okay, well, Trans was in the space and was given a speaker thing, and when Joe started the space, he introduced Trans, to people, and what a great smart guy and great speaker, and has worked during the convoy and so on. And he's going to Joe asked a question of both Trans and economic long wave, and it took long wave the usual 8-10 minutes to answer the question. And then when Trans came on, he just blasted the long wave, saying it's all bullshit. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Every second or third word was the F word, and what a jerk this guy is, and how dare you go on an 8-minute rant when we're both asked the question. I mean, it was really something. And they went back and forth a few times, and then Joe, tried to settle down, and Trans ended up just leaving the room. And you could see in the upper echelon of the avatars, I could see of people listening and speaking. It was like a 50-50 split. Thumbs up when Trans was speaking, and then thumbs up when Longwave was speaking. It was really quite something. And the thing is, what's good for you guys is this happened about 8 or 9 minutes into the space it began. Of course, Joe records them, so you can go and have a listen. It's quite entertaining and sad, really. Like, if it wasn't so sad, it would be funny.
Well, let's talk about sadness for a while. Okay, when the room was shitting itself, Zinc, prior to that, you were shitting yourself. So what? I'm trying to understand it, and what's our strategy here? I'm trying to. I keep joking with you about being radioactive, but my God, dude, I don't know how to do this. How does this work? You know what I mean? I sort of get what you're doing, and then in another way, so I don't really want to publicize it, but I think that, like, what's your theory here on how to do it? And I guess maybe the crowd can chirp and tell us who's retarded or what's going on here. But what do you think?
Well, I mean, like I said, I was in and out of that one because I had meetings. Just so much waffling. People just kept coming up. It's like, no, I agree with all. Right, once again, the Canadian wishy-washy attitude there. Right. Well, can't we got to unify, you guys? We got to, just on and on and on and on and on. It's like, well, but I agree with both of you guys. I mean, I like to vote and I like to prep, and I kept explaining to people I've come from a long line of preppers, literally. Like, it's mind-boggling how many times I had to explain that it's not prepping versus voting, it's voting versus not voting, right? It was they kept rephrasing it, they kept watering it down, they kept narrative pushing it, and they kept pushing it around and kept watering it down, kept wasting time, kept talking forever and ever, and eventually, well, I just came to I don't know.
No, I agree. It was frustrating. Look, I was there, so I was secretly, in a way, I was laughing at it, but in another way, I was crying. So, and I was sort of aching.
Here's
to
the thing
about
Wogpog. I ripped the tumor out, and you can go put the Band-Aid on it. You can go be the good guy, the good Canadian guy. I'm the evil American who ran away down to Idaho.
No, I get it. But see, the thing is with what she was saying, and of course, so in terms of like you being radioactive, in terms of whatever, me being radioactive, in terms of like me saying there is a gender difference here, and then illustrating that over and over, and then of course it's a supreme attack vector for anybody who wants to virtue signal. It was surprising that no one actually really went at it. But what was shocking to me is that a few of the girls in the space would come up and actually illustrate my point to say we just have to get along, guys. Unity, collectivism, da da da. And I'm like, dude, that's why the sisterhood has to go over into that corner, and us as the brotherhood have to go over in this corner. You guys got to figure out your shit over there with your other chicks, and we're gonna figure out our shit over here, and then we have to re-come together. Of course, we can't, dictate that because it is rando rooms and stuff, but you can see that the collectivism thing. So it was almost like the crystallization of exactly what I was saying, in a form of dissonance, which is much reminiscent of the CPC dissonance. Like, what are you actually voting for? And I kept on asking that question to the CPC dudes, and I get no answer. If the only answer that I can come up with that it makes any sense to me, studying what they're doing, defund the CBC and some kind of firearms rights. And I'm like, well, you remember what happened with firearms rights last time and O'Toole, right? I mean, at the very end of the election, he said, well, no, all firearms need to be confiscated and we need a carbon tax, and everything was like flying out the window, like as fast as you could possibly do it. So, to me, like, I really was eager to like come back and comment, even though I was mountain biking at the time with my kid and I had a whole bunch of complicated stuff going on. I was trying to in and out, trying to do it, but it was like I couldn't, it's anyways, and then the room shit itself, and then that was the end of it. But it's I don't know, like I get the frustration. It's just like one of the things is that I fear like the alienation value is what I guess that's what I'm really touching on. Like, it's like I get the frustration, I get what you're saying, but it's like if we don't approach it intellectually, and then what I mean?
Because for the last 2 days, because once again, you were the one who started ramping this up, right? And we got people coming in the rooms like, hey guys, I go to both spaces, right? It's another form of fence setting, right? And yeah, like they kept reframing, they kept watering it down. They just couldn't get around it, right? Everything was like, oh, so-and-so didn't let me talk, right? And it was once again, like down there, it's like, oh, and then all the white knights coming out to defend, right? In the comments down there, and everybody acting tough and everything. So yeah, I mean, it's just, like I said, well, I mean, more than anything, it was just the space was breaking. We had to get it, like I had to get over with. And
yeah, no, I get that. It was already, I mean, we were screwed by that point. We were already fucked.
But
so,
here's the question, Wogpog.
Yeah.
Was there anything I said that wasn't true, or was it just my tone that offended you?
I know it sounds like we're in 16th century France at this point. I'm not going to posit on that, but what I would posit, I'd posit that question to the room. So why don't we just get the crowdsource positing on that? How about that?
So personally, I don't think he said anything wrong. I mean, I when I came my turn to talk in the other space, I said, there's uniparty trash, LPC, NDP, and CPC, and then there's the PPC. Canadians need to pick a damn side, and that's what they need to do. And I stand by that. That's what they need to do. That's what it's about. I mean, Mrs. Diaz already said it. So, I mean, GFM comes in and, he is the biggest fence sitter. Okay. It's like, he's not onboarding people to GFM. He is onboarding them. No, but he's actually not. He can't control any people. It's like, it's this on the fence stuff. And quite honestly, I've just had enough with the on the fence bullshit. All right? Pick a damn direction and stick with it. I don't think Zinc did anything wrong. Wogpog, I'm sorry to see you leave the PPC Heroes of Twitter DM group. If you want back
let's leave that out of this, because that's a whole other issue, and I don't want to divest
fair enough, but I'm
into another
sad
drama.
To see you go.
Well, whatever. It's I was only there to put people in there, and then we can go from there. But anyways, anyway, any other observations from the other room for anybody that was in there?
Well, I was in there, and I think that Zinc is correct in what he's saying, but look at who he's saying it to. These people don't take direct statements. Like, they come in And like you guys have said time and time again, they make it like there was a discussion going on, the subject got changed, and they lead where they want to go, or they deflect where they need to deflect with the guy there, Smooth Talker. But he was correct. The delivery, I don't know. You know, I can take the delivery, but I'm 58 and I can take a lot of
And half
shit. You know,
American.
and half American. You're right, and a Trump supporter. So, oh yeah, I get my fair share. But
Was I
you
glowing
know, so
orange?
I don't care. You make whatever orange you want. Like, I don't care. I don't care what words you use. I don't care what labels you give. I just don't care. And so, you know, you can take it, but look at the people that are talking and what they're saying. And so when you're direct like you are, then they can't take it. Like they can't. So, you know, I'm one of those. It depends on what you're trying to accomplish, you know, where you're going. Why are you holding the space? Who are you trying to attract? What is the message are you getting out? Is that message going to be received? You know, like that's what you have to look at. You're holding the space. You're asking people to come in. You're asking people to follow. You're asking people to retweet the room. You know, so why? Why are you doing that? You
Can
have
I
a
ask?
message.
Can I ask you a really triggering question, Claire, and then we'll go to Guillaume right after this. Do you think, or is it just me, that whole shtick is aimed at women with the voice and the saying hello thing
And the most
to
beautiful
the
woman in the
person?
world.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, I do. I've
Okay.
read enough of those books to know, yes. Yeah, drink the Kool-Aid. You look
Because
at
I was wondering, right? And then and I think I'm off base, and I'm touching on like psychological operations are often aimed at
no, you're
women.
right on. You're right on.
I actually didn't key on that until you mentioned it. And actually, no, I didn't key on that until you talked about Antifa-like behavior. And then I keyed on that. Because an actual, I mean, this is me talking. I'm no psychologist, but well, let me pick okay, an alpha male type would never start his speech like that. Never. Just not in your psyche to incense a girl on the space every single time. And
But
yeah,
it's more than that, Guillaume. It's neurolinguistic programming, which is the words like "I just want to let you know that I love you more than anyone else." It's like, even though I can say to that one woman down there, I just
right.
said I love you more than anyone else. I'm setting the stage. So I think this is one of the things that I'm keying in on, and I've been, you know, I've been adamant and I've been holding on to this and I've been taking flack for it. But so Claire just agreed, and Guillaume, you think that there is something to that as well.
Yeah. And I caught two segments of that space, and I'll say Zinc handled it perfectly. I mean, perfectly. The just, and this is for an audience like me, and I'm not I mean, I don't react to the beautiful girl in the world, so maybe the women in the space wouldn't respond the
The
same
most
way.
beautiful
But
Frenchman down below that loves me.
right, but
That washes my balls.
intellectually,
Every time I'm in Montreal, this guy washes my balls. I love Guillaume.
so you said it. It's voting and non-voting, and then there was some conflation. And I think you brought it back to voting and non-voting, and then I came back. I don't know if it was 30 minutes later, and the people responding. I think I heard someone say, "Well, I like both. I vote and I prep," but I think you just bring it back to voting and non-voting. That's it. And there's
Well,
no
what did prepping have to do with
Well, that's the
voting?
false dichotomy.
exactly. Exactly.
Let's see.
and as long as you bring that, you just beat that message. There's no real
Well,
there's no real defense.
what we're finding here is exactly what the left does. So to Zink's point, I think it's going to jump in there. It's like the false dichotomy idea, but the goalpost moving, the definition moving. We can see this with a lot of people that are new to the rooms or people that are even old to the rooms. There's definition drift, there's goalpost moving, there's Operation Gray Zone. So Zink, I think.
Oh no, my mic turned off.
No, I'm actually not done complimenting how you handled it. So
what about my
thing,
fucking compliments, asshole? What the fuck? How come I never get any fucking compliments? Everyone's
no,
always
you
like,
went
"You're
off
a
the rails.
fence-sitting
Actually,
asshole."
I compliment you all the time,
Guys,
Wogpog.
quiet.
No, I
no,
want
no,
to
no,
have
no.
this room. This
Yep,
I'm taking
don't-
over. Yeah,
No,
quiet.
Guillaume,
Wogpog
Guillaume,
speaking.
proceed with the
I'm
compliment.
just kidding.
So not only the thing you did well is after the intervention, you did not become the subject. You were still on the issue. Unlike Wog here, who made a 10-minute rant, and then the room was about that. So we could you made you can be very direct, but still on point.
Okay, but the
Eh,
question. Okay, so that doesn't address the larger question, Guillaume, and we've got to go to someone else after this because clearly you don't like me. We can be right in the moment, but wrong in the long term, right? We can be right in the moment and wrong in the hour. I just coined that term. Someone please write it
Yeah.
down because I'm never going to fucking remember that. Right in the moment and wrong in the hour. So, back to me. No, I'm just kidding. That was it. Go back to Guillaume and then whoever else.
You're in a place like this. I think you're planting seeds that will grow later. So you have to be planting in the moment and harvesting later, because you're not going to convince the global cheerleaders on the spot. You're just saying something, and then later on, that's how I work anyway. The you just plant a seed and say, oh, it awakens your mind to some other signal. Yeah, it's true that there's never any concrete solution. It's abstract and abstract and abstract. Uh,
But isn't it valuable to have everybody in that fucking conversation though, Guillaume? If we, you know what I mean? And Zink, maybe this is aimed to both of you guys. Like, is it not like, do we want to silo again? Like, are we just gonna like what? I don't know.
I
to
mean,
have
I'll jump in on this one. I mean, I have said that Canada is very divided. There is no unity right now. Right? We just have to accept it.
I would like to understand the question. Is it important to have everyone in what conversation? The one where
But
you
what I'm
debate
saying
the
is that is
merits.
it not valuable? Okay, but look, if we run the risk of alienations, okay, so let's you are
And
a
the
proponent
shitter
of
is
Zink's
still
method.
overflowing 30 years later.
Yes, correct. Correct. So I did fail at yes. So Zink likes to point out that I have failed in commune. So what I'm trying to say is that I'm not trying to create unity. Okay, that's probably the opposite of what
Well,
I'm
let's
after
ask
right
Jimmy what
now.
he thinks, if he thinks,
Well, who's Jimmy?
Exactly. Who is Jimmy?
Well, but
How did Jimmy hurt you, Wogpog?
What I'm trying to say though, Zig, here's the problem. If you alienate people and they run away from the room, then the conversation isn't happening anymore. You get what I'm saying? Like if I say like
It
you're
wasn't
a fucking
happening
asshole,
anyway.
but it was though, dude. Yes, even though
It was
how
circling.
many
The problem
hours have we
is that
listened
we've
to?
allowed him.
We've
Right?
done that so many times, guys. I mean, we've already done it. We can do that. We've already circled. We know how to circle.
So the reason this comes up, I'm not going to name names. A certain person comes into the room, a week ago or so. It's like, guys, I'm just not going to vote anymore, right? Like, and this is what we're getting, right? By allowing these people to overlap with us and by not drawing that line clearly, we're letting that seem like that's a valid, course of action there, right? We've entertained this bullshit for too long and all this other stuff. And like I said, I broke my own rule in entertaining this bullshit for too long because I thought I could reach there. I thought I could, and I can't. So we have to call it out every single damn time. That's the problem.
Yeah, but can't you just like mute the room, mute them, and say, "Listen, we're not going there. I know where you're going. We're not
No, because then
going there.
they
Drop
complain about
drop them
that.
down."
They
No,
complain about that, and
but
so we have to be very
well,
direct, and we have to say that this is a psyop. This don't vote thing it's the original psyop. This was what was leveraged against black people in the South 100 years ago, right? This is the most
And I mean,
basic government psyop
yeah.
that has been run since in the U.S., and this is what it has been running on. Is this psyop, right? Like I said, these
right, but I'm
people.
talking about the room. I'm talking about the room. So you are going after the to vote or not to vote. What are you saying? Are you telling people to vote or are you telling them not to vote? That's it. And as soon as they go off topic with food prepping or children in schools and this and that, you automatically mute and say no. This is where this space is right now, voting or not voting.
Well, no, because once you mute, because this has happened to us with these people, we mute them, they complain about the muting, and then they run off into another room and complain about what we did, and then they re-soldier it, right? So what you have to do in there, yeah, you can entertain the discussion and tell whatever, but you gotta get, because they're getting their ear poison in, so you have to get your ear poison in, and there's only so much you can do, right? Once again, like I said, with any of this stuff, you give people the information, they're not going to accept it until they need to, right? This is even the basis of what I understand Christian conversion to be. Right? There's so many people who, yeah, I was raised Christian, but I wasn't saved until I was 35, right? They were given it all, but they needed that moment of spark that made them, reflect back and say, oh no, now I understand what this means, right? I don't know when it's.
Are you talking about me? Are you talking about me?
You're not 35 yet, are you?
34 and a half.
Oh, there you go.
So I'll add that after Zinc went off in the room, I was taking a look at how many people were actually leaving. I mean, it only like went down by like 25 people. There was still like 100 people in the room, right?
Yeah, but the question
So,
is that okay. So yes, sorry to interrupt. Go ahead and finish your thought, but I want to
oh
touch
no,
on
I'm
one
done.
thing.
I'm just saying that there was still 100 people in the room.
Okay, but
After you went off on his diatribe, he
okay, but
only lost 20. So,
okay, but but the point is what I'm trying to say is that it's not what you're saying, it's how you say it, right? And I've said this
Tone
in my whole
policing.
entire life. People don't understand. Like, I can go up to the biggest guy in the bar and tell him to go fuck himself, and people are like, how did you do that? And it's like, well, because I did it with a certain flourish of whatever, right? It's not what you're saying, it's how you're saying it, right? So I get what's going on, but it's like, if you're actually to the point of anger and vitriol and personal attacks, then we're in a different time zone than what we're at. You get what I'm saying here? Like, I'm trying to
Well,
Yeah,
lay it
quite
it's
down.
like
frankly, to be
it's like
quite clear.
Erickson. Hang on, it's like Erickson. He goes at you people, you people. It's just like, oh, you know what? I'm leaving the room. Like the way he delivers it and the way he's so aggressive and you people, and like, I'm not coming into space to get hammered on. Like, I don't need some old guy yelling at me. So it's
I'm not an old guy, Clear. That was a
I'm
joke.
just saying, so the delivery, Zinc, is like, okay, so if Erickson's bad at his delivery and this person, like, there's different people that speak and you're just like, oh God, I can't stand their voice, or oh God, they're going to be 10 minutes. I know it. Like, there's certain people, trust me, as a listener, and I listen all the time, you get to know where you want to go. And Zinc, again, I love you. But yeah, when you get on you'll be sidetracked. You'll be running the space, you'll be sidetracked doing something, and you'll let stuff go. And that's number one flaw I have with you. And number two is like, all of a sudden you can come across, I get it, I agree with you, but I know that person that you're telling it to is totally going to be butthurt.
The thing that gets me about him is he usually mutes people for using big words because he thinks that it's like people trying to project their intelligence on other people.
He's a very insecure person. I mean, I'm going to be direct on this. He's insecure, and that's the kind of people who start cults. right? People don't understand how cults work. I was raised in a cult. I understand how cults work. I understand prepping. I come from multi-generational prepping cults, right? Quite literally, that is what the Mormon church in Utah is a multi-generational prepping cult. So when these people are talking about the end times and, getting ready, like, these people don't understand what that means, right? They have no concept of that, right? Like, and so it's just this big LARP. But I mean, this is a cult. And
And
you
then they
have to
act
be you
like
have
we
to be
They've
don't
got
very
know.
their
direct in your messaging to cultists because you can't get through to them, and all you can do is get it in there fast. They're going to hate you for it, and they're going to run away, and all you can hope is that it continues to spread at the back of their mind, under some other circumstance, because they are in a cult. That, mass psychosis formation, right? This new fancy word for being in a cult, right? It's just a new word for being in a cult, right? Just like neuro
So
linguistic programming, you mean hypnosis? We don't need to use these
yeah, yeah.
fancy words. These words have been around. Human nature, right? Back to the, what Christians like to point out, human nature has not changed in the course of human history, right?
So let's unpack a little bit on the mass formation thing you just touched on,
The
Zink.
cult.
Do you think that it is victim blaming because this is the big takedown
So
of
this is the problem
Desmond's
with the
theory?
cult, though, is that once they're a member of that cult, they're part, right. This is the problem with all the Nazis, right? Those were just average farm boys from Germany, right? They got caught up in it and they became an accessory to it. A lot of them, some of them regretted it later on, some of them didn't, but whatever. I mean, that's the problem. While they're in it, right? Hate to reference it, but the movie The Matrix, right? If they take the form of that body, that person, right?
Yes.
Mister, is it Agent Smith takes over that person? That, right? That's the way.
Achievement unlocked.
There
I
you
got
go.
you
There
to
you go.
mention
There
the
you go.
Matrix.
There you go.
let's face it too. A lot of these
You've broken me,
spaces are
Wog. You've
full
broken
of
me.
Well, no, but so is it true though, Zink? Like just to solidify this, like do you think that uh the Desmond theory is blaming the victim for the situation?
I don't know what the theory is. All I can tell you is they're no longer a victim. They're now a perpetrator, right? Hurt people, right? If anybody doesn't understand, hurt people is a noun phrase in that case. Hurt is a verb and people, right? That is to say that too often, I'm not saying everybody, because somebody's like, oh, I know somebody who's molested and they didn't become a molester. But guess what? A lot of molested kids become molesters, right? That's just what happens, right? And it doesn't defend them, but that is so, like, to some extent, that is
So
right. So, I mean, they might have been a victim, but now they're part of the perpetration of that.
okay, so here just to lens it for you, like the theory behind the takedown of Desmond's theory of mass formation psychosis is that in the end you're saying it's the people's fault because they were fooled and they went along with it, and it was just this thing where it was sort of basically it's saying groupthink
Mob mentality.
Yeah, that it was basically like, oh, it's the government's fault because they told you what to think, and then you thought what they were told to, you went along with what what the TV told you. You all group think yourself, and then ostracize another little smaller part of the population. So he's saying mass formation psychosis is this. So it seems like a fancy word, like to hit on your other thing about like boiling down terms. It's like it somehow gives everyone an out to say, oh, we were just in a mass formation psychosis. Da, 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 da.
What's the question? Is it excusing
I
it?
mean,
Is
so
it
that's the thing.
excusing the
So
behavior?
when a mob commits, an act of mob violence, right? That's they got caught up in it and everything else, and so this is why I always go back to this idea that inherently people are not good. Goodness is a choice, and a choice that has to be made every day. Back to the book somewhat, right? And in that case, we're talking about Christian goodness, but even if you want to use philosophy, like some people, and tapping into your essence, right? Goodness is not the default. Goodness is something you have to strive for every day, right? Usually when somebody says, well, I'm a good person, no, you're an inconsequential person, and your bad decisions haven't had a massive repercussion on people, right? Whereas you can have a person who's a pretty good person, but at a high level, if they make one little mistake, that has massive repercussions, right? And that's just the thing to understand. Of course, yeah, with great power comes great responsibility and all that, but that, with no power does not, come the natural, oh, I'm a good person. No, you're just inconsequential. I'm sorry. But goodness is something that has to be strived for. And if you don't strive for it and you let yourself get caught up in the mob and you commit mob violence and you're part of that, yeah, you were sort of a victim of it, but you still participated, and it has to be a warning to other people going down the line that goodness has to be strived for, and it isn't an excuse, right? It's unfortunate. You can understand the circumstances, right? There might be mitigating circumstances. Well, they were much younger and much more ill-formed, right? And that's why we give some forgiveness for stuff like that. But you just because you were a victim of one crime doesn't excuse the crime you then commit after that, right?
I'll
I mean,
reiterate what is the question that leads to an actionable answer here?
The question is mass formation another word for cultism, groupthink, that kind of thing? So I think that
mass formation. Have you ever heard the term socionomics?
I have. I don't remember if I've ever read any of those books. I sort of dismissed them, but go ahead.
Well, it basically refers to it's very similar to long wave at different scales, and you have I envision it as being 10% of people here, 10% of people there, 80% who look at their neighbors to see where things go and follow, right? So what this I'm oversimplifying greatly, but this is how you get into a cycle where everyone is happy and everyone is enthusiastic to everyone gloomy and everyone depressed, gloomy, and this having implications not only on culture but also on economics. So the under that lens, these mass formations, they happen all the time. It's just right now this one is more noticeable because you can see really bad impacts. So the if everyone is really happy and enthusiastic and start buying either houses or Bitcoin or high tech stocks, it's still a mass formation. It's still a psychosis in the sense that
and it's
everyone is
still a cult. It's still a mob mentality, right? So my
exactly.
point, the point I'm trying to make here, it's an old George Carlin joke, and he's joking about how like everybody has to use new, softer terms, right? It used to be shell shock, and that actually made sense, right? The shell lands and you're shocked by it, right? It's very direct what's there. And then later on it was battle fatigue, right? Oh, I'm just tired. It's battle fatigue. And now it's post-traumatic. Well, I think at the time when you made the joke, it was still post-traumatic PT. What it wasn't. No, it wasn't PTSD. I think it was just PTS or something like that, or like stress, like post-traumatic syndrome, or no, it's PT. There was something that was called before PTSD. That only came out about 20 years ago. It was like called PT, like it was like post-traumatic, syndrome or something like that. And all of that stuff, right? And it's even the word with like, all the different words we have for somebody who is retarded, right? So the word retarded, right, of course, from the French just means they're slow, right? But of course, it took on a negative connotation because it's a somewhat unfortunate circumstance, right? No, actually, here's a funny one. The word cretin, you know where the word cretin comes from? It's from the French word for Christian, right? Because it used to be a euphemism. It's like, there was some, like, if you had like, dwarves or other, unfortunate people, right? Well, but they're still Christians, right? He was actually acknowledging that they had a soul and were still deserving of but of course then it takes on a negative connotation, right? So that's just exactly. So I mean that's the thing, right? So like people toss around like neuro-linguistic programming, which I hate because then people think it's like, oh yeah, I'm really into NLP. Oh, you mean natural language processing? No, I mean neuro-linguistic programming. No, what you mean is hypnotism, right? It's a fancy word for hypnotism. It's a pseudoscientific term for hypnotism, right? And then of course then
so is mass formation groupthink?
It's not even groupthink. It's just mob mentality, right? I mean,
same difference,
well,
right?
That's even a newer word, right? Back in the old days, we just called it a mob or a cult, right? We had terms for this, right? It's a cult. It's the barbarians, right? It's the horde.
So what about hierarchy? So let's move to the next positing of Desmond's thing, and we'll go around and people can comment on whatever. But I just want, while we're on this and it's just the three of us talking about it. So the movable idea of anxiety, which is one of Matthias Desmond's other things, is that there was a general anxiety in the populace that was then be able to be focused on COVID-19. And then once it was on COVID-19, it moved to, Ukraine war, et cetera, monkeypox or whatever. Is that, like, what's your take on that idea?
You mean mass hysteria?
I mean, anxiety in the group. Yes, exactly. Mass hysteria. Yeah, that would be the old term, right? No, I'm trying to point out some things here because it seems to be being rebranded and there's people latching onto it. Go ahead, Zing.
No, exactly. I mean, it's just, and then people want to rebrand. It's like, let's stop calling it a vaccine, you guys. It's a transfection, right? Mm-hmm.
Oh, for fuck. Okay, so anybody else's comments? Me and Guillaume, you go first, and then anybody else jump in on this, and you guys can go back to your book club jerk off or whatever you're doing.
It was pretty good, actually. Even the last part. I actually forgot your question.
Well, we should just call it the Philosopher's Stone book club or something. I always get value. It's funny because I came in here and it's like, oh, this would be great just for me to like relax and not get a speaker, and then I come in here and you guys are like yakking about the prior space. Clear, what's your take on things? Or Adrian?
Well, I mean, we weren't talking about the prior space the entire time for like the first like hour and 45 minutes. It was about
we were trying to explain
Screwtape
Christianity
letters, right?
to Adrian because he was raised Anglican.
Oh my God!
Exactly.
I'm sorry to hear that, buddy. If I'm ever in Ottawa, you have a shoulder to cry on.
Well, I'm in the GTA, so I don't know who you're meeting up in Ottawa with. So,
well, that's what I mean. That guy that.
Well, he meant when you go to meet Junebug, he'll come to meet you guys, right?
Well, what was your second question? There was a comment, but it just escapes me.
No one knows anymore. It's all floating by so clairvoyantly. Clear might have a comment on what we've been yakking about.
Well,
Oh, Zink just kicked her down because that'll teach her a connect. That'll teach her. Oh, she's connecting
are you back
up
there,
again.
Clear?
I think she's got to take a second on my screen. Zink just booted you down.
Claire, are you there? Well, I still see her as a speaker. Is she not a speaker?
No, it's all weird. It's connecting.
I see her as a speaker.
Okay, there we go. Clear. Can you hear us?
Claire, are you there? Are you with us?
Okay, let's see what you got. It Clear.
I would just like to say hello to the most beautiful man with the cat icon down below.
That's a strap on. That's not a cat. That's a man with a cat mask and a strap on. Just for the record.
Oh, too funny.
Clear's having connection problems, so we'll have to figure out with her.
Your question was related to how it shifts to Ukraine. You go from one thing.
Yeah, well, okay. So I'll remind you. So what Matthias Desmond's idea was that there was a permeating anxiety prior to 2020. So there's just a general anxiety in society. I don't prescribe to that per se, but what he says is that then you can take that anxiety that was sort of generally around in society. So to use Zink's term, the incorrect term, which we prefer to call something else now, but mass hysteria. And then when COVID-19 happened, that anxiety could be moved into COVID-19. And then after COVID-19, it was moved into, monkeypox, Ukraine war,
I see.
This and
okay.
that. Yeah.
So comment there. I think I'm actually going back to the socionomics idea where on a longer scale, we have a cultural disintegration that goes on for more than a decade. that makes us extremely manipulable as a mass. And you can shift from pandemic to Ukraine to climate change, and the critical sense is dull. The sense of self self reliance is gone, and you basically have it's much easier to assemble cult like conditioning under those circumstances than if everyone is already part of a culture with strong bonds with neighbors.
So what happened before? Like, but to Matthias Desmond's, okay, so this is one of the keystones of his hypothesis, that there was already permeating large scale anxiety in the populace that was able to be focused through COVID-19. Do you agree with that statement?
I don't. I think I don't see the anxiety. Um, I think I'm sticking to cultural disintegration, making everyone more vulnerable. And then, if you take an objective measure like the consumption of anti-anxiety drugs, I'm sure they would have been way higher than they were a decade prior.
Well, but that's a function. See, then we get confounders. But I would say this. I don't see it personally. Now, the problem with guys like, and I don't know how black pilled or whatever, doom pilly, rabbit holey the other people are in the room, but I just got to the point after 20 years of sort of like, I remember when the Patriot Act was passed, and I was like screaming from the rooftops, and then a bunch of other shit got passed, and I was like, holy fuck, guys, like we're going to, digital dystopia, and I'm just sort of sitting there saying things to people, and it's like being like a cyber security monitor sort of dude for like a long time. It's like, what the fuck is going on and what the hell's happening? And then not only that, just geopolitically, blah blah blah. And you're sort of like, you get to this dissonant phase yourself. It's like, well, fuck it then, I'm in it for the ride with the rest of these guys, because, and that's sort of my opinion now, it's like, well, we have to ride this as people, now they're starting to awaken, and then they're coming over, they're like, well, what about this, what about that? It's like, well, actually this is what's going on, blah blah blah. So we're at this sort of like weird phase, and it was the same thing as the phase before, where it's like you're sort of waiting for people to wake up, but now they're waking up. And then what I see, and the problem that I have with, like, the prior room, and sort of the reason why I'm calling people out or whatever, is because it's not just like allowing them to come to this side. It's like, but also there's this other thing that's like the Bretton Woods Agreement, and then there's like the Roman fucking capitulation in fucking AD 230, which means that fucking Caligula meant that, it, like, you're going too far deep into the thing where that's creating like what we want to call mass hysteria, I guess is the preferred term in this room. But this anxiety is now there and present because of what's been created. So I don't think it was present prior to 2019. I think Matthias Desmond is completely off base with that. So I'll just lay that out there and just dismiss that, because I think we're probably all in agreement here. Which points me to his hypothesis to mostly being bunk, and the real big takedown of his hypothesis, that it basically blames the victim for where we're at, instead of saying like, oh, it's the powers that be that did this. It's like our own fault because we were all anxiety ridden or whatever. But I guess at this point, it's sort of like you have to ride the wave, and you can be at the forefront of the wave, but you can't be like the next 5 waves ahead. If you guys get what I'm saying, like, it's better to be like the next wave set that's coming in and saying, okay, well, this is what I think they're coming in with, blah, 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 blah. Like, I don't know if that makes any sense.
In that context, what would be being 5 waves ahead? Just give me an example of what you see as being far, excessively far-reaching, uh, say, forecast.
Okay, so me personally, oh fuck, dude.
No, what you hear? Well, I mean, the thing that
what I think here. in the rabbit holing that of what I saw. No, complete Project Bluebeam sort of like illusionary wars and stuff. Like, oh, here's the video of like, soldiers coming in on the northern flank of Canada or something. Like, I do see that kind of stuff coming, but when the C-19 thing first hit, I went up to my buddies, like, so before I went on Twitter, I was communicating with a lot of groups across Canada, and I was saying, okay, here's what my thing is. Either one, it's real, which I doubt. So I'm going to put that one at the lowest priority thing. 2, AI has reached singularity, or 3, the aliens have landed. But really, the number 1 wasn't really that one. It was really economic depression incoming, and they're figuring out a way to print a shit ton of money, which was exactly what happened. And then, of course, they deployed the AI singularity now, and then they employed the aliens coming in with the Chinese balloon thing. So pretty much, I don't think any of those things are, except for the economic implosion. I don't think that any of them are true. I've always sort of held on to that. But in terms of what's coming on the 5th wave, I think that we're going to see virtual from what's going on now. If the populace is so, like, again, they have to move that anxiety around. That part about Matthias Desmond's hypothesis, I agree with. Now that they have this much like collective anxiety going, they have to keep on moving it around to like monkeypox and this and that. Okay, this is not getting traction, guys. We can see that it's not grabbing. Okay, monitoring the internet. Okay, that's not going to happen. People aren't taking on to it. So go on to this next thing. Okay, Ukraine war, this, that. They're going to have to keep that anxiety going, and that's what we sort of see in Canada here, is that the anxiety level must be kept high on people that are paying attention. So I think that there's something going on.
So Wogpog, to your point, and you always say this, you're like, people don't read anything. If we like, rewind to like, 40 years ago, I mean, let's say 35 years ago, like mid 80s, more people were reading, and they're less easy to manipulate, right? So, I mean, the only reason that they're able to do this is because we have a populace, that is not reading anything. They're not putting enough care and attention into things. And, like, I mean, their own lives are pretty hectic. Because like it's just busier, right? So
It's
I
not a
mean,
question of reading. They're reading too much crap, though, right? They are reading. It's just crap, and they think it's
well, I mean,
important
fair
crap.
enough. That's a
Well,
good
and
point. I mean, just let me land this. So, I mean, I think that is a big part of it. Um, yeah, and I mean, if we think back to the 80s, like could you ever have anybody pop up that says, don't vote, or sorry, you can't vote your way out of tyranny and stuff like this? Like, it wouldn't have gained any traction then, right? It's like, yeah,
They
and
had
there were
other
people who would
triggers, though,
not
right?
vote.
There was, CDs are, corrupting our children, so that's why we need more government intervention, right? There was lots of preps on these people to get more government intervention, right? We're
Right.
only where we are because of the steps before, so it's kind of hard to like say, well, before it wasn't this bad. Well, yeah, because the steps before, right? The first few steps aren't as painful as the last few steps.
Right, but I'm saying specifically that specific example that I gave, you know, it would not have gained traction in the 80s for people to say, it's pointless to vote, so just don't do it. Right? Like, I mean, that would not have gained traction. And yeah, there were a lot of
No,
people
people
that
were
did
saying, yeah,
not.
no, but people,
No, there
right?
were a lot of people
The
who did
hippies.
not vote. No, but hold on. Let me just finish this. There's a lot of people that just did not vote, and there's obviously people that did. But I mean, really, like, it didn't gain traction, right? It's not something that people. I don't know. That's my observation anyway, right? Like, it's not something that actually gained any kind of serious traction back then, right? But it seems like that type of mentality, that it's all hopeless, and like you're not going
Well,
to
so
get
here's
anywhere
the
by
difference,
putting a
Adrian.
vote
I'm going
down,
to put
right?
this out here, and I'm going to make some people butthurt in the room. They didn't need to be told not to vote because they weren't voting. The big problem here, especially among Gen X, somewhat the boomers, but Gen X, right? Like I said, a lot of these people, they started voting only in the last one or two elections, and now they're throwing up their hands and saying, "Oh, it's just not working out, you guys, right? Because they were too cool with their skateboards and whatever else they were doing out there, and everything else, right? So I mean, that's the problem with these groups, right? And that's a lot of. If you look at Global's group there, that's a lot of what it is. It's a lot of people who weren't voting, who weren't politically engaged. Now they finally like, oh shit, things are going wild. Oh, I guess I better get out there and vote. Oh, it's not immediately going, and then they're falling back on that old Gen X, skeptic, whatever it is, like anxious
Yeah.
skepticism and all that stuff. I mean, that's what they're feeding on, right? It's like, well, I'm too cool to vote now, right? Like, I was too cool to vote before, but that was just because it was kind of too much like the normies and stuff like that. But now it's because I'm such a skeptical thinker, right? I'm so skeptical of everything, right? So it's being sold as cool and skeptical. I'm not just lazy, and I haven't just been lazy for the last 30 years of my life, because I'm still young inside, right? That's what you got to remember about Gen X guys. They're still young inside, even though their balls are drooping and their tits are sagging and all their hair is turning white, but they're still young inside, right? But so it's not just that they didn't vote and didn't abdicate their responsibility for the first 30 years of their adult lives. No. It's a psyop, guys. We never had control over any of this stuff.
Should I really look up drooping balls?
No, you should get the ladies.
No, you have to look down.
Ladies,
you have to look down, Guillaume.
Yeah, right. Okay, so the ladies been dying to get in here, and we've been over masculinizing. And Guillaume's going to show us the effeminate side of Quebec, and then we're going to get some lady perspective here.
I'm actually going to go. Good talk.
See, that's the lady energy. You're leaving. You're going to James's room to get some real solace, just to make sure that you're.
No. I'm going to my room and try to get some rest for tomorrow.
À bientôt. Let's get the French spaces going there, buddy. We got to work on that.
You know what's happening? So I have the French people who attend spaces do it for entertainment. That's what I found. So it's
well, give them entertainment, buddy. What do you think we're doing? We're giving entertainment now. Let's go.
This is not an entertaining space.
Not this space. I'm talking in French. Let's go. I'll make fun of Frenchmen all day long, and they'll fucking love it.
Nah, it's a social club. I mean, okay, so I have an agenda of breathing information, and let's say breathing wisdom in, inhaling wisdom, and exhaling wisdom.
Okay, so here's what you do, Guillaume. Here's my advice to you. Find a Quebecois podcaster that's fairly small, that's funny and whatever. You find him, you get a podcaster P4, you pipe him into spaces, you have a connection with them, you figure out how to run the gear before you do it. We can help you test it out. Then you just interview him, have a laugh, you keep on going for an hour and a half. Then you just take a few questions from the group. None of these radioactive assholes as co-hosts or speakers up there sitting up there forever just to keep the other people out of the room. Then you just sort of bring them up and say, hey, you have a question or a comment, blah blah blah. Okay, thank you, and then you just drop them right back down. Boom.
You just gave me an idea.
I gave you lots of ideas, buddy. I am the king of ideas.
I will go sleep on it.
Well, I'm the king of ideas.
If Wogpog's the king of Canadian Twitter, then you can be the king of Quebec Twitter, right?
Yes.
And then Wogpog's crown becomes only the rest of Canada, king of the rest of Canada.
Well, what Guillaume doesn't realize is that he's actually their number one thing that they want to get engagement on Twitter Canada is French Canadians, right? So you can ride this wave, and of course you have to give props to your. I'll talk shitty French in there so they can all make fun of me. But you have to. You can do it, buddy. I mean, it's very simple. I mean, they are giving millions of dollars to try to get encouragement onto Twitter. All you have to do is just tap into it. You could even start a company doing this. Actually, I'll be your partner in that. You just start a company and we'll call it Quebec Twitter.
That's actually one of the options.
I'm going to warn you, Guillaume. He doesn't partner with anybody. You're going to become his subcontractor with daddy issues.
I don't want to partner with anybody.
Okay, fuck you then. I'm doing it myself, and I'll just get my buddies to do it. No. I'll overtake you. Watch this, bitch. I'm going to fucking. This the gauntlet has been laid down, and the back slapping glove slap that is the Quebecois signature hath been layin.
Okay.
See, nothing gets men going than a little competition, right? No, but Guillaume, you know what I'm saying. Like you know how the Quebec government runs. I lived there. I was, the amount of money that is put towards this shit is unbelievable. So, anyways, I don't want to give you too many ideas. I'm not going to let all my ideas out here because I think you're just like any tech guy. He's just absorbing like a sponge and ready to take up any of my ideas and make them his own, much like Steve Kirsch and John Baudouin.
Y'all have a good night.
Okay, see you, Guillaume. Thanks for coming in.
Yep, bye.
Zink, would you like to take over your own room, or should I keep on taking it over?
I was just subcontracting to you because of your daddy issues.
I wanted to hear from the ladies because they've been sitting there patiently and been trying to butt in, but we're being dinks. Clear,
Hey,
Mrs. Doubtfire?
hey, Wog, check your DM.
Yeah, I
Hope.
don't know what happened when I was I was talking and all of a sudden the phone just shut off. Did I come across it all?
No,
you cut out. Yeah.
I already checked my DMs. It's all good, buddy. I got everything's under control.
Yeah, I
yeah. What
didn't
about
see it.
Clear or Doubtfire? What's that?
Yeah, I just didn't see it by then.
Yeah, no, it's all good. Don't worry. It's just Twitter drama. You have to. We're teaching you, young grasshopper. Ignore.
Oh, I know all about
The
it.
first
I was
lesson
just
is to
wondering if
ignore
you knew about that
Waldpaw.
craziness.
Where did that come from? My dramas. No. What about Mrs. Doubtfire? What about Clear? What's the girls have to say?
Well, I thought of something, but then we got talking about saggy boobs and old brains and I'm lost now. I don't know what topic to pick.
That's the fun part.
I will say there are a lot of new people on Spaces, and I can't believe how many of the new people feel that they have to grab a mic right away, or they have to host a room, and then you have all these bots in there, you have all these people coming in disrupting. It's just like they don't even take the time to learn how to work the room. They just come in and it's just like, eh. So I kind of miss the old crowd.
Yeah, I
Welcome
agree.
to Eternal September.
I agree with you, Claire, on that. I've found one of the things this just drives me nuts is we kind of have our consistent group: Zinc, Wog, Mike, TR6 when he's not honeymooning wherever in the world. and so we kind of have a flow. We've developed a flow. We've developed specific kind of interactions, even though some of us have never met. And you've got these new people coming in, which isn't bad. But then if you say something that somebody doesn't like, they run off and open up another space and start beep, 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 beep. And it's so sandbox. Like the night that you called Junebug out and called her the lovely C word, they're still talking about that, for crying out loud. It was mentioned that the CPC PPC room that was the other day before yesterday, Saturday, I guess it was. And I piped in and I had said, I'd made a comment about, you guys are running off yapping about something that was said over a month ago, and that's kind of done. It's dead in the water.
She comes in Zink's rooms like it's dead. Like, why are you guys still talking about it? Well, they opened up another room later on and started, and Mrs. D and Mrs. D, and they're painting me like it wasn't at all what I had said, and they were and I just thought, oh, come on, you guys, like, stop with the games, just stop. And that's what I've noticed, this running back and forth. It's like a bunch of bullies on the playground, pick, and then they go running off to each other and think, oh yeah, and then she said this, and then they said that, and and it's like, really? So Zink, when you go on your diatribe, and Wog too for that matter, when you guys whip it out and you nail them, trust me, I'm loving it.
So I'm just going to give another observation here. It seems to me that everybody is just very much anti like business and corporations, and somehow this ties in with the whole unity thing. And like this is something that I've been noticing. Like
Well,
I
it's
mean,
that second. Do you
isn't
remember the
the
second part I added to the title there? Remember you read
yeah yeah
what was the second part, Adrian?
it was it's loser
It's
behavior.
loser
Is that what it
thinking because I
was?
couldn't fit mentality.
Loser
And that's
thinking,
really what
yeah.
I've chucked them down to, right? The kind of people who like to sit there and fantasize. This is something I've always known, right? The fat video game nerd who likes to fantasize about the zombie apocalypse, where he'll get out his
Me?
$100 katana off the
Me?
shelf and fight the zombies. Yep.
Me?
Yes, you
Right. I mean,
Wog.
that's the thing. That's what these people are wanting, right? They're dissatisfied with things, and so they want the revolution and everything else, right? Because I mean, it's loser thinking, right? Like that's the thing. Like that's what got them there, and that's what wants to stay there. And they want to think, well, it's not my fault, right? That's the thing. They want to be a victim, right? We couldn't help it, guy. Like the global, what was it?
But beyond loser thinking, it's also like
Global martial law,
leftist
right? It
think.
wasn't our fault. It was global
Yeah,
martial law. And every time that he explains that, I just explain to him, it wasn't, the 338 in Parliament that locked us in or didn't allow us in. It was our friends and neighbors. You guys think it's the left versus the right, but we got to unify. No, I don't want to unify with those people. Those are the people that ostracized me, segregated me, and turned me away, right? If they want to come crawling back and, confess, their misgivings there, then that's fine. We can forgive, and there's a long road of redemption and all that stuff. And we never close that, but there, redemption and contrition is part of that on their side. But
Me?
yes, it's all Wogpog's fault. The king of
Well,
Canadian Twitter.
I'd like to say hello to everybody in the room. How's everybody doing tonight that's got a speaker mic? I'd like to hear from each and every one of you to start off my thing. I just want to is everyone doing okay tonight? Can I get 12 people to go around the
A
circle?
rose to all
How's
the ladies in the room.
How's
Are you Wog? Are you drunk?
No, I'm just being a dink because I gotta go. I gotta go in like 10 minutes, but I'm being that fucking dink because I'm that dink. There is frustration here, guys. We got people don't understand that we've been holding the torch for these guys. Then all the ladies picked it up and they got all the doctors and stuff in. They're making the big rooms. Okay, that's great. Marion now falls now, the CTV of fucking spaces. There's a little bit of frustration there, and there's a little bit of down. Like we're seeing the shadow banning in real time. I mean, if we've been doing the OG spaces, why are we still at 30 people in the space when it should be 1,000? I mean, if there's anybody in Canada that believes in anti-narrative stuff, why are we siloed? I mean, these are big questions, and I've started to call out Elon Musk about it. I mean, Mikey's rooms are being quelled. The NCI themselves are shadow banned on Twitter. Okay, ask yourself that question. Why is the NCI crowd-funded, activity level to look into the C19 debacle? Why are they shadow banned on Twitter? Where are the answers from Elon? There is no fucking answers. This is bullshit. Where is Malone? He's not retweeting it. We don't know what's going on. Where are the big Canadian influencers? They're not retweeting it. So at this point, to me, this whole platform seems like, aside from 30, 40 people in this room or whatever there is, 12, I don't give a shit. It begs the question, what exactly are we doing you know, and that's why Rumble becomes so important. But even Rumble's a piece of dog shit. So you're sitting here and you're looking at the whole thing. It's like, well, we're just in a perception box and we're just going to be kept in our own little silos. And this is how it's going to go. And that's the rest of it. And when the Silicon Valley guys come in, like with our buddy that produced that video with John Baudouin, the space that we were on with John Baudouin, he streamed it onto his Rumble, got 60,000 views. You know, it's like
It's quizzical.
these
It's
little
Yeah, but you know what?
quizzical.
mysteries.
I'm going to say something here, though, too. Is like Mario's rooms, it's always generally, almost always a different topic. It's what's going on right now, what's coming out, what's here, everything's new. Some of the Canadian spaces, they're the same. And, you know, like I haven't tuned in to Mike's room at all. I'm done with it. I just feel like I'm being beaten to death with it. And it's like, I just don't want to go there. I don't want to be in that
Just
space.
watch the NCI then. I mean, all he's doing it lately is just streaming the NCI. I mean, do you know about the NCI at all?
Yeah, I do know. And I have gone into the room and I've stayed, you know, I don't know, maybe 15, 20 minutes or something. I'm like, yeah, I just don't want to be here. You know,
Well,
I
see,
want
we're
to
not
know
the
what,
audience for that. That it's for the normies, right? We already know all this stuff. There's nothing new in the NCI for us. Yes, if we and unfortunately, if we're streaming it,
right,
well, the
right.
people who
So,
already follow us already know. Like that's the sort of
right,
tail.
but you guys are kind of connected there with it. I'm just saying, you know what you have to do is kind of look at
No, I'm
why
saying the
is
same
that
thing,
room
Claire. Right? Like
working?
I boost Mikey on that
Yeah,
and everything, but of course, yeah, I haven't really listened to a whole lot of the NCI myself because I've heard it. I lived it, right? We were there in the trenches, right? It's like, well, what was going on all this time, right? We were there on it, right? And the unfortunate problem is, how do we get it right? And anybody who follows me, and Wogpog, and Mikey, and everyone, right? So it's kind of like I said, it's like the snake eating its own tail at this point, right? Because it's like, yeah, it's revalidating, and so for some people that's good, right? The revalidation of what we kind of experienced there. I have a high enough opinion of myself that I don't need revalidation, right? We talked about my pride earlier. Um, so I mean, it's yeah, it's. But then the problem is with our rooms, right? And kind of to your point, they're clear. The other success of Mario Knopfler's room is that everybody knows they're not going to get a mic in there because it's just too important. They're too big, right? They come into our rooms. Some weird, crazy German person who keeps spamming my tags and nests and stuff like that. They don't get a mic because they're weird, right? Or some other particular person who comes in and starts their weird swim lanes and stuff, right? Like they come in, and the moment you kick them out, right, then everybody has drama over right. You know, the big
yeah,
spaces.
but stop caring about that.
No, I don't.
Stop
I don't. But
caring
that's what I'm
about
saying
that
is that
because
that's the cycle we get, right? Is it's perception, right? When people go into those spaces, well, this is so important, and these people are so high and mighty that if I'm granted that 3 seconds of having a microphone, right, I'm going to go brag about it for the next 3 days in every other space, right? But then if they come into your space and they don't instantly get a mic, and it's like, fuck you, buddy, I'm going to dox your ass.
yeah, but Mario does have a way of he brings them right back on topic. Like he just shuts them right down. Like when that one guy came in, like that is one of my big pet peeves is when you go onto a space, you see the title of the room and it says what it's talking about. And then all of a sudden, like when that guy came in, we were talking about Canadian issues. And the one guy started talking about the American issues. I'm like, okay, why is this American guy coming in here talking about the Supreme Court in America? Like that's not what this space is. And he should have been shut down right there and then, like, hey, buddy, you're in a Canadian space. We're not talking about US politics.
Me?
No, not you.
Yes, you.
So for people that don't know, my troll on the internet on Twitter is me with like an exclamation mark, a question mark, and then whatever. So anytime someone says like, you know, the pleb will say something like, I'm done with these CPC voters or whatever, I'll be like, me. So I constantly go around the internet, no matter what anyone's saying, I just say me, or the other one I do is correct or uncorrect, or I do correcto or uncorrecto. Yeah, well, to Zink's sort of diatribe there, I think that like the value of the NCI is not what we think it is, right? And so yes, I get it. It
Well, like I
is a
said, we're
review. It
boosting it,
is.
so I do boost it whenever I can. But the problem is, yeah,
Yeah.
it's not necessary for us to listen to it. We're trying to boost it because, yeah, it's being shadow banned. We're trying to get it out there. So, yeah, don't feel like you have to listen to it because, of course, like I said, we were in here, we were living it, we were fully aware of these things when they were going on. It's just a validation of all the stuff we know. But, yeah, we're trying to boost it. So I do boost Mikey's room and everything there and try to boost, like, all the tweets that Wogpog puts out there.
Yeah.
Because that's what we got to do. Yeah, we got to boost it, right? But don't feel like you got to listen to it.
But we're not boosting it for our own good. I mean, like, look, we've had people crying and come into the rooms and vaccine injured and all the rest of it. I mean, like, I think that's what you're hitting on, Zink. Like, we've carried like, essentially the template that was made here, and not to be, offensive to people that want to come in and just yammer on about stuff, but I mean, we created the template with, like, let's keep it on topic, let's go, like, boom boom boom, okay, yeah, thank you very much. And it's really hard to, like, of course, interrupt someone telling some gigantic sob story or whatever, and you can't really do it. But we've already heard this, and this is true. But the other thing is that the value of the NCI and why we're pumping it is because it is the Canadian trucker convoy 2.0, right? It is the lightning rod for the world. And maybe that's the reason why other people don't pump it. Maybe it's because they've already heard it. I don't know. Viva Frei finally pumped it, thank God. But it really, every Canadian influencer should have at least one tweet with the NCI in it, right? And that's what I'm saying. Like, one of the big things that sort of got me into attack mode here is, if I'm going to have to start calling people out, and even if they are my followers, or we're mutuals and you're a big fucking whatever thing, I've reached out to all of them on DMs and said, hey guys, like, we need to pump the fucking NCI, like, and maybe they could come back with something like what you just said, Zink, which would make sense to me. Okay, that's fine, you've already heard it.
Me?
But maybe some of your followers haven't. Exactly. So
you know what's interesting what you're saying there? It's like you'd think the CPCers and the CPC influencers would pump it. I mean,
exactly.
there is nothing in that
Yeah, but no,
that is
China,
against Pierre or
we-
anybody
you know,
else,
Orange Man
right?
came and told us that China was what we need to all be focusing on, right? Except he stopped talking about that when it turned out some of the CPC had also taken money from China. So I guess we don't talk about that. Now we're talking about Pierre's our guy.
But no, I
Adrian,
mean,
Pierre's our guy. Pierre's our guy.
I mean the influencers, like
Me?
the pleb, and like, yeah, and well, you have said that you have pumped it, right? So I mean, and I've
No,
retweeted and stuff too. I have a
but you're
smaller
right.
account, but
You're right, Adrian.
yeah,
Why is it not like, and mostly, of course, the
exactly.
influencers that we have contact with, and I'm not going to name, okay, just don't name, okay, because, like, I want to keep the communication value open here, but I have tagged them all individually, like, in the tweets. I have DM'd them and said, guys, I'm really asking for a retweet here. I haven't got any retweets, and I've been on Viva Frei's ass, like, way before this, to say, dude, why aren't you covering this? Like, you're not covering a bunch of shit that you should be covering. And I called him the C word, actually. I deleted it, but that's when my account went from going
Cuddly? You
up.
called him cuddly?
Yes, I called him, hi, cuddly Viva Frei. What the fuck are you not covering this stuff? And it was something important, like, 4 months ago. And it was amazing to see, like, once you call out, like, any of these big influencers or reporters, your account. So I was going up 100 followers a day, right? So at that pace, I would be probably at 18,000 followers right now. I'm at 9,000 followers. Once you call out these guys on their bullshit, you immediately get spanked, and you go down from 100 followers a day to 6 or something like this. And then as you slowly, like, sort of toe the line and you don't make any waves, you get up to 15 followers a day again, and it's like this slow build back up. Like, there's a total mechanism going on here. This Twitter is not free. I tweeted that the other day. It is not free. This platform is completely contrived. All social media, everything you see on the internet, every perception that you see off this fucking box is completely contrived, and it's designed to create a certain effect, to poll you, to figure out where you're at, and to figure out what box you're in and where you're at within that box realm. It's literally the world's biggest polling machine. And I know that's not what people want to hear, and that Elon Musk is the true freedom fighter, and like it's all bullshit, right? It's all backroom deals to just keep all the backroom access going on. It's something is going on with Twitter Canada where they're shadow banning NCI Canada. Like I said again, that is not correct. Okay, now if I want to counterpose that, and I don't want to put up the tweet because I don't want to give this guy any more bullshit. Someone threatened to shoot Tracy Wilson's daughter at the ice cream store that she goes to every Sunday night. And that's the girl that's reporting, that's the lawyer lady that's reporting on the CCFR firearms rights thing, doing the tweet threads that I retweet every morning. And you can go find the offending tweet if you really want to do it, but I don't want to feed that troll. Twitter safety has not banned that person's account, okay? But yet they are shadow banning the NCI's account. This is a leftist that said it'd be a real shame if your daughter was shot while she went to ice cream on Sunday night at the local ice cream shop. That's inside knowledge, guys. Like there's shit there. Maybe that was their family habit to go to the ice cream shop every Sunday night or something like this. What the fuck is that? What the fuck? That's a clear obstruction of terms of service of Twitter. Nothing has changed. Okay, it's all they've done is they've created this platform where they think that you're free to talk and all the rest of it.
I said it's
Nothing.
goalpost
It's the
moving. What it
same
was is
internet
this is the
before.
same Twitter it was 4 or 5 years ago, which was already woke. What changed was that we can't even mention things like ivermectin or alternative things. Now they've given us that back, and people think it's a win, right? That's the nature of goalpost moving, is they take 2 steps and they give you back 1, and it's like, hey guys, we got our freedoms back, right? So that's what all these people. It's like, no, Pierre's going to fight for our gun rights. It's like, yeah, because Trudeau completely purposely overstepped it in every way, so that when he gets, when he gives back one of the little gun rights that he's taken away recently, like, oh guys, Pierre's our guy. Look what he gave us. He gave us back all this stuff, right? So that's what they do, right? It's always to make it like, I think we're winning, you guys. I really think we're winning, you guys. I really think we're winning, you guys.
I coined PP, just for the record. I coined PP on the internet. I said it first.
I mean, you've
Small
done a lot of
PP.
things with peepees on the internet, so.
Incorrect, but no, I did coin that term. I did. I remember with TR6, he was there. So, anyways, let's get Rolo's take, because he's often the old fat guy in the corner that smoking the cigar that sort of sits back and doesn't really say anything until we all hang ourselves with our own words. What's going on with Rolo? Rolo, man.
Just been waiting for a chance to get in here, and as requested, Wog, compliment you. Secretly, I've been madly in love with you and tremble at the vibrato in your voice.
Ooh, I'm feeling like a wedding, all officiating.
I don't think it's vibrato. I think it's just still breaking. I think he's had puberty for the last 30 years, right?
Vibrato. How's that?
Yeah, it needs a little work.
I could do more, but I don't want to freak the fuck out of my neighbors. They're like, what the fuck's going on over there now? He's not yelling at some weirdo lawyer in Ontario, calling her C words all the time. No, I think like the end result of what goes on is that, like, think about the team we've assembled, guys. I mean, no matter what they throw at us now, I mean, we got fucking virologists, we've got, lawyers, we've got, I mean, the team that we've assembled of different people, specialities, and different things, like throw anything at us at this
I'm going to
point,
call it
and
the
we'll
Z
be able
team.
to
I coined
disseminate.
that. We're the Z team.
Like boob size or cup size.
Double Z team, then fine.
Okay, double. That's better, because double Z means, instead of the A team, the double Z team. Yeah, you know what I mean. Like we're resilient, and I'm fairly confident in, like, A, myself, and B, like, everyone else. You know what I mean? Does that make any sense? Or no one
Yeah.
has any confidence in me?
Well, that's the thing.
I'm
I was
not
going to
saying. I'm
say, I
not saying.
think
I'm not saying
Pog's looking
you
for some
guys.
validation. We all have no.
No,
Everybody
no.
together. Open your mics. We all have confidence in you, Wog Pog.
No, that wasn't the
Thank you for
point. That
having
wasn't.
confidence in
We all
us.
have confidence.
No. What the point was that we should all have confidence in ourselves. I should have phrased it properly. I know I'm dealing with a linguist here. What I meant there is that we all have confidence in ourselves, and then we have confidence in others, right? Because it is a team effort. I don't know. I thought it was.
But I mean, do we? I mean, from the other space there, I'm hearing about like people going back to this like middle ground and like unity and stuff like this, and like, I mean, even people on our side, which is kind of surprising to me. I mean, the PPC for me is always about individualists, right? Like, I mean, people who want, less
We were
taxation and
there four
less
months
rules
ago,
and
though, Adrian.
regulations.
We were there 4 months ago. We were talking about unity and stuff too, and then
I
I was like
never
slowly
was.
thinking
I
about it.
never was.
I wasn't
Yeah, because
either.
you're a selfish prick, but that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about like how do we get through this, right? Because your answer of getting through it is just like your own prepper moment, Zink. So the collective, Zink. We have to be.
Well, I mean, so this is you're making my point for me, right? It's like, why is that collectivist group think even coming in on like, people in our side, like,
We have to.
I mean,
Because they
We have to.
weren't
We don't
on
have a
our side
choice.
and they want to go back to that warm,
yeah,
No, but
that's
we.
my
fuzzy
point. That's
blanket.
what I'm saying.
There's only one way out of this, guys, and I'm going to tell you this. It's just like fighting the Borg with, Captain Picard in, season 7, episode 2 of fucking Star Trek: The Next Generation. You're going to have to go into it. I don't see a way out of this without collectivism. Okay. The other point of the problem here is that we're not adding. First of all,
And that shitter is still
what do you
overflowing 30 years later.
what do you call it, Zink? There's like what do they call it? An adjector or a modifier? What are we talking here verbally? So when I say logic collectivism, how would you break that down word wise? Is the logic part a modifier of the adjective? Am I correct there?
Logic is the adjective. Well, it's a compound noun, actually.
Okay, so it's a compound noun. Okay, so I wanted to get him on it before I say something, untoward here. Okay, so what the idea is here? Like, do you remember the Borg thing, Adrian? Do you remember that? I'm sure you're
Oh
Star Trek.
yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so there was no way to fight it, right?
Well, because they would adapt all the time, right?
Right. So there's no way to fight it. So you had to go into it to solve the problem, right? So I'm just looking for like.
Yeah. You're talking about
I,
the one episode when they they
when
capture one Borg and then like they
no,
kind of give him like a sense of like individuality, and then they have him reinsert into the collective.
But
And
you're
then
not talking
his
about the
ideas.
part when. Yeah, then his idea is what?
Yeah, his idea is that idea of sense of self, which they taught him on the Enterprise. It starts to permeate through the Borg hive
Right.
mind, right? And
Okay,
and
right.
apparently it causes chaos, right? That's when that one chick in the Star Trek movie, she actually references that. She says, "Oh, when you reinserted him, it like created chaos among the Borg, right? Because
Right.
like
But
the idea
of
the idea of sense of self was not a concept that the collective was, really. It's not something that they understood, so it
able
created
to
chaos.
compute. Yeah, able to compute. But you're skipping a step where Captain Picard was actually captured by the Borg, and he was resisting it, and there was no way to resist it. Okay.
Yeah.
So, what is collectivism, right? And I'm going to go back to my, terrible, gender identity triggering moment where collectivism is a female concept, right? So why is that? Why would I say that? If you look at hens, okay, all you have to do is look at chickens. What did the hens do? The hens all cluck around each other even if there's a, you know, gigantic yard, a fenced-in yard, they're able to do whatever. They all hang around and they cluck each other, and they create a hen pecking order. That's the nature of women. Okay, what do the roosters do? The roosters go over, and there's actually some new science on this, and I'll touch on this in a sec. The roosters go over and they make their little territory, and they scratch at their territory. There's 2 roosters, they'll divide the thing in half. If there's 3 roosters in the third, and so on and so forth. The interesting thing from new studies that have just come out, like in the past month or two, is that the roosters will actually go and find food for the hens, let the hens eat the food, and then after the hens have eaten whatever food that they could pick up, then I don't want to trigger everybody here, but the smarter male will eat everything that the hens have missed on the first pass or whatever. I'm joking about the smarter thing. But so in other words, the male prioritizes the health of the harem over his own health, right? And so the rooster with the most amount of food is going to get the harem move over to that area. Now, meanwhile, the hens are too busy pecking each other. They don't even know where they're moving, what's going on. That's why, the directionals, if you ask your wife, like, oh, which way do I turn now? It's like, I have no idea. Get out the map, honey. Like, it's not in the wheelhouse of the hens don't care. They're rotating around resources, right? And the males are rotating around. I got to know where the fuck I'm going here. I'm marking this right here, and if that fucker crosses that line, I'm going to kick your ass. That's what goes on. So then, if you think this and you think, well, you know what, these are hyperbolic statements. Go and watch a male at a bar, and he'll actually scratch his foot like a rooster. He's marking his territory. That's his little territory. What do the women do? They all gather a little gaggle of hens, and they all hen pick each other, and they have a little order of who's on the top and who's on the bottom and all the rest of the stuff.
Yeah.
We think that we're above this stuff. And meanwhile, we're talking about AI becoming singularity and all the rest of it. And this is supposed to be created by a bunch of like mammals running around with like the most base retardation levels that you've ever seen in your lifetime. And you're still seeing this behavior of the vagal brain nerve of the base, neuro centric brain stem sort of operational. And so it's to me, it's like, it's almost hilarious. And it's like, it's hubris, human hubris at its finest, right? Oh, we can create AI singularity. It's like, sure you can. Let's see all you tech weenies go to the bar. Well, if you put the tech weenies in the bar, they're going to be scared shitless hanging around the fucking bathroom trying to pick up any kind of straggler that's too drunk at the end of the night. Like they're, you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, but AI is like going to take over the world. It's like, yeah, and you're hiding at the side of the bar. It's like, so you don't seem like a very, balanced human being, but no, AI is coming. It's going to do all this stuff. It's like, we're going to finally get back at the jocks. Whatever, buddy. Like, maybe you need to calm down and, take a chill pill. Like, no. AI is coming. It's going to be like, so we have this, we're dancing. Yeah.
So I mean, I just want to like kind of tie it back to like the whole Borg thing, and the collectivist thought. So you're saying that is primarily like a female trait to be collectivist, and they're the ones running the show now. Is that it?
During the pandemic, safety collectivism was what I referred to it as, but collectivism was running the show.
So,
and
so,
then the idea
it's not running it now.
No, we're in transition period.
Now they're looking for a hero. That guy who, I don't want to be your hero, but I'll lead you to the promised land, ladies.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So what's happened is that they've gotten to the point where the food is exhausted, and now they're looking for the rooster, but they've put the roosters, the hens have forced the roosters back into the roost. So they don't know where to look for the food. And I'm talking like, this is base like biology. This isn't like some, thing that I'm just quoting or something. So now they're looking for the roosters to go find them the food, right? But the roosters have been convinced that they're, part of the collective too, but they're too scared to leave the house because of whatever. So we're taking human analogy here, but the idea here is so even though you skipped ahead there on your analogy, the problem is we have to introduce individuality, right? So individuality, and this is why I call it logic collectivism, right? But I'm trying to explain this in very quick terms for soundbite people on spaces. What's happening is that you need the roosters to come out of the roost and go find that food again, and whichever rooster finds the most food is going to get to be able to dink the chickens that night. You know what I mean? So the women need to sort of self-collectivize and figure out like what the hell just went wrong, and then the men need to go into their own things like, why the hell are we hiding in the fucking roost? You know, so it's not just blaming on one side, but safety in itself is a collectivism ideal. So that means that it's femininity squared, right? And so when we say logic collectivism, that would be more your representation of like yin and yang, right? So unfortunately, or fortunately, fortunately actually, is that we need to work together, right? Like if I was living in a bachelor pad at this, I mean, I'd probably be a neat freak, but I'm not. But when I was a bachelor, I was a slob, right? So I got married and and I have to like, you know, vacuum the floor and do all this. So it was a give and take, right? Like, so for me doing X, Y, and Z, she did X, Y, and Z, right? So that's how we're designed
She
to work.
examined
Like
your
I
zipper?
can't. No comment. I'm not talking about. I don't know about zippers. I mean, you mean the Canadian invention? Do you guys want to talk about Canadian inventions? The Canadian invention of the zipper was 1923. But the point is that like we require that duality to get through it, right? But when we say like press start, like for my big metaphor all the time, inactivating yourself at a base level is not enough, right? So you have to enact, you know, okay, I'm now an activated male and I'm a human and I'm on Earth in this time period. I have to connect to other males and figure out what the fuck are they saying, and then we have to figure out like what the hell is our game plan here? What's going on with the world? Blah 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 blah. And I have to find my tribe, right? And same thing for the females. They have to connect, and has to be a shit ton of healing especially on the female side, right? Especially on the female side,
So,
because
I mean, in the previous space, people were talking out against tribalism, right? It's like, oh, there's too much tribalism and like this and that, and like as if it's like it's a bad thing. And like, I mean, individuality, it didn't even seem to really be mentioned, right? And that's why I kept harping on the idea that like, listen, it's we are divided right now. We just have to accept that, and people are gonna have to pick a side. And I mean, I divide it as like uniparty trash, LPC, NDP, CPC, and on one side, and then there's the PPC on the other side. And from picking a very specific side, making like a blunt move, like what am I about? What do I stand for? Which way am I gonna go? Right? I mean, you will have individuality come out of that because you're not just sitting on the fence anymore. You actually have to take a stand and like make a fucking choice, right?
well, you're scratching out your territory as a rooster, right? You're saying like, I'm betting on there'll be more worms that come up in this area than the other area, right?
Yeah.
Like if we were going to keep on using this analogy, which is fairly retarded, but the idea here is that you're hedging your bets and saying like, my bets on like, you know, in this, well, in all cases for
Well, I'm not really
mammals,
hedging. I'm saying I'm going all in, right?
well, but that's, yeah, but same, you know, I mean, whatever, right? It's like a stock bet. But the reality is that, so here's where I posit what the value of this is, and I'm again controversial here. It's not actually about the CPC, it's about the independent thinking that arrives to the point of saying that you have to vote, you should be voting for the PPC if you are, you know, an independent thinker, right? The thing that I want to latch onto is the independent thinker, because if we latch on to the CPC, PPC, whatever, we're getting into once every 4 years thing again, right? So it's like the value of, and I would say this, the reason why I think it's valuable to have those rooms or to participate in those rooms is not because it's CPC versus PPC. It's critical thinking versus strategic thinking or whatever, like not critical thinking versus critical thinking, right? So if you are for CPC, you're essentially for transing kids and Ukraine war and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So once you can break through that, like I'm not a big federalist, right? So I don't know. I'm not the best, because I know it's going to go down the path of whatever. What I'm saying is that I want people to start critically thinking. That's all I want them to do. If they can do
Well,
that,
my
then
thing is that, you know what, Wog, it's like, I don't need to put down, your party. Like, I think each party has something to offer, but I'm going to promote my party. Like, why am I voting PPC? I just want less government. That's my main reason. And you focus on what it is that actually why you are voting for that party. And that's what you promote. Promote why. I don't need to tell you the flaws of your party. You already know them. I know the flaws of mine, so I'm going to promote the good part, the positive.
It takes both. You need some people to go
Yeah, it
high,
does
but
take,
you also need
yes,
some
it
people to
does
go
take both.
low. And nobody likes it. I mean, Wogpog is going to get this, right? Some people are the Hugon, some people are the Bokor. You need both. I'm a bit more of a
Yeah,
Bokor.
and I told you the other day, you have to have everybody, you have to have all the different levels, but you still do have to concentrate on when you're in that combat, when you're, it's like sports, you're all team players, but I'll be damned if I'm going to put some of my shitty team players, with a tied score, or with their first line coming out. And I'm not going to put my fourth line out there. So you got to play the game, but play it strategically.
so if you were going to say something about the PSYOP that was conducted during the last 3 years, is it on point to say it's time for the ladies to get together, the girls, all the girls from grandchildren all the way up to grandmas, and try to get their shit together to what's going on? Because if democracy is feminized, it always leads to revolution, right? We're going to have to figure out a way to get those people together. And I'm not taking away any of the same thing has to happen on the male side, but are you in agreement with that sort of statement there?
I don't know. I don't think I'm fully on statement there.
Okay, well, how about this?
I
Do
like
you
the
know?
one part, Wog, where you had mentioned in one of the spaces before about the percentage of non-voters and that being the base.
Yeah, so that's about a third of the voters here in Canada, 10 million. But I want to say this. Do you know anybody I've talked a lot to my buddies here, and one of the repeating
You're not supposed to have
themes
any
that
other
have been,
friends other than me.
I know, well, that's the problem. I have other friends and you don't. The issue is, I've talked to lots of my male buddies, and a lot of them were coerced into taking the shot, not from the government, not from anyone else, but their wives. Okay. And I think this is a common thread. I don't think it's much talked about, but the collectivism thing that we were talking about before, um, it, there's something there to that. Okay. And I don't know. I'm positing a question to the room. I can't, my sample group is very small, but I've heard this from multiple of my buddies. Like, well, my wife just saw my ass, so I just got the thing and like got it over with. Like, your work wasn't mandating. It's like, no, my work didn't give a shit, but so is this not a problem? I mean, save grandma. Is this and when I talk to Esme, the gender lady that knows all about the gender stuff and all the rest of it, I mean, she backs me up 100% on this. But does anybody remember hearing that from their buddies and stuff? Like, is that just me, or is that just is that anecdotal on my part, or does anyone else remember that?
So, I mean, mainly with my peer group, people did it for work.
Yeah, I'm odd man out because it was my brother who was pressuring me to get it, and I was the one that said ain't gonna happen. And he was the one that pressured me to take my dad in.
But
And
and with all due respect, because it's the same with my brother, is your brother a beta cuck?
my brother's an idiot.
So yes.
Yeah, I guess so.
So, but we've been taught to acquiesce to the female here, guys, and so this psyop that's happened on women, right? Like, so we can say that the pill was liberating for the women. Was it liberating for the women? And these are those hard conversations, right? Was it really liberating for women? So women are supposed to pick, like, this is the guy that I could actually, if I get knocked up from this guy, he's the guy that would really love and care for me and my child, right? Was the pill actually liberating for women? Ask yourself this base question, because we've been taught this since we were kids.
So I'm actually going to lay down some science on what you're getting at here.
Wait a sec. Okay, just hold on a sec. Or was it liberating for men? Go ahead, Zink.
No, actually, so here's what the thing. They've done this. There's scientific studies you can see, and they've taken women at different points in their cycle and had them look at the same pictures, right? When they were at the height of their fertility, more masculine faces were more attractive to them. When they were at the trough of their fertility there, they liked more of the beta cucks. So what would happen historically, you could argue, is that when they were at the height of the fertility, they would get knocked up by the alphas, right? But now that they're on the pill and they could choose, right? They're banging the alphas, but then they're marrying the betas and getting only those betas kids, right?
And there's lots more deeper to that, but I want to stick on that one question. Like, do people think, so if we were to do a poll in this room, do you think that the pill, like birth control itself, was an enabler of women or men? Right? And we'll just do a verbal poll.
Men.
I'd say men. I'd say men.
So what do the girls think?
Men.
I think women.
Yeah, I think women too.
Okay,
we got to
Isn't
be a
that
little bit more
interesting?
frisky.
All the guys said men, and the women, us women, stuck together and said women. Isn't that interesting?
Well, because it's sports sex, right? Because it's sports sex now. You have to do a weighing scenario of, like, okay, yes, you have your teenagehood and you're whatever, you're in the backseat of the Chevy and you're just your first experiences. Okay, barring all that stuff off, you think that it empowers women more than men. Okay, interesting.
Maybe not when it was first created, but I think the sexual revolution, if you want to call it that, what happened as women transitioned from the traditional roles of staying at home and raising kids and valuing that and getting into the workforce and competing with men. And there was a period of time in the mid 80s, late 80s, where women sort of took on the role. They were like, when women were called whores, for instance, and they kind of kicked back at that and said, up yours, you guys are out skronking anyone and anything with 2 legs and a hole, and so we're going to do the
Sometimes
same
4
thing and up
legs.
yours. Yeah, okay, good point. And so I think the dynamics shifted that way. There's still that underlying toll for women of wanting that man and that relationship, and I think that's just innate in us. I think it's built into us, and I think with men it's built into them, um, that they're going to be the warriors, and they're going to go out and kill the food and bring it home, and say, look woman, look what I've got. And so I think there's a real tension of people wanting to break free of those innate part of us, and say, no, it's not innate.
So I'm
Well,
just going to point out that the book we read tonight does cover this topic. Just saying.
So then cover it right now. Give us the pricey.
I just closed my computer. There's a section.
No, but just
Yeah, there is
summarize
a
it
section.
on your
Adrian,
brand.
please go to that
brand.
section and read it.
Yeah, I'll
No,
go to the
Christ,
section.
God damn it! You guys are gonna fucking read books to us. It's like an audio book from autists. Audio for autists. That's what should be the title of the book club. Okay, I'm gonna say this while he's figuring out what page it's at. I don't trust no chick with she's on the pill or not, because I've been around enough crazy that I got a backup plan for all that
Well,
stuff.
I was going to say,
I don't.
the chick knows when she's on it and when she's off it.
Yeah, but I mean, what I'm saying is that I never took
I'm saying as
anyone's
far as
word for I'm
who
on
is
the
it more
pill.
liberating for? The chick knows when she's, oh yeah, I'm off the pill. Oh, she's off the pill, but she isn't. Now she's got you, right?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So I never played that game. Like, so it didn't even matter, like, pill or not. I mean, what are we talking about, rubber or not? I mean, it's like, it wasn't really a game that I played. I also dodged all the STD, nightmares of rotating through my youth. But it's like I wouldn't put that trust into someone else. There was those girls that I was with that I would totally trust them of having my children, if I had had children with them. But it's like it's a two-way street, right? So it's like, yeah, okay, oh, well, I'm on the pill. It's like, sure you are, chick, sure you are. And it's like my like just the way that I run like risk management. It's like zero trust. Like, I don't give a shit. You can tell me whatever you're on or whatever you're not
So
on.
then how did it liberate you? You said that you felt it was for males, it liberated the males.
No, I think
With
every
what
other
you
guy in the
said,
room
that
said it. Did you say so? Well,
No, it
oh,
didn't.
okay.
It didn't.
Okay.
It didn't.
Okay,
It
sorry.
didn't. It didn't liberate me personally.
Sorry, Wog.
I operate on a zero trust level, so that's just me. It's the same thing I do with the internet. But with the like, I'm not exactly talking about the time period that we grew up in, because we had the AIDS scare where we all
so
lost our
funny
virginity
enough,
wearing
just on my
rubbers.
timeline just now,
Anyways,
I saw a meme. I put it up there in the nest that is pertinent to this conversation.
okay, I will check it out. But what I'm saying is that I'm talking about the liberation. I'm specifically talking about like the
I'm just going to say before he sees
1960s
it,
to
this is why Wog
1980s.
still wishes he had a foreskin.
Unacceptable. You just like pointing fun at me because I got robbed in
Maimed? You've
circumcision.
been maimed?
I have been maimed by losing probably 2 or 3 inches of length here. That's why I have a micro penis. But I don't want to go into my personal stories. So, girls, what I'm talking about here. So, no one really gets on the girl side when I'm laying down, I guess, maybe. You don't think it was a liberation for men, really? Like, at the end of the day, like that it was.
If
And I'm
there's
not
no
talking maybe.
consequence that you're gonna knock a chick up.
Well, yeah, it's like sports sex is now, like.
Yeah.
And then feeding like the Rockefeller thing on the end,
but I
like
mean, if
on the long arc, it's feeding the Rockefeller, Malthusian, too many people on the earth, kind of like ideal, right?
but I mean, if you think about it, like women have actually lost due to the pill coming in, because like courting is no longer a
Hundreds of
thing,
millions
right?
of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars were lost because you're an economic guy, right, Adrian?
Well, yeah,
So
I am,
hundreds
but
of
that's not
millions
my
of
point,
dollars
right?
were lost. No, I was joking.
Well, I guess in a sense you're right, because like the series of dates that you go on, that you have to pay for the woman and stuff like that, and it like
No,
kind of
I mean child support and marriage and divorce and
well, I mean that's
hundreds of
another
millions
issue.
of dollars were lost towards the women because they couldn't just hook this guy in anymore, right?
So I mean, I talked to this one guy on your Kingpin, and like his whole thing, it's from Ohio, and like we've actually had conversations about this. It's like he says that courting is something that is dead now. It's like it's something that's just been lost, and I mean
Not
it
for
really
me.
is true,
Not for
right?
me. I've been courting you for months.
Oh well, and thank you. I
No,
do
but
appreciate that.
I was a good courter. No, I was very respectful. I was gentlemanly. I opened doors and shit like that. Do you open
Yeah.
doors on dates, Adrian? Or the last time you had a date like 7 years ago?
Yeah, no
did you
kidding.
open the door?
Yes, of course. But like my entire point is like, sometimes for months, especially like before the sexual revolution, which was brought out by the pill, right? Like you would date a girl for like months and months and months, and like in that interaction, you're like kind of you know, feeling each other out, not in that way, but like you're getting a sense of who the person is, and like, bonding and building trust and stuff like that. So, like, I mean, in a sense, when the sexual revolution came around and there was no consequences, because of the pill, there's no risk of
What did that
pregnancy and stuff
coincide
like
with
that.
though? What did it coincide with though, Adrian? And just coincidentally, what did it coincide with?
The feminist movement, is that what you're going to say?
Well, no, feminist movement, the hippie movement,
Yeah,
liberation, all that stuff. It was all free willy, right?
yeah, exactly. So I mean, so there was like kind of like a wholesome quality that's being lost, and it's only accelerated ever since then, like the 1969, that whole like summer of love type of
So
thing. It's
what's the next thing that's going to happen? Like what's the next permutation that's going to happen here on the general arc of humanity? So we
well,
go from
I mean that's up to the
Elizabethan. No, but
that's up to the
Elizabethan to
young people.
Victorianism. No, but it is, but it isn't, right? So they can push off the Victorian conservative sexuality thing as long as they want, but that natural arc of humanity, just like with the natural arc of politics, it must be fulfilled, right? Because you have to go through a liberal period and then a conservative period. So they've been
Yeah,
pushing off the conservative period by introduction of the pill. So are we not due for a Victorian period of like sexual, repression or whatever you want to
abstinent.
call it?
Well, I mean, I don't think it will ever get to how it was in
You
the
don't think?
Victorian era,
Well, okay,
but I
yeah,
think
yeah.
it can be toned down to the point where it's like it's
From
not
random
just
hookups, from random
Netflix and
hookups.
chill. Exactly,
Oh yeah,
where
no,
it's not just
it's
Netflix and chill. It's like you
so
have to take a girl out for like a
so the
month, and like, you know what I
yeah, so
mean? Like,
the pill happened, and now the culmination of the pill happening is that basically you go on the internet, you swipe right or left or right or left, then you match up, then you just message each other and say, hey, do you want to go to for a beer at the local thing? And then it can even be as simple as like, one or two beers, and then it's like, back to your place and like game on. I mean,
no, I mean, I don't
that's
even
the
think they do that. I think it's just
no,
like, can
they
I come to your place, and then it's like
well,
hook
it's
up,
even worse
right?
than that. It's backseat of the fucking Nissan Pantera or whatever it's called. It's
Yeah,
literally it's but that's fine, right? I mean, whatever. But so everything is a pendulum, right? So this is what Longwave talks about, right? Like chondritic waves and stuff like this. So everything is a pendulum. So even though we're at this, like, how much more random can it get, right? You see, and how much more random can it get with the, trans movement or this or that or any of the other bullshit that's
By
being pushed towards
random, you
us?
mean depraved.
Well, whatever. I mean, come on. You would take a girl in the back seat of your, Honda Civic or whatever. You have some reasonable car from like the year 2000, I'm sure. Am I right? Your car is the year 2000? No, 2003. I'm going to call it 2003. Am I right, Adrian? 2003.
Now, zinc is actually closer, but I don't want to dox myself, so I will neither confirm nor deny.
Oh, our little man is
that
growing
you have an
up.
old. Yeah. He couldn't bear to drive an actual shitbox. He has to have like a shitbox from like a newer era. So
Well, the thing, it has to
anyways,
just be old, not old to be cool, right? Retro. It just has to be old.
But anyways, the point is that any pendulum has to swing back. Okay, that's the point of like the contrative cycle that what's his name is talking about all the time. Okay, so everything has to swing back. So can it swing any further towards random hookups? I mean, that's literally you're at the point where it's
we're
like swipe,
at the terminal velocity of that at this point, right? Like, I mean, it is just too,
But societally, that is also a reflection of society, right? So it's only a matter of just waiting for this moment of like stasis where that pendulum is static,
but
and then it's going to roll back.
I think the young people have just had enough of it themselves too, because ultimately it is vacuous, right? It's like there's nothing there if you can't like bond and like get to know the person. It's like there's nothing there, and I think they're getting tired of it themselves, right? So it's like, it's like they want something more than that, because ultimately I think they're realizing that they're cheating themselves in the end, right?
So that'll feed me into a fun story for the room here. So my buddy became a firefighter while he was my roommate. So he was trying very hard. He became a firefighter, and then he came to me and he's like, "Well, you're a experienced swordsman, so can you tell me how to, battle into the field of whatever?" Because he basically went from like a complete loser where, you're just trying to be a firefighter, but as soon as you're an accredited firefighter, you're like, all the chicks show up out of the woodwork wanting their due. And I just said to him, just go after vibe, dude. Just go after vibe. That's how you avoid any
It
of
is the business of these great masters to produce in every age a general misdirection of what may be called sexual taste. This they do by working through the small circle of popular artists, dressmakers, actresses, and advertisers who determine the fashionable type. The aim is to guide each sex away from those members of the other with whom spiritually helpful, happy, and fertile marriages are most likely. Thus, we have now for many centuries triumphed over nature to the extent of making certain secondary characteristics of the male, such as the beard, disagreeable to nearly all the females, and there is more in that than you might suppose. As regards the male taste, we have varied a good deal. At one time, we have directed it to the statuesque and aristocratic type of beauty, mixing men's vanity with their desires and encouraging the race to breed chiefly from the most arrogant and prodigal women. At another, we have selected an exaggeratedly feminine type, faint and languishing, so that the folly and cowardice and all the general falseness and littleness of mind which go with them shall be at the premium. At present, we are on this opposite tack. The age of jazz has succeeded the age of the waltz, and we now teach men to like women whose bodies are scarcely distinguishable from those of boys. Since this is a kind of beauty even more transitory than most, we thus aggravate the female's chronic horror of growing old, with many excellent results, and render her less willing and less able to bear children. And that is not all. We have engineered a great increase in the license with which society allows to the representation of the apparent nude, not the real nude in art, in its exhibition on the stage or the bathing beach. It is all fake, of course. The figures in the popular art are falsely drawn. The real women in bathing suits our tights are actually pinched in and propped up to make them appear firmer and more slender and more boyish than nature allows a full-grown woman to be. Yet at the same time, the modern world is taught to believe that this is being frank and healthy and getting back to nature. As a result, we are more and more directing the desires of men to something which does not exist, making the rule of the eye in sexuality more and more important, at the same time making its demands more and more impossible. What follows, you can easily forecast. Dum dum dum. 1949.
There'll be no book quoting in this thing. This will be audiobooks only, Zinc. I'm very disappointed in you.
No,
I
but
know
I mean,
your ignorance and unwillingness to read has forced me to read. That is the greatest sin of all, Wogpog. Your laziness has forced this upon us.
No, I've finally forced you to actually read a passage. So, achievement unlocked.
I mean, C.S. Lewis is right on the money there.
No girl comments on that. Mrs. Doubtfire is just dumbfounded. What about Rollo? And why is it Rollo? What happened to his fucking original account? He got bad boy books.
No, unfortunately not. No, I just I deleted the app and then I forgot my password. So I just made this one quickly. I haven't spent the time to get it up. What was the question? Oh, what do I think? Well, here's the. I like to watch. Haha. But no, you know what?
That's the answer. Jesus Christ! I thought you were like a fucking philosopher. And it's like, the answer is I like to watch. Jesus Christ.
Okay. Yeah. No, well, carry on. I agree with Zink. So you're talking about the pendulum. Do you think it is a pendulum, or is the pendulum shifting all the time? Is it like
No, it has to be. It has
like
to
the
be. There's no
two
farther.
steps forward and one back
But
kind of pendulum?
No, but how much farther can it go? I mean, there is no pendulum farther, right?
I don't think so.
I mean, how much farther can it be, Rollo or Adrian? I mean, it's literally, you swipe on an app and then you just you go and you hook up. I mean, it's not. It doesn't matter about
Hey, I'm listening with somebody here, and they have a question. Wog, can you have two examples of the pendulum swing?
Historical examples.
Historical examples.
Well, it's Victorian Elizabethan, right? That's full swimming suits down to your ankles, and that's full bikinis, right? I mean, those are the easiest examples of the extremes of that swing, right? I mean, we can get more graphic than that, but that's the easiest ones, right?
But cultural, not just style.
Okay, he doesn't want to come onto the microphone, but he says cultural examples, not just stylish examples. And I'm going to tell him to get his own Twitter account and join us if he wants.
So I mean, in the context of what, like sexuality, or like just like general human culture, like general like retardedness of people, like is it gonna swing back, like I mean, in what sense, in which pendulum, right? There are like multiple pendulums that are swinging back and forth.
But back onto the book, is it the right pendulum? Is it a semblance of it swinging right? Once again, I think we're winning, you guys. Is it swinging in the right direction, or is it just the appearance of change? Once again, right? The grass is greener. Oh yeah, we went too far this side, but is it actually going to the right side, or is it going to some other side that appears that way? Right? Oh yeah, I'm not going to vote for the establishment parties, you guys, so I'm just not going to vote at all. That's a pendulum swing.
Yeah, I hate that. That type of stuff really does bother me.
Well, once again, just like I'm naturally obstinate, or no, what is it? Oppositional defiant
I've just
disorder,
been
right?
calling everybody who's doing that out all night.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Yeah, actually, Hoag,
It's this
you,
false skepticism. I'm so skeptical. I'm skeptical of the skeptics, right? I'm super skeptic, right?
yeah. Yeah, Hoag, I just wanted to say your co-hosting was quite good in Zinc's previous space, so I'm gonna tip my hat to you there.
Yeah, thanks, man. I did my best for moving a pile of wood at the time.
Yeah, no, it was good for sure.
Well, as long as Erickson doesn't come in again.
See, the problem is, like, I don't even know what those guys are standing for. It's like it's things that are constantly walked back and like, oh no,
Nothing,
yeah,
absolutely nothing.
that's
They're
it
It's all
drawing
exactly,
about
right?
people. They're
talk.
drawing people away from the populist movements, so that they can have people easily manipulated into going to the technocracy.
Yeah, but I mean, like I've spoken to GFM, and it's like when I say you're onboarding, then it's like I'm not doing that. It's just I don't want people, but then it's like no, he does want people in the movement. Um, but then it's like, okay, so you want them there. No, but it's actually just about information so that, you know, when people are fed up, they have like
I
a
actually have it
blueprint.
recorded the night him and Erickson fell in love, you guys. Like I was away from my desk and I came back and it was just the two of them. I hadn't accepted any speakers up. And it was like 20 questions. It's like, well, what would I can't do the Erickson, Well, what would you do if you were in charge of the world? Well, first of all, I don't want to be in charge of the world, but if I had to, first I would set up all these blah 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 blah, and then I would step away because I'm so magnanimous, right? Well, what's the second thing you would do, right? On and on. Like I think that was the night they fell in love. I know they had been around, but I think after that, like they were like at the hip. Like it's something like where you've gone to like a company party or a get together, and you see two people there, and you're like, oh yeah, they're gonna be boning within 2 weeks, right? Even retards need love, you guys.
You captured that really well.
What do you mean?
Well, your vocal modulation of the two men that we're speaking of. You did a really good Erickson and a really good, what's his name?
GFM.
That's it.
You guys remember when Zink did his Marcus impression, guy from Washington State? I mean, I had no idea what's going on up there. You remember that, Zink? Oh, you're a good one on that.
I was very tired that night. It caused a lot of strain. I think that was the night Wogpog fell in love with me, actually. Unfortunately, the feeling was not mutual. So now he must pine.
What was this, like a year and a half ago?
Oh no, it was probably about a year ago now.
Right. Well, and Hoag, you were asking Erickson, can you name me one corporation in Canada that's like running the show? And like, I mean, he just wouldn't answer you, right? So I mean,
Yeah, and the funny thing is, I could have answered it the second that he'd have asked me that.
so I mean, and this is something that like I was thinking about too. It's like I mean, why is there all of this anti-business and anti-corporation sense? Like, I mean, to be perfectly honest with everyone, I mean, I know a lot of people don't like to hear this, but like, corporations really do not care about you in like a very broad sense, right? Like, I mean, they care about whether you're going to buy their product or do something, and that's it, right? Like, I mean, they ultimately do not care about you. It's like, so I just don't understand. And like, I mean, yeah, the
Because the answer to
corporations,
that is that these are all former leftists, right? And they're new
exactly.
to it. And the easiest analogy, and luckily there's no Catholics in here, is the history of the Catholic Church, right? When they were selling it to the pagans, right? They gave them, it's like, well, instead of worshiping Apollo, you'll choose Saint Anthony. It's like, okay, it's a different name, but whatever. You can wear a little hat that Apollo wears or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's so what it is that they're being sold on the idea that they are, hey guys, we're all in this together. We're all on the same side. It's like
Yeah,
it might look that way to you. It's like, but it's not, right? You're still propping up your former beliefs and injecting your former you haven't fully,
I
embraced.
fully agree.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, like when I was hearing that in that previous space, it's like, and everybody, well, it's the corporations that are against us and this or that, and it's like, the corporations don't care about you. All right, they are like agnostic. It's like it makes absolutely no difference.
What do
And I
you
mean,
call COVID then?
It's what they don't understand what the term corporation means, right? There was a guy, I'm not going to name the name, but it was a guy who was coming in here a while back, and but I mean, just as an example, and it was like, oh, we got to get corporate funding out of politics. It's like, well, what is corporate funding? What is like? I kept asking him this, and it was like, like, oh well, like everybody just knows what I mean by corporations, right? It's like, no, no, no. Even that mom and pop, right? Like, especially in Canada, right? Most people don't do an LLC, right? They incorporate, right? And they get their brother to sign on as one of the board of directors, like,
yeah,
and technically, it's Canada 592678842 doing business as, Joe's mom and pop shop, right? Like, I mean, that's what essentially that mom and pop shop is a
yeah,
corporation, right? There's no distinguishing. Now, if you're talking about multinational corporations, but once again, it's just like Wogpog talks about when people are like, oh, look at this freak dressing up in women's clothing. It's like, well, he's an adult man and he wants to dress up in women's clothing. I've been to drag shows, whatever, back in the day, it was a laugh, right? That's what it used to be. It used to be a laugh and everything else. But now it's, so like, we have to be very clear in what we're describing here, right? We're against, this sexualization of children by sending these weirdos dressed up this way to kids who are, kind of confused about it, and whatnot, and then also encouraging kids to trans, right? Not just if some dude wants to dress, right? That's whatever, right? If it's because he's into it, right? But yeah, we don't
yeah.
we don't allow him to get off sexually in public, right? By being able to use the women's bathroom. So we have to be very clear in that messaging there. So like, yeah, if they're talking about multinational corporations, but when they just say the corporations, it's like, well, everything's a corporation. It's like, hey guys, did you know
But
that
I
the
mean,
city of XYZ is actually a corporation? It's like, yes, a corporation is essentially, the way that you incorporate anything, right? The all of the early, the Mayflower Compact was a corporation, right? The Virginia Company, which founded Jamestown, was a corporation, right? Corporation
Hudson's
is simply,
Bay.
yeah. Well, I mean that one's more the other type, right? Because that, like, so then you're getting into the multinational, but like anything where you have people kind of having governing bodies and laws and all this, that's a corporation, right? It's all
So,
corporations,
so
right? I mean,
yeah,
if
so I just want to get Hoag's take on this because he said, well, what was COVID? Like, do you want to expand on that, Hoag?
Yeah, well, the lobbying money that goes into all the parties in Canada is used to influence policy decisions. So, with the COVID epidemic, or with the COVID pandemic, they basically just shut down all the small businesses and forced all of the business into the big chains that had all the lobbying money.
But I mean, does that mean that the corporations are running Canada?
Well,
Because
there's
like, I mean, like,
the oligopoly, right? So that's what Canada mostly is, and now even more so, right? Because I mean, it's like the beer store in Ontario there, right?
yeah.
And other things, right? So they put all this regulation in place that only the oligopolies can participate in, right? To make it difficult for there to beat all the small ones and everything else. And so you get this, and then that way those people all have. So once again, it's the multinationals, and yeah, like, but
But that
you have
is
to
the
be.
government, right? Like, I mean, that
Well,
is
that's the thing.
not.
It's the
Yeah.
government. Once again, free trade would naturally allow the better ideas to surface and everything else like that. But then when you get, certain government, mandated and regulated businesses, then you get. But that's the thing, right? But when they're very broad about that, like I said, the unfortunate reality here is that these are people on our side, supposedly, who are very insecure about certain inadequacies in their life. And so, that's why at one point maybe they had been leftists, right? Just like the normal leftists lashing out against their own failures, right? Or perceived, right? And of course, I point out often in these book spaces that everybody's life is, a mixture of good luck, bad luck, seizing on opportunities and missing opportunities. And so somebody who says that they worked their whole life and succeeded, it's like, no, you were lucky in some place, right? Nobody got somewhere completely, against the odds, right? Any more than anybody else. Because there are worse odds than you probably saw, right? And that's why, a lot of life is luck, both good and bad, but it's how you seize upon that luck and maximize it and so on and so forth, right? But so like a lot of these leftists, that's what they're in, right? And this is why the big risk, especially with the younger generation, right, as they've been, crushed down and, haven't been able to go to school and everything else, they're losing out on chances for opportunity. And even though, once again, there's actually there was a funny meme I posted up. I'll have to find it on the timeline. It's like, it's like supposed to be one of these inspiring memes, like it's like, Vlad the Impaler didn't start impaling people until he was 35. It's never too late to chase your dreams, guys, right? Because of course there's always the thing, like, it was like, I think it's always the one, like, I use, like, Colonel Sanders had like failed in business until he was like 63, and
Yeah.
then he got Kentucky Fried Chicken, right? So it's never too late, but it does become harder, and it does become much easier to get institutionalized, right? And there's institutions outside of four walls, right? Like welfare and, other forms of government doles that institutionalize you, systematically and stuff like that. And so that's the problem with that a lot of these people is that they feel inadequate, and they feel like, so if once again they have an excuse, right? Well, it's the globalists and it's the new world order or whatever it is, right? Then they can abdicate their responsibility from their own lives, right? They couldn't do it, but now, guys, now when it all comes crashing down, we're gonna rise up together, and we're gonna, you know, bring about, our peaceful revolution, guys. It's gonna be totally
Yeah.
peaceful, guys. That's totally what I'm advocating for, obviously, right? But if it goes sideways, it's not my fault. So I mean, it's a fantasy, right? It's a LARP. That's what it is, right? Who goes out there and LARPs in the woods, right? It's fat guys with glasses pretending that they're, Norse battle, with their big foam battle axe, right? Like that's what they're imagining, right? And guys that can, barely, score a C, but no, I'm a wizard, and, I'm extremely intelligent and everything, right? It's fantasy, right? And this is another form of fantasy, right? They're not fully committing to it. They're not really going out there in the woods now and hunkering down and stuff. It's like, no, guys, when the time comes, I'm going to grab my 400 jars of peaches and be king of, whatever shithole locale I am, right? Because people will be begging for my 400 jars of peaches there, right? That's so it's all, yeah, it's yeah, but and this is what we've seen. Like I said, there's a particular, I won't point out, like, where there's just been this weird divide where people who would normally have been normie sheep, whether they were conservative or whatever, right? And then they decide not to take the vax, right, for whatever reason, and now they find themselves ostracized, and so they're sheep without a herd, right? And so they're looking for that herd. They're looking for that herd, and that's what they want. They want to unify you guys. We got to unify. We got to group, because it's right. I mean, that's the thing. A sheep without a herd is very anxious, right? They're very anxious with the herd, right? I mean, without the herd. And so that's the problem they're in right now. So they really want to group up, and they really want to feel like they're back part of things. and they want to see that it's all okay and everything else. And so they like that idea, right? Or they can dig down on that fantasy, and they can pretend, that it's not a long, hard slog to, whatever, that's sexy, right? There's going to be a day when we all rise up and say, no more, you guys. Fuck off, buddy.
Yeah, so another way of classifying that for people who don't get your metaphorical word salad is that they're closet leftists, right?
No, they're not closet. They're recently. Yeah, they're
recently. What do you call it? Really abdicated. What do you call it when someone goes to a new religion? There, wordsmith. Recently
converts.
Absolved. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, converts. There's another like real fancy.
They're trans individualists. That's what it is, right? They've been collectivists their whole time, and now they identify as individuals. That's what we're talking about here. I identify as an individual, guys. I'm
but they
super
don't.
skeptical. Well, no, but they totally do. But guys, we got to group up. We got to work together. But I'm totally an individual. But
there's also
I don't want to get away from the herd.
There's also the gender thing that you have to throw into that, because the natural tendency of any groupling, so any human groupling is going to be, bifurcated down the middle through, males and females, right? So the female, like, again, I'm trying to drive my own narrative here, guys. I know it sounds pretty much like that, but it's not to denigrate or whatever. And I've tried to be egalitarian in this. Both sexes are bearing the weight here.
Let's lens this in terms of the direction that you're going. What do you think women feel about corporations and business then? What's their take, in your opinion?
Happy, smiley collectivism. It's a comforting. This is Apple. I battle with my wife all the time. We just re-upped our house, and I'm like, dude, I'm fucking fully de-Googled. I'm like the weirdo security guy. All computers are like super duper locked down, and I fight a daily battle.
And then she takes a picture of you with the geolocation on her iPhone.
Yeah, exactly.
just the thought of it, right, guys?
All the shit.
Just the thought of this, I have to drink in how little Wogpog's soul dies every time he takes a family photo.
I've gotten to the point where I just don't like my face. I don't like being in the pictures, right? Like that's how weird I am. Like it's like I realize like what the pure and present danger is, but even me, and whatever partner I attracted, still does not get it. For a while, I sort of had her on, at least the pixel train and whatever, and I was like, okay, now we're gonna get to the de-Google thing. And it's like, and as soon as she saw me like being frustrated with the phone and be like, oh fuck, I gotta sideload this thing, and this fucking thing doesn't work, and another fucking thing doesn't work, and it's
why don't you just get an iPhone?
No, it's not that. It wasn't that. It was, she never pushed it on me, but it's like, and I said to her, I was like, look, the only difference is the video on the iPhone is far superior. And because I have to like, so I did research it, right? And it's like the actual only thing you're forgiving with a Pixel to an iPhone is far superior video capabilities. So I just told her that, but then that became a thing that was a priority for her as opposed to me. So, but it's interesting though, because like to me, like we were talking about, like I don't even want my face in these things. Like I don't want her, if my kid's in the bathtub making a funny face or doing something like this, I don't want her to take pictures of him, because I know that can be reviewed by some guy in Cupertino at Apple headquarters looking at the things like, well, is this child porn or not? It's like, who the fuck applies for that job to look at? Like,
are you doxing me, Wogpog?
No, you're not in Cupertino, buddy. I the other day some nice dink was on the other guy was on the internet with me, and he's like, what time zone are you in? I said Cupertino, and he got like all super silent and freaked out on Twitter, and I'm like, well, no, I'm in Cupertino time zone, but I'm in BC, like basically the same time zone as Vancouver. And then he sort of calmed down, but it was a palpable a palpable moment.
So, I mean, how does your wife feel about corporations? Does she think they're inherently evil? Like,
No,
I
I'm
mean,
not gonna go into all that.
all
What
right,
the end result is that you have y- y- what my interpretation here is there's a warm, fuzzy feeling of being part of a group. Okay. So ask any dude what kind of phone that their wife rocks. Okay. You're going to get 90% iPhones. It's just
right.
the way it is, right? Oh, it does this and it does that, and it's very convenient, and I can just load up all my things, and it's like crayon. It's like having a computer with like a fucking crayon stylus, right? That's how I view iPhone. The last time I had an iPhone, I was like, this is like a device for like retards, right? Like that's sort of the way I looked at it. But the thing is it just works, right? Like you load something in, it just works. There's no like, oh, oops, I got to get this other dependency. I've got to blah blah blah. Like it just works, right? So iPhone photos sync with this, and I can sync with the iCloud and do. It's like the convenience is there, right? And it's like I don't know how to explain, but in terms of like where women are at with corporations, I don't know. We'd have to get some women up here. It's like this. You don't realize like what you're depending upon until it's revoked or it spanks you. And to me, it just solidifies everything else that we've been talking about today. It's like at the end of the day,
So, I mean, for me, corporations aren't inherently good or evil. I mean, they do a lot of good. They employ a lot of people, right? And I mean, that adds to like the welfare of many
no,
people's
they're
like
evil, just like
lives, right?
money. Just like money. I'm going to use Mikey's thing. They're evil, just like money. No, they're not exactly evil.
Exactly.
You're correct. But once you get to like mega corporation status, there's really no other word for it at that point, right? Like,
Adrian,
What
Is
you're
Google
saying it's
evil?
evil?
all I gotta
Is
Well,
say, all I have to say, follow the money.
well, is Google evil? Right? Okay, this is a good
I
question,
think
Adrian.
Google I don't
But
think so.
let's. Do you remember when they removed their mission statement from their mission statement? Do no evil.
Yeah,
Do you
don't
remember
be
that?
evil. Yeah, I remember. But I mean that really means nothing, right? Like I mean
Does it?
it's
Does it?
I think it means
Does it?
nothing.
Does it really? If it doesn't mean anything, why wouldn't you leave it in? How about that for a logical trap? I just trapped you.
No, you didn't though, because like I mean, when Sergey and Larry were starting Google, I mean, they were graduate students at what
They are
Stanford
doing
or
evil. Every
See,
Silicon Valley company is doing evil, guys. Trust me. I don't want to go into one of those. Well, we can go into why not? We should go into other rabbit holes. Every Silicon Valley startup or whatever is permissioned by the military industrial complex. That whole system itself has been permissioned by the military industrial complex. Look into the history of Silicon Valley, you'll figure out what's going
that is
on.
true.
And their worst nightmare is having any kind of decentralized power of anyone else having any kind of other power. And this is the problem with the guys that I've been integrating with Silicon Valley. They are completely fucking captured by this fucking AI thing, which I'm like, dude, it's almost like I'm watching my best friend getting sucked into some kind of like, schizophrenic dream. And I'm like, dude, AI is not that prescient. They're like, no, you don't understand. And I'm like, what don't I fucking understand, asshole? Like, you're trying to explain
Yeah.
something to me that you don't understand yourself. It's like, no, you don't understand. It can do this and it can do that. It's like you're literally looking at someone that's like the scared geek on the side of the wall that you're trying to convince him to dance with the chick that he has got a crush on. It's like looking at him from the other side of the wall, and you cannot convince him. He's like, no, she'll reject me and she'll kick me in the balls, and then she'll tear out my eyeballs and eat me alive. And I'm like, no, dude, she's looking at you too. She wants to dance with you. Like, no, she won't dance with me. It's like, it is that grade 6 dance moment, okay, for these guys. And they are going to go into the terror because it's a familiar space for them. They are socially retarded. Like, I have no other words for it.
Let's get Hoag's take on this. He was going to ask a question there.
Oh yeah, just remember about ESG scores and how they work too.
That's bullshit.
Of it all.
That's complete
BlackRock
bullshit.
is one of the largest commercial real estate investors in the world, and wow, look at that. They run how stocks are evaluated. Wow, that's crazy.
So I mean, Hoag, what's your point there?
You just gotta follow the money.
But follow it to what? Like, I mean,
Anywhere it goes, follow the money.
A corporate entity's job is to make money. In fact, that's the only thing it cares about doing.
Yeah,
right?
and where they spend their money, how they make their money, is how you figure out what they're up to.
Right, but I mean, why does that make them necessarily, quote unquote, evil?
I'm saying there's a paper trail to all evil.
So here's another passage, you guys. But the greatest triumph of all is to elevate this horror of the same old thing into a philosophy so that nonsense in the intellect may reinforce corruption in the will. It is here that the general evolutionary or historical character of modern European thought, partly our work, comes in so useful. The enemy loves platitudes. Of a proposed course of action, he wants men, so far as I can see, to ask very simple questions. Is it righteous? Is it prudent? Is it possible? Now, if we can keep men asking, is it in accordance with the general movement of our time? Is it progressive or reactionary? Is this the way that history is going? They will neglect the relevant questions, and the questions they do ask are, of course, unanswerable, for they do not know the future, and what the future will be depends very largely on just those choices which they now invoke the future to help them make. As a result, while their minds are buzzing in the vacuum, we have the better chance to slip in and bend them to the action we have decided on. And great work has already been done. Once they knew that some changes were for the better, and others for the worse, and others again indifferent, we have largely removed this knowledge. For the descriptive adjective unchanged, we have substituted the emotional adjective stagnant. We have trained them to think of the future as a promised land which favored heroes attain, not as something which everyone reaches at the rate of 60 minutes an hour, whatever he does, whoever he is.
Deep stuff there.
Well, I mean, that's exactly the problem with these people, right? It's that unattainable future, right? But they're waiting, guys. It's coming. Oh, it's coming, guys. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. And they do nothing. They do nothing. It's coming, you guys. It's coming. It's coming. And they do nothing. They do nothing. They don't act in the here and now. They don't take advantage. They don't step into the, oh, Wogpog wants back up. Did that titillate him because he walked down? But did that titillate you, Wogpog?
No.
Me?
Oh, Adrian. I'm going to tell you, you got a smirk for me for that one.
Adrian's going to be...
I'm not a particularly...
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Me?
No, I was just going to say, Zink's going to cut him. He's going to say, you go cut yourself a switch. You be best getting a bent over.
So did that passage particularly excite you, Wogpog?
It actually did. I got...
Isn't it amazing what these books can do for us.
Well, I
Illustrate.
think this might be a new modality for you. Is why it popped up there, Dinkage. Is that I think like, especially with these shorty pantsers or figuring out which ones you can do. This is much more interactive, and it gets much more play if we can like talk about philosophy, about where the fuck we are, like, read a little bit.
Oh, isn't it amazing? We only realized this after the 34th book club. No,
Well,
go ahead, Wogpog, please.
Yeah, so I know that I've been in your other book clubs, but what I'm trying to say is that if you can, maybe you can, like, people don't like to be proselytized, Zinc. Maybe you could do a little bit less proselytizing and a little bit more reading. How about the next passage? Why don't you just fulfill us on the next passage?
Well, I mean, that was the relevant one, right?
Well,
let's see. Let's come down here.
I think you have an eager audience awaiting your next word, but they don't want to hear your opinion. They just want to hear.
The grand problem is that of unselfishness. Note once again the admirable work of our philological arm in substituting the negative unselfishness for the enemy's positive charity. Thanks to this, you can, from the very outset, teach a man to surrender benefits, not that others may be happy in having them, but that he may be unselfish in foregoing them. This is a great point gained. Another great help, where the parties concerned are male and female, is the divergence of views about unselfishness which we have built up between the sexes. A woman means by unselfishness chiefly taking trouble for others. A man means not giving trouble to others. As a result, a woman who is quite far gone in the enemy's service will make a nuisance of herself on a larger scale than any man except those whom our Father has dominated completely. And conversely, a man will live long in the enemy's camp before he undertakes as much spontaneous work to please others as a quite ordinary woman may do every day. Thus, while the woman thinks of doing good offices and the man of respecting other people's rights, each sex, without any obvious unreason, can and does regard the other as radically selfish.
Point proven.
Yeah, you see, like, and I said this when we started this space. Like, I'm more on Screwtape's side here, right? Like, I mean, he clearly has like human psychology down, right?
Who wrote this again? C.S. Lewis?
C.S. Lewis.
He's a fucking full dinktard, though, remember. But anyways, the point being...
I think they're called British. Wogpog, they're called British.
At the beginning of the book, it says, like, everything that the devil says is all a lie, right? So it's like you're meant to look at like all of these letters as like, he's not telling you the truth, when in actual fact he's more spot on about the human condition, the human plight, than anything else, right?
I think it's extremely apt that that next passage was sort of along the lines of I'll call it gender, for lack of a better word, but it's fascinating to me that it doesn't seem like these discussions are exclusive to our generation, right? And so when we look at C.S. Lewis, what period was he coming up in? Was that Elizabethan or?
This is the 40s.
Yeah, so that would be coming out of Elizabethan, right, or Victorian. So he was coming
out of the Depression.
Yeah, so that would be into.
I'm pretty certain. I'm pretty sure he was probably born either very late 18th century or very here. I'll look it up. C.S.
But he had seen both, right? He had seen.
I mean,
both,
very late
19th century. Yeah.
So I mean, technically speaking, that would be the Edwardian period, which was brief, which was a little bit different. It was essentially he was essentially World War I generation, right? lost generation. That's actually the lost generation.
Yeah, but coming out of, Elizabethan times, I mean, they were wearing fucking bathing robes that were, these complete dresses and shit,
No.
right? 1870s to 1940s, yeah, they were.
Elizabethan times was the 16th century. So you're talking Victorian times now. Queen Victoria reigned for like 60 years. I think 1830s
but
or 40s.
I'm not. But what I'm talking about the swing of like morality, right?
No, I mean that's the thing is that he grew up during the Roaring. I mean, he came of age during the Roaring 20s, right, and stuff like that.
But growing up, would he have not seen the Victorian?
He was born in 1898. And he died on November 22nd, 1963, and wasn't November 22nd, 63 the same day that JFK was murdered?
Ooh.
Oh shit.
Well, he was part of that Crowley group. Well, he's part of that Crowley weirdo.
No.
Steiner group. Yes, he is. Yes, they are. They're all part of that. C.S. Lewis. So was not C.S. Lewis's fucking aunt or daughter married to the Bushes?
No.
Yeah, look it up. Or is it Aleister Crowley? I can't remember. One of those two.
Barbara Bush is Crowley's granddaughter or daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. See?
Well,
now do I sound like a retard?
No, that was
am
correct.
I sound like a retard?
C.S. Lewis isn't related to that, no.
Disagree. He's related to the fucking Bushes. What are you talking about?
Him?
I defer to the old fucker down there, Rollo. Why does this guy look like some kind of like spy? I'm kind of scared of hitting upon Rollo. So Rollo is Aleister Crowley's granddaughter, Barbara Bush, or not?
It's Morpheus.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, there you go. Thanks. So fuck you.
No, you were saying that C.S. Lewis though, so you're conflating.
Oh yeah, right. That's right. That's right. Okay, yeah, you're right.
I let you go on for so long.
Yeah,
about
okay,
Elizabethan times, but
but they were all contemporary. They were all weirdos. Have you looked into that? Didn't we already touch on this in another room?
But wasn't your grandfather contemporary with him? Oh, checkpoint.
Wasn't no, what I mean contemporaries, I mean they all hung out. What was that fucking, what was it called? The Blasphemer Society, or what the fuck was it called? Remember that thing we looked into a few weeks ago? Fuck, what was it called? Like
it was the Order of the Golden something. There's a few of them.
Yeah, it was like the Order of, oh god damn it. It always escapes me. It's like, what's her name? Like Nina Blavatsky or something like this. Blavatsky. It's
yes.
Yeah, what's that order called? No, Rollo knows. Rollo knows. What is it, Rollo?
It is
Theosophy. Theosophy.
Yeah, Theosophy. Yeah. That's who
so Aleister Crowley
follows, eh?
So Aleister Crowley and C.S. Lewis were both part of that thing. Is that not correct? Can someone?
No, that's not. He was C.S. Lewis was an Anglican.
Freemason.
No.
Yes, dude. This is all.
Are you thinking
there is a link
Algernon
here?
Blackwood was involved in a lot of that stuff. I think you're getting them all confused. They all look the same to you. It's very racist, Wogpog.
No, it's not
have
that. It's like C.S. Lewis, Aleister Crowley. They were all like, those dudes were all occultists. Okay, like there's Anglican or not.
No, C.S. Lewis was not an occultist. No, he was not.
Someone counterpoint that old bitch. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Mrs. Doubtfire. I love you, and we need you in here. Remember the other day when you said the C word? I can't even say it in these hollowed
Oh, I
halls.
was bad. I had to
Oh,
remember.
dude, I wanted
I
to clip that. Jesus Christ. We had Mrs. Doubtfire here saying, you fucking cunt, and all this other kind of shit. It was like, holy shit. Soundboard. If anyone has an iPhone, make a soundboard of Mrs.
yeah,
Doubtfire saying
no.
bad words.
I'm glad it got missed. I had to.
No, we wouldn't do that to you, Mrs. Doubtfire, but it would have been so hilarious. We would have kept it on the back channels if we did do that, but my God, it was so classic. Like, I don't usually say this, but this fucking cunt. And I'm like, what the hell is going on with Mrs. Doubtfire? Yeah, what were you on a tear about that night? Because you were really on a tear.
Oh, it had to do with Orange Man Bad, I think.
Yeah.
And all
you
their nonsense and their two-faced. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was Orange Man Bad about something. I don't know. He's a loser.
No, it's all good. But I mean, it was just quite funny when you were in there. I think like the interesting part is like, so we get accused. I don't really want to go backwards in time here, but it's like all you guys do is talk about CPC or PPC. It's like, actually, dude, we were talking about like coding and like how to transmit codecs, and like we were highly technical conversation.
He only stays in the room for the other conversation, right? We talk about anything else and he's out, right?
Yeah.
That's the irony, right?
Yeah.
Well, it was very funny because like, oftentimes, and like even now,
most of the room this morning was because Alan came in and was saying like, oh, Wogpog wanted me to do something, and so I was sitting there like, and I think we spent like the first like 2 hours of the room simply discussing audio conversion and pipelining and media.
Really boring stuff. And then it's like it all gets boiled down to like CPC versus PPC. But like I think that the funny part was like, the other part of it is like, here we are like contemplating like, conspiracy theories, reading this guy, analyzing it, and we're kind of like moving all over the place, but it all seemingly is interesting, and where I think we all want to go once again, like collectively.
I said, and that's what I pointed out to them. All those people in there, all of that cult, they're all losers gathered in a loser thing, right? The big thing people don't understand in this room, and they always come in there, and they're right. Me and you have no problem like making fools of ourselves because we're very secure in our intelligence. He is not, nor is his buddy there, his life partner, right? His real life partner, not the most beautiful woman down in the audience, right? His actual, right? They're both very deeply insecure. That's why they get very insecure, and they talk very slowly to sound very profound, right? Whereas we'll talk and sound like half retarded, whatever, because we're very secure and we know what we know.
I'm still insecure though, Zig, because I'm still pretty sure that there is a link between C.S. Lewis and Aleister Crowley, and I'm sort of disappointed.
I mean, yes, in your fan fiction, there probably
was. No, it isn't.
But that's not gospel.
God damn it, you guys! You're gonna make me Google again. Why can't someone else Google it? Why does it always have to be me?
You essentially wrote like 100 Shades of Grey, and it was like C.S. Lewis meets Aleister Crowley, right? And it's like, but C.S. Lewis is the young subcontractor with daddy issues, and Aleister Crowley is that wizened old man, with nasty feet and Crocs and bad hair.
I'm actually having a problem with my feet right now. I'm having a problem with my feet, guys.
Tender tootsies.
No, I've been wearing sandals around, and I hit a puddle on my bike, and my feet are wet. Okay, so Crowley-Lewis connection. The first thing that comes up on Google, on Brave, is Wanganui man sentenced to 9 years in prison for string of violent. So, yeah, I guess it'll require Google, but no one remembers this. Is it only me that remembers this? Am I wrong here?
Oh, no, it's some sort of Mandela effect, right? In Wogpog's timeline, C.S. Lewis and Aleister Crowley were gay lovers, but unfortunately we're not in that timeline, and C.S. Lewis is a good Christian man. Sorry, Wogpog. Sad face.
Okay, what's it called? A cult. There you go. No one remembers this? Am I the only one? Okay, fine. If I'm the only one, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I remember this. See, you have to go back into your own memory banks and not depend upon the internet. I remember some kind of connection between both of them. So maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. I was trying to leverage the knowledge of the room, but apparently I'm getting made fun of. So I think I'll just be quiet now.
It's okay.
Well, what's ringing a bell for me? I have somewhere in the recesses of my memory some sort of connection, I thought, between J.R. Tolkien and the occult. But I could be wrong. I'm just bashing around in the back of my head.
I don't think so. I mean, the irony of
Yeah,
J.R.
there is, dude. It's definitely Tolkien, because that was my next thing on my lips. It was like, if it isn't Lewis, it's definitely Tolkien, 100%. I mean,
No, it wasn't Tolkien. He was actually a super mundane guy. He never got into that stuff. He was way into like foreign languages, and so that's why he was into Norse mythology, but not the occult that was running around Crowley's time, right? Like the Thelema and the Theosophy and the Order of the Golden Dawn and the what's the other one? There's a bunch. There was a bunch like the Earth. No, actually, C.S. Lewis. There was actually a passage I just passed there. It was part of the one that I read to you earlier, where he's talking about how, the horror of the same old thing. That's actually where he mentions the word mere Christianity. He's like, you always have to keep it in their head. Christianity and the war, Christianity and this, Christianity and the psychical society, right? Because this is what that was there at the height of seances and this. Really, the New Age movement comes out of the 19th century, right? And it's just been rebranded by the hippies because, of course, the boomers in the 60s like to think that they actually created anything. They just bastardized it all, right? Just like folk music, right? I had to explain one time to a guy who thought he was a musician. He was a musician, but he didn't. He's like, I was telling him, like, oh, yeah, well, The House of the Rising Sun is an old folk song. And he's like, oh, no, it's from the 60s. He's like, no, it's an old song. So that's the problem, is everybody thinks all these ideas come out of the 60s and all that crap. No, they don't. The 60s gave us nothing, I'm sorry, guys, except some wonderful people in this room, I'll say. But other than that, no good ideas.
Jimi Hendrix.
you know what's really interesting? I just exchanged Tolkien for what's his name? Crowley. And the same Google results came up, the same everything came up. I know that there's papers written about this. I've read these papers, like creating these lines of thought in between them. But it's really interesting. Like Brave and Google both are, of course, they're parroting, responses because it's probably powered by Google. But essentially the thing with Crowley is he once again, the 60s gave us nothing new, right? Andy Warhol was just the Aleister Crowley of the 60s, right? That's what Aleister Crowley did. He was this weird guy who did this weird stuff, but of course he knew how to move around society and to pass himself off, so people did come in contact with him whether or not they wanted to, right? He was sort of this focus point, was actually vacuous in and of himself, but he was able to arrange people around himself by seeming so interesting, by having this faux, okay,
mystique.
then I'm not going to debate you on that, because I'm just going to give it up, because I'm not going to sit here and Google.
I mean, you give it up every night, but how have you?
Dali, occult or not?
Are you saying
I don't know
Salvador Dali?
Yes. Oh my God, guys!
I mean, I know he was a weird guy. I don't even speak
Spanish. It's Dali. But I guess you guys would be easy eating your pasta and playing your Mario Brothers.
Okay, so then occult or not? Are connected to Crowley or not? Because maybe I'm confusing Dali and Crowley.
They might have run in the same circles at the time. Mm-hmm. Crowley probably buggered him. Yes.
Well, there was I mean, we're talking about the art industry here, so buggery is not an option.
Well, I mean, I know that's where because at that time, now when Dolly was running around, of course, this came out of Paris that period. Crawley, when he buggered Barbara Bush's mother or whatever. Well, I think it actually got in the wrong hole. He meant to go in, the one.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
ended up with the
okay.
And that's how we got Barbara Bush, right? It was
Yeah,
a little
yeah,
bit
yeah. I
dirty.
get it.
But I mean, they met in Paris.
Jesus
That's
Christ.
where they met.
With Dally.
I don't know. Dali was all over, but I mean, yeah, they spent a lot of time in Paris. Of course, I'm sure they ran the same circles as the Duke of Windsor as well there too, right? Once again, I have this big conspiracy theory, right? All of these, right? Well, there was a meme of it, right? It's like poor man's wife and she's like ugly, right? Like rich man's wife and she's mildly attractive. Millionaire's wife and she's very attractive. Billionaire's wife and it's the exact same as the poor man's wife. Because there's this strange thing that, right, like these big billionaires, right, like Bill Gates and the guy from Amazon and all these other guys, right, and the guy, right, they end up with these women that are, like average at best, if not worse, right, and then they never produce that many children, right, and of course everybody knows I have a big love of Dune and the way they control bloodlines with that. And actually the main thing in Dune is they talk about how they'll purposely like render them functionally a eunuch, right? They're producing children but not enough or of any, right? And so it's very strange that like that that these guys who have like all the power and all the advantage and they end up with these women and they don't produce too many heirs and stuff like that, right? Like they purposely want to destroy those bloodlines, right? At the same time that they allow, it's almost like they sacrifice their their virility for that power. It's a very strange thing. Now, I'm not saying they did it directly, but that's what they end up with, right? So because it's always been strange to me that the Duke of Windsor, right, who could have had any number of women, ended up with a woman that couldn't produce an heir for him, right? And then a woman that even lost the throne from him. It wasn't like she was that great looking, but there very much seems to be something very, very strange about all of that, right? Like almost like he was.
Are you talking about Camilla versus Prince Charles?
Well, I mean that's another matter, but like almost like that they decided that he was not the bloodline they wanted, that they instead wanted his brother, and his brother had only produced female offspring, and that those female offspring, like they're like it's exactly what I know nobody else here reads, but Dune covers all of this. Dune covers everything.
Don't denigrate my reading skills.
It's even so. Actually, the curious one to me right now is I actually hadn't heard of him. Once again, I'm old enough. I'm sure Hoag is not, but this Mr. Beast guy, right? Like I only saw it like once. Like I think I only found out he even existed like 6 months ago, right? Like so I had no idea. And then I see this Mr. Beast. I go to his like his page.
Who is Mr. Beast?
He's some YouTube streamer, right? Some younger YouTube streamer,
He's
right?
He's one of the biggest YouTube stars in the world.
I'm so sad he's corrupted now.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. So I had no idea who this guy was. So I only discovered him a few months ago, right? And but then I'm like, I go to his page and he's got like 100 million followers. I'm like, who the fuck is this guy, right? Because like usually if you have 100 million followers, then that's when I know I'm getting old, and that's another topic. But yeah, no. If you guys haven't followed him the last few months, now he's transing himself, right? This guy,
not him.
It's his co-host.
It's his co-host. Well, so his co-host, right? Like, so yeah, it's this weird thing. Well, it starts with his co-host. When does he go, right? Because the other weird one there.
So I've actually
is the Wachowski brothers, right?
Of course, the Matrix directors. So I've actually done deep dives on this. So perhaps I should take the lead here, Zinc, with your permission.
Him?
Me? So what happened was, so unfortunately, my kid follows Mr. Beast, right? So Mr. Beast has one of the biggest empires that's ever been built on YouTube. What he does is he rolls his money back into um, the next feat or whatever. So, once he got enough money, he was giving away a Lamborghini. Who was the last person to take their hand off the Lamborghini? You would win the Lamborghini, right? So we're talking like, 27 hours of like putting your hand on a Lamborghini. And then if you go to scratch your nose or something, you're like, oh, we got the video proof, you're out. And so it just would continue around the circle until, someone at like, 3 a.m. I mean, holding your hand on the car for, X amount of time. I mean, you can imagine that, it sounds simple, but it's very difficult. So once he got the Lamborghini, then of course it's like, 2 Lamborghinis and 3 Lamborghinis. So he just kept on. So what he would do is by giving away such ridiculous gifts after he built his channel up from nothing, 2016, I believe, around there, doing these giveaways. He just kept on doing these giveaways over and over and over again until it got to the point of ridiculosity. Like here's an island. The last person to stay on this island like owns the island. Like some little shithole island in the Caribbean that you can't get to with like a 3-hour boat ride or something. But nonetheless, these things kept on. But the thing is he was bankrolling every time he would like bet $1 million on something. He would get like 1.5 million back because he would get like 40 million views on YouTube and whatever. Now he started his own brand of hamburgers, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So he's into the branding game and he's making hand over fist money. Now one of the most masculine guys on the for example the desert island thing was this guy named Chris. So Chris was sort of like, oh, I'm a Boy Scout, I know what to do, we'll win this challenge, and leading his team and whatever, winning some of these challenges. So this guy got a shit ton of money, married a super hot chick in like 2018, I believe, pumped out a baby in 2019, something around there. Really, really beautiful woman that he hooked up with. And then he decided, in the last, 8 months that he was going to start to transition. It was very subtle in the videos. Like he would always drop shit and they would like, zoom in on him dropping something and they would show that he had nail polish on his hands. This is how it sort of started. Then it was like, and then he sort of started growing his hair long. Then he started becoming more effeminate, and then now it turns out that this guy is transing. Okay. So some of the leaked behind the scenes text messages are showing, Mr. Beast saying to the other team members, guys, we need to support Chris because this is the easiest way to like cancel a channel. Like we can't afford to like cancel this channel at this point. Like you've got to get behind Chris. Whether those text messages are real or not, it doesn't really matter because in the end of the days, that's exactly the real estate that we're living in at this moment. So they're proponenting this guy. Now, the other component that people need to understand, if you're going to understand the full lens here of Mr. Beast on the YouTube and just how powerful he is, most of these followers or views that he's getting are from very young kids because these videos are very entertaining. It's ridiculous. Like Roblox, like who can survive most on Roblox, or so it's all aimed basically at the younger generation that are addicted to these funny videos and stuff. The problem is now that this guy has decided to trans himself is that Mr. Beast is stuck in this conundrum value where does he just dump, Chris, and then show that he's not for trans, or does he, continue on with Chris? And as a result, Mr. Beast's views have been going down. People are taking their kids off of YouTube, which I have done myself. This is something that's actually going on with parents, and I think it's actually worthy of a space to actually deep dive on this because, like I said, I'm not
So
against
do
people.
we know if Mr. Beast is uncomfortable with this guy transitioning?
Yes, he is.
Yes,
he
he
is.
is. Oh,
So then
go
why
ahead.
doesn't he fucking take a stand?
Well, no,
Since they
because
listen,
Because
you
he
know
has the
what?
largest
Like,
business in the existence of the internet so far in
yes,
terms of social
yeah,
media.
yeah,
but
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
just but I mean, how many is he really going to lose, right? Like, I mean, if he just
Well,
takes a
he's
At least
firm
half
already
of his
stance,
lost.
audience. At least half of his audience.
well,
Yeah,
I mean, he can
he's already
still make
lost.
money.
Yeah.
Like, if
No,
he,
no, because okay, there's going to
well, he
be
can
like
lose
your
But
half
he
right
could
general.
get
away,
Do you know
right?
what he's
deplatformed. That's the big thing. If he gets deplatformed, he loses it all.
Yeah,
and like
yeah,
the thing
Right.
is, his mission was never to get political, and now he's stuck in it, which is
yeah.
pretty upsetting.
Yep. And you can see in some of the videos when Chris is sort of like showing off his like fancy manicured, what do you call it? Fingernails. And he keeps on like dropping boxes so that the camera comes in on his fancy, I'm not talking manicured nails like what dudes do. I'm talking like full on manicured, chick nails. Uh, there's a famous screenshot that's out there that you can look at where you see Mr. Beast, which is, what's his name there, and he looks over, and you can just see like the look on his face, just like, oh my god, like this guy's actually gonna troll me. So that guy got mega trolled by his own crew, guys. And I'll just remind you guys that that's how I got taken off Twitter a few months ago. I didn't get taken off by anyone on the other side. I got taken off by someone on their own side, right? So this is the kind of stuff that happens with these people. They're fully incognizant, like they don't know what they do. It's like that famous quote from whoever. They know not what they do, right? And it's it's unfortunate because he was producing quality content and it was funny, and I was trusting my
Not
kids
just the
to like
content, man. The charities.
the what?
The charities.
What cherries? What are you talking about?
Dude, he planted 30 million trees for charity.
Oh
He,
yeah, the trees. Okay, yeah,
and
yeah.
all the seawater.
Yeah,
And
well, whatever. I mean,
he
that's
cured 1,000 people's blindness.
yeah, that part is cool. Yeah.
What? How did he do that? But he was giving them cataract surgery for free
No,
or
just
something?
giving
Yeah,
them.
yeah, he was giving cataract surgery for free.
Oh, was he?
Yeah,
And
like not
LASIK.
only that, like he was doing, like he actually was leveraging, like in a really interesting way. Like there is,
Jesus,
munificence
I've never
that you
heard of
can.
this fucking guy until you guys.
Yeah, but you don't have kids, right? I mean, it's
Well,
literally
no, like I said,
Mr.
it was the
Beast.
same for me. I didn't even know he existed till like 6 months ago.
Yeah.
I didn't know until tonight.
But here's the denigration though, guys. Like he may not be able to continue to do what he's doing because of one trans guy that he's stuck with, that he cannot. How are we supposed to extricate this guy that's been with him since the beginning without getting canceled? Like he's in a zero-sum game. Like he can't. If he does he's
what
fucked.
he could do, he could say, well, this guy is gonna form his own channel now with his own stuff for trans, and like I wish him well, and like set him off on his own path.
That's not
right?
how it works,
Like,
Adrian. I don't know what land you're.
No, that's a cancelable offense.
So you can
anything is a cancelable offense these days.
Get
It's
this.
fucking ridiculous. This is what it is.
Okay, Adrian, you don't understand who you're dealing with here on the internet. If you go to @Chris on Twitter, that's his handle, dude. We're talking people that have millions of dollars at their disposal. You can't get the @name @Chris without buying it from someone for like 500 grand. Like these guys have money to burn. This guy has gotten into this money to burn scenario. And once you get into money to burn, goat fucking in the barn type of scenario, you are off at the races. Do you get what I mean? Like once your proclivity becomes like, you can't get satiated. And this is part of the problems with people that have shit tons of money. Like forbidden fruit becomes the fruit. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know if I'm late. I'm trying not to. Yeah.
So, I mean, you're saying that he can't do anything right now because if he lets this guy go, even if he parts amicably with
Canceled.
him, he'll be canceled. But then
Canceled.
if he keeps him on, there's going to be a whole
Parents
bunch of
are already
people.
canceling
Exactly.
him. He's already lost half of his subscribers. Like it literally will be the end of him. He's in a zero-sum game. Like I said before, no matter what he does at this point, he's fucked. Like he literally, it's the end of his empire. Just hold on, get some money in the bank, and just stop because you can't do anything. The only solution for him is to stop producing content, and which is, like I said, he was in a ball rolling scenario, right? So each thing got bigger and bigger and bigger. And what can he do? Exclude this guy? No, that loses. Include this guy? That loses. Uh, do nothing? That loses. I mean, he's literally. This is how this like it literally is a destructor. I mean, I don't know. The only thing I can say to this is that it, like, so I had to have a frank discussion with my kid, and I said, no more Mr. Beast. And my kid sort of looked at me like kind of funny, and I'm like, no, I'm serious. Like, if you watch Mr. Beast, I'm taking away the fucking laptop, and you're not getting to watch it anymore. And my kid sort of looked at me like this weird look on his face, and I'm like, dude, I'm telling you. And if you want access to the internet, no more Mr. Beast. And I trust my kid, and if he does, then we'll face it.
Right. So I mean, is he upset about this? Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, again, first thing I've heard of this guy. I've never even seen one of these videos. Um, like, is there an alternative to Mr. Beast that he can turn to?
No, not really. No, he was unique in his, like anything that becomes centralized, you're going to get problems, right? You got centralized, you brought your buddies up with you. This is why you always keep the peons on peon value, right? Even though your partner is like, oh, you were here since the beginning, it's like you give him just enough money so that he can have, like, a decent living or whatever. You give him too much money, it's coke and whores, and next thing you know, they're transitioning. Unfortunately, most people are incapable. Okay, I don't. These are the things that I don't. I don't know if this should even be spoken publicly. Most people are incapable of handling. Okay, there's critical thinkers, there's sheep, and there's fully asleep at the bottom. You figure out where you are, and then you have to do the math on that. And everyone identifies as the critical thinker geniuses at the top, right? That's all. So once you realize that, then you have to, like, do a cost benefit. I've done it before
It's
with
kind of like
employees.
when Steve Jobs, like the people that came up with him when he was building the Apple One, he just like booted them out of the company, right? Like, I mean, they weren't really a part of it. Like, they weren't adding anything. So he was like, you know, he just like kind of sidelined them.
Well, a lot of people can't, because once you give people money, right, is the drive that you have towards excellence, does it come from within or does it come from without? Most people, and most of the people that were working underneath him were probably working underneath him. Once you
Yeah.
enable those people to have fuck you money, they look at you and they're saying, what do you mean you're telling me to do this, that, and the other thing? I need this thing by Tuesday. I don't have to fucking listen to you because I got enough money to say fuck you and I can be retired for the rest of my life. There's your problem. Like I was talking about the Slavic sort of ethos there the other day. These are distasteful componentries of humanity, right? It's not really, it shouldn't really be spoken of in open words. But like the same thing that I said, like I joke with
Oh, you know what
Zinc
it
all the
is?
time.
You were thinking of the Inklings. That was like a literary group that C.S. Lewis and J.R. Tolkien were a part of, and there was a few other writers.
See?
No, but it was just a literary group.
Oh fuck! Sure, it was. They were in the fucking
Inklings, you
barn
guys. No, we're gonna
screwing
run whole
goods.
rooms on it. How the Inklings are the real Illuminati, guys.
Okay, I'm down.
A bunch
I will
of
participate.
a bunch of scrawny British authors from the early to mid 20th century who wrote fantasy books. Those guys are the guys, everybody. Those are the guys who brought this all upon us, right? You know that whole lion, the witch, and the wardrobe. Yeah, I think we know what that's implying.
I think that you, for one of the rare times and spaces where you've actually brought a smile to my face and piqued my intellectual curiosity, and then all those things all at the same time. I think that Zinc just, you're at a next level now, buddy. If we're gonna do those, I will participate in any of that. See, I told you there was a fucking link, asshole. You're like, no, there's no fucking link.
Let's see the full list, guys. We got to know this now. Who are the Inklings, right? These are the guys. These are the guys who've been controlling everything we do. So let's see the Inklings. Oh, guys, it's getting deeper. This is what it is. We're an informal literary discussion group associated with J.R.R. Tolkien and C.S. Lewis at the University of Oxford for nearly 2 decades between the early 1930s and late 1949. The Inklings were literary enthusiasts who praised the value of narrative in fiction and encouraged the writing of fantasy. Oh, you see, the Devil's Plaything fantasy, guys. That's you get the Harry Potter and the Dungeons and Dragons, and then you're cutting off, body parts, and it's all there. The best known, apart from Tolkien and Lewis, were Charles William and, although a Londoner, Owen Barfield. See, they didn't let anybody, yeah. Oh, you guys.
Cross-reference, get us a real book that's been printed.
Now,
cross-reference, get that Blumenfield guy and fucking cross-reference.
Give it here. The bar they met at was called the Eagle and Child, commonly known as the Bird and Baby, or simply just the Bird in Oxford.
See, I knew that. You know what? And you know what is a weird part? I remember that part of this story. So I'm telling you, you think.
Oh, look, you guys, look at Christopher Tolkien. J.R.'s son was part of it. They were grooming him, you guys. They were grooming him because then he spent his life finishing the Silmarillion, which was a piece of shit, right? I mean,
which was a total piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can't think of a greater child abuse than than that, right?
Disaster.
I mean, this is pure Satanism, you guys.
The greater exhibitionism of I'll take my father's thing, his name, and try to make money off of it, and then just fail spectacularly. I remember reading that book, and I was like, "Oh my god!" Like, I don't even think I got 2 chapters in. It was supremely disappointing. But anyways, back to that thing. You got to cross-reference with that other author, dude. There is some kind of book or something written to this effect. There was a link here. I know it sounds tenuous. I have gone down this thing. This path has been trodden before. There's something there. I don't quote me, but I believe there's something weird there. And aren't you guys all part of the Theosophy religion? Aren't you guys all? I thought we were. This is a no.
No, I'm part of the Global Freedom Movement religion.
Oh, checkmate. So don't vote. I mean, I'm not saying don't vote. I'm just saying don't vote. Yeah. That was pretty good, Adrian. You're pretty good at holding him to the fire. If only we could have kept Zinc out of it farther and just let Hoag, he's learning the ways of the ninja. He's just a little he's a little green, but he did a great job. And absolutely. I think the more that me and Zinc stayed out of it was better, because this disambiguation is going to require 4 or 5 days to sort of get to the bottom of this stuff. I don't think that what he is saying to get to one point is not necessarily false. The question is, what is your goal? What is your point? And then what do you do after that point? And the point that you may have may not be the point that you think that you have. So, as a former
But
leftist
what do you think
myself,
his point is? Like, I still don't know.
capture the flag, dude. It's clear. It's capture the flag.
Right, but he
It's
doesn't say
Antifa.
that.
It's Antifa. It's Antifa. It's Marxist. It's so, and he can call himself an anarcho-capitalist or whatever, but the reality of the specter is that you always end up at Marxism, papacy or royalty, and papacy and royalty really aren't on the table. So anarcho-capitalism, he got pinned down in one of my rooms on that. Someone just asked him, like, if you were going to describe yourself politically, how would you describe yourself? And he said anarcho-capitalist. And it's like, boom, I'm not checkmating anybody. They're checkmating themselves. I don't have an answer for it, but I don't view him. I think that, to be honest with you, like with everyone else in this thing, I don't actually think it's like actual bad actors. I think it's just people that are misinformed, and they probably know that they don't have anything to offer after a certain point. But, I'm not going to say that he's a non-intelligent guy. I give the guy props. A lot of the things that he's saying make sense to me towards a certain point, but the problem is, if you aim yourself towards a point that doesn't have a point after that, then I have a problem, right? So it's sort of like you're there, and you could be extremely good on the pragmatic logical side. It's just that you need to tweak. You need,
You can't just get
like,
that straight answer. You got a Canadian around it, right? You can't just say
well,
the
but
guy's
the
a
thing
fucking
is, you need.
retard.
Okay, well, so how would you sum it up there, Mr.
It's simple and
Collusional?
shallow, right? Like I said, it's a LARP. He's very insecure. He's of middling intelligence at best. Obviously hasn't accomplished a whole lot in his life. And, this charade that he can put up on the internet, right, where he can come in and do this shtick and right and everything, right? It makes him feel important. But of course, the problem with him is that, yeah, there's not much more depth to it. It can't go much further. And so he has to, embrace every retard out there, right? So he's
Okay,
gathering
so let's
around
put it
him
this way.
an army of losers,
Okay,
right?
but let's put it this way. If you could, like, if that guy could be, sort of taken to the next level, he's able to communicate well. He's got like lots of pluses,
No.
but it's just
He
it's
relies on his
tweaking.
shtick. He can't escape outside of that. That's all he
Yeah.
has. You can't do much more
What
anymore.
is the next level for him? Like, I mean, there is no next level.
No,
He
there
has
is,
said to
but
me,
that's
no,
the
he has
problem,
said to me
guys. I mean,
himself. He has said to me himself. He said, I've said to him, listen, so like, you want to be there with your natural law stuff, like John Locke philosophy. I'm like, that's great, but like, after like the walls come down, and the Bastille has been stormed, what happens then? Like, what comes up? And
Do
he's
I
like,
need to read the passage again? They're platitudes. They're platitudes.
then
There
he
is no
says,
depth to his understanding.
exactly.
It's
But then he's like, well,
platitudes.
that's for somebody else that's much smarter than me to like figure out, right? Like that's where he leaves it. It's like, okay, but like, you know, it's like you're saying, Wogpog, he has to go that step further in like, and I've asked him like, what kind of monetary system would there be? He's like, well, it would probably be like maybe something gold based, but he's like, I don't know if that would be
Honestly,
it. And
guys,
like,
I still have his little cult in my comments there. They are exactly like dealing with the fucking CPC cultists, the really big ones who keep replying to each other and posting memes and continue to have like a conversation with each other in your replies, right? Like, we're totally not bots, you guys. See, now we're just joking and kidding with each other in the replies of another conversation, right? That's what he has following him. These are like, yeah, They're losers. I mean, I
No,
hadn't
come
thought about
on,
it until
man.
today. No, they
They're
are
not
losers.
losers. They're
No,
just
they are
uneducated.
losers. No, they're
No, but listen.
losers. They're losers. They have a loser mindset. That's how you get uneducated, is by thinking like a loser, right? By resisting. So this is the thing that always irritated me about the stupid Big Bang Theory, right? Is that these guys have time to gain PhDs in mathematics and yet somehow have time to know everything about Lord of the Rings, Star Wars, Harry Potter, and every other. No, this is the thing. This is the problem, right? People, right? Things are too easy, right? So this was the discussion that I had months ago with D, right? Like, what is the problem with right? Why does this trans thing come out? It used to be that people had aspirational things when they were picked on, right? So yeah, they weren't the biggest or strongest, so they tried to do something else, right? They wanted to be like the big guy, but now it's an aspirational toward the bottom, right? So instead, if anything, you're being denigrated for being the fastest, for being the smartest, right? So what you're finding is all these, idiot losers, at the, in these kids, and then they're just like, oh, I'm going to change my gender, and suddenly they feel really good about it, right? Like, and suddenly everybody else has to dance around them, so everybody else races toward the bottom, right? That's what these are. Whatever capacity was, once people get a loser thought in their mind, it continues to hold them down. But some people really are just losers. But who knows if they can escape it or whatever? But the result is the same, right? These people really are losers.
Okay, so I hope that Mrs. D is marking down these quotes. A shepherd alone is just a shepherd.
Okie dokie.
So, and then a shepherd with other shepherds is what? A group of shepherds who are still individually alone?
A wizard, Adrian, a wizard.
Like I said, I don't know how many of his followers are actually real, but of course, this was the problem, is that we allowed him to run around there, and you'd even pointed it out to him that, yeah, like he couldn't leverage his group there. So now he has a few cultists there that are maybe actually real, but they're all losers. They really are stupid, nothing, everything, right? They're not particularly useful. I hope maybe they sort their lives out and get beyond it, but they're very much doubling down on it. So like I said, just like those, like this is why the Big Bang Theory was always a ridiculous concept, and it just wasn't funny either. But this idea that, like, because this is the thing, right? People still have this idea, right? Caught up in the 80s, there was like, oh yeah, it's like, yeah, okay, so the guy who went on to get his PhD, yeah, he played a little bit of Dungeons and Dragons, but you don't have that much time in the day, right? Nobody has time to focus on all those things, right? To know the intricacies of fucking anime and manga and every pop culture thing, and then also research stuff, right? You can only
But
focus on some
Elon
of this.
Musk was on
But
that show, buddy. So
okay,
that's...
exactly. But so that's what I mean, is that these people end up, now I don't like it entirely because of course it's scientism, but I actually did watch a documentary like 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago about the flat earthers, right? And they were trying to be very compassionate about it, just like in 2016. It's like, oh, who are these Trump supporters, right? How do we get to these people, right? It was very condescending, but the one guy pointed out, it's like, these are guys, and of course you've seen it, I've seen it, right? These guys do come up with these very intricate like studies and things and all this stuff to like prove their flat Earth bullshit, right? But they just are directing it into like meaningless crap like that, right? So they're directing all their energy, right? So it's the guy who knows way too much about, Lord of the Rings and everything, or any of these other things.
Yeah, but did you not think? Okay, but let's put it this way. Okay, so we're really taking.
But
the
it's
wind
the
in its sails.
easiness of it. It's the easiness,
Okay,
right?
but
There's a clear pass or fail, right? If you're good at sports or martial arts or something like that, right? Where it's metrics, right? Where it's a very clear metric, right? But then if you're middling intelligence, right? And you're insecure about trying to expand on that middling intelligence, so then you decide that you're going to be the best guy at knowing everything about this really stupid book series or something like that. Then like really diving into it and like knowing every character and having things like and trivia, right? It's trivia, and of course, what is the word of trivia? Trivia is plural of trivium, meaning the most insignificant facts, right? That's what these people train themselves on, is trivia, right? So all this trivia, right? And that's what these.
But the thing is that we're doing a lot of takedown on him, but like, are you're doing?
No, I'm
not
doing the takedown on him. I'm doing it on his followers now.
Okay,
right?
Before
I thought he was a false prophet for these people, but no, it's a loser leading losers.
Okay, but but hold on a sec, bro. Like, you don't think that he's gone down a lot of the same rabbit hole? Like, you don't think that he's like either right behind us or like
Nope.
you don't think? No, he has, dude. Like, I can tell by the
Nope, he
shit.
hasn't. It's shallow. Same with him. Same with Erickson.
You think so? Because I don't
Superficial,
think
right?
so, dude.
Do I need to read that damn passage again? I'm going to read that passage again.
No, because I refer to
proceed.
obscure shit. And he knows it too. It reminds me of like me and my rabbit holing days. Like, oh yeah, fuck, you know this one. He's like, yeah, fuck, I know that one. I'm like, you don't think that he has anything like? Because I don't think it's a full like throw out toilet paper sort of situation. Like, you think? Like, I don't get that. I actually think there's something. I don't know. I don't know, man. I think it's like that's
nope
hyperbolic. You know, I don't think so, because like I've referred to obscure things and he's like, oh, I remember going down like that one. Like,
he remembers that
like
he
not anything to do with the global freedom movement.
It's so superficial.
I think he's read John Locke, and then he got really like, you know, caught up on the ideas, and he's just run with that in his own direction.
No, I don't think so, guys. I think that he's one of the rabbit holers. Like, you know, I don't want to say like, you know, behind me or behind you or whatever. Maybe contempt, like whatever, run down different rabbit holes. I don't buy into it, man. I think, you know,
it's a regurgitate. He's a minor bird. He just repeats.
So am I. So are you.
No, I'm saying he repeats what, right? There's once again, it's my metric for the AI. There is never a novel thought coming out of that, right? He never makes a leap or conclusion, right? It's just a regurgitation, right? He is ChatGPT, but with
I don't know, boys.
less information.
I'm gonna say this. I'm probably the number one guy that's debated him the most out of everybody here. I'm not gonna do baby with bathwater with him. I think that, you know, that kid, I don't buy that. Anyways, I'll just leave it at that. I'm gonna give him, like, look, dude, like, as much as whatever, like, imagine if he was like pragmatic logic sort of dude, like we were on our side, he'd be like their best ally ever. Like, the problem is that a lot of his early shit on Twitter was leading towards, you know, violence and stuff. Like, it was the word unsaid, but it was there, and that was my main problem with him, right? And if he could just like get into pragmatic stuff like this, like he's an eloquent speaker. Like
no,
we're not giving him any like
garbage.
cred here. I mean, like, you know what? You can say what you want, Zink, but I mean, he's an eloquent.
No, he isn't. He's eloquent to idiots, but everything he says is super vacuous. He has to talk slowly because he doesn't. I pick my words very carefully because I make myself very clear.
I know, but then again,
and I don't go too far. I never step outside of that.
Okay, well, look,
there is nothing to this. He has his head so far up his ass that it's never going to come out. I don't know. And he is a very middling intelligence. He's not clever. He's not insightful. He has nothing to bring to it, right? Nothing that he wants to bring to it, right? Because he wants more than he can handle.
Well, I think that, okay,
he's
so
outside.
What I would say to this, okay, down, here's the gatekeep I would do.
He's the king of the retards, right?
Here's the gatekeep. No, but let me do a gatekeep on him, okay? Let me say this. I've gone back and forth with him a lot, probably more than anyone on the internet, and challenged him more than anyone on the internet because, like you said, he sort of gathers followers that are not really quite, you know, up to reparteeing, or he doesn't get any challenges because it's sort of a comfortable whatever. But the gatekeep on him is basically like, okay, say, you know, you pick a subject and then you just say, okay, well, are you comfortable in this subject? And then if he says yes, then you say, okay, are you willing to debate it? That's all. Pick your subject, right? Like, so.
No, see, this is the problem, right? Is that he gets that sort of arrogance, right? I mean, we all saw, I don't know if you saw that debate, the debate that him and Trans had like 10 months ago, 12 months ago, right?
I was there,
Trans danced around. Well, yeah, exactly.
I streamed the fucking
and he hated, right? He hated that because he knows, right? Like, and that's why he always starts his own, you know, I mean, he can't handle it. He just simply can't handle it. and he knows it, and that's why he gets all grumpy and shit. He knows he can't handle it, but he's dug
I
himself
think
into
there's
this.
a lot
He
more.
doesn't want
I
to
think
step
there's a lot
aside.
more behind it than just a facile dismissal. Okay, that's all I'm going to say. I don't think that the guy, like, honestly, if I was going to say, like, is this guy like a paid by the government kind of dude? No, he's not.
Oh no,
I think
he's a useful idiot.
He actually thinks that he's like doing his thing, and you know, kudos to him for trying to proponent his thing. I'm trying to correct his course. That's all I'm trying to do. I don't want to really, like, you know, throw him under the bus and burn him you know,
I don't want to burn him
I
anything.
I don't want to do
He
that.
has no value to me, right? He
But
has no
what?
value.
But okay, that's fine, Zinc. But you're like the nth degree on the internet, right? Like you're like, you know, you're the Satan on the internet. You know what I mean? Like you're the guy that's like, you're gonna burn in hell with, like, you know, Zinc, right? But like, in the end of the days, like, let's put it this way: if like, forget about like all your personal takedowns that you just said.
No, he's even said it. He's not capable of critical thinking. He's just defiant and obstinate,
Okay,
right?
okay,
He just always wants to
okay.
be different. He just wants to be different. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's his every choice he makes. He just wants to be different. He
Okay,
doesn't
don't
even
we
know
all?
why he's choosing it. No, he
Okay,
doesn't know
forget
the
it.
reason
Forget
behind
that for a
it.
second. Forget that for a second. I want you to first principles this for a sec. I want you to clear the board, and I just want you to think about this for a sec. If that guy was proponenting, he doesn't have to understand it. He doesn't have to do anything else. But I do think he has an understanding of a lot of different stuff, and I'm just going to give him that credit. Here's the problem. If first principles again, you never met him, you never did anything else. If that guy was on your side and preaching, you know, pragmatic logic, sort of move forward stuff, would he not be part of your team?
What does that mean, my team?
Well, the people that you would proponent.
Here's the thing:
and say
he only gets the reach he gets because he plays the retards, right? If he was on my team and trying to preach my message, whatever that is, I don't know, it wouldn't get him as much as he wants, right?
pragmatic logic. That's what I'm. That's I'm.
Well,
I'm
because that's
putting
not
you into a
sexy.
pigeonhole.
That doesn't pull people in, right? That it's not.
I know.
Sexy.
I get that. I get that. It is not sexy. You're right. No, I get that. What I'm trying to say is that, you know, I'm trying to be Canadian and build bridges. Look, the reality is of the situation. I don't know. I don't know
It's
what I can say
shallow.
about that.
It's really just shallow.
Okay, we get all that. Okay, we get the motivation factor. See, the danger part. Like, I don't care really what he does on the internet or what you do or anyone else. Now, if
I didn't either. Like I said, the
if
only thing
things,
that started to
but
irritate me is that all I know is that he's causing undue anxiety in
I know it.
people.
When people doom pill, then it gets concerning to me, right? When you go to the black arts, it's like the job of us is to try to not go to the black arts, right? Like, I don't want to say, like, Adrian, you're a fucking retard. Quit talking about fucking, you know, economics or something. Like, I don't, you know, I enjoy
In my
his
defense,
expertise.
I don't really talk about it that much
I know,
anymore,
thank
but
God, because I made fun of you for 58 times. But what I'm saying is, like, even though I would, you know, I could say that in the end, like, I need to have like Adrian's take on economics because he's the guy that studies this shit and knows what's going on. So at some ways I'm losing out, right? Like, if I say to Adrian, like, Adrian, I'll talk to you, but I just can't talk about, you know, economics. It's like, well, economics is his fucking wheelhouse. So of course he needs, just like if, you know, my wheelhouse was, you know, talking about my, you know, bicycling capabilities or something, like, it would be my thing. So I don't know. What I'm trying
like,
to say is that
but
I think there's
ultimately,
something valuable in everybody, guys, and I don't think, like, I don't necessarily think, like, and I want to be clear with this. My opinion is, I don't think that this guy is actually operating out of any kind of malice or anything like that. That, like, let's just suffice it at that. We don't have to agree upon anything
Maybe not
else.
originally, but the result is the same. I don't give a shit.
Well, the result is that's a different conversation. I don't think that the way, like, I don't think we're confronting the Antichrist here. Okay, I don't think that this is like an evil incarnate, paid.
I don't care that much. You were the one who actually brought it up in that space, and then I had to defend it. And then I was just pointing out to people very clearly that the most basic psyop that has been enacted on people for the last 100 years is to have them to step out of their power and surrender their vote. And that's what he's calling.
And I fully agree with
that's
you.
all. That's
and
exactly.
I tried to convince this guy of this stuff. I think I'd get to him. I'd get him to like whatever, and then he just doubled back down on it because now all he is doing is chasing clout, just like the pube, right? That's all they care about at this point, right? They drink that tea of clout. They drink that tea of followers, and guess what? The only way they attract followers is by being retarded. They're king of the retards. I mean, I don't know, like that's right.
So
that's
let's
the temptation,
segue.
right? So so what you have to do is you have to cure them of the temptation of appealing to retards. But this is what happens with cult leaders is that they get into it for one reason or whatever else, but then they start to get up their own ass and they know that like it's unsustainable, but they have to double down on this. Once again, this is a cult, and a cult leader becomes entrapped in their own cult. That's actually the way this all works.
So then, if we're using this as an illusion here, let's go into the pleb for a sec, because you did notice that and retweeted his thing. So why don't you remind us exactly of what happened there, and what are you taking out of that?
I don't know. I mean, they're all sort of desperate.
Okay, so the pleb. So I'll lens it. It's my new byword that people are going to ban.
Oh no, it's
Twitter
new.
Spaces.
Huh? You haven't said that before. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I'll lens it for you. I'll lens it. I'll get it focused for you.
See, the thing for me is a lens and a sphincter are very similar, so you'll sphincter it for us, right?
Let me say I'll focus it for you. How about that? I'll focus it for you.
Nope, you're sphincter it for us, please, Wogpog.
No, thanks. So what happens so the pleb, he was sort of on a hiatus, and we were all wondering, it's like, well, where the fuck is the pleb? I mean, there's all kinds of shit happening, and we were all like, in as much as people can hate on him or whatever, it was like, well, where the hell's the pleb? And there was no response during a period of a few days there. And then he came out and he said, I think I just want to grow my following on YouTube because I think Canada is fucked. And then he, because I just want to leave.
He put out a tweet.
No, because I saw them vaguely, and I'm guessing they go together. So it's the same thing that happened with Marty up north a few months ago. A few months ago, Marty up north was like, "Oh, guys, I've been brought on as the chief engineering officer for a new startup, and I'm coming out of retirement to do this." A couple weeks later, he's like, "You know what, guys? I'm just going to tell you, young Canadians, get the fuck out of Canada, right? This is not a place, because he probably ran into the bureaucracy of Canada, a bunch of stuff like that." Now, I know a couple weeks before, too, the pleb was talking all big. It's like, "Hey, guys, I'm going to move out to Alberta, right? Because I truck and I have all these things and I get all these jobs. I'm wondering if maybe, some sort of difficulty in that." And then he's just like, "Yeah, no, I can't, who knows what the regulations around trucking are." It's like, oh, yeah. And of course, because I think he's based out of Quebec, right? Who knows? And I know the Quebec licenses are weird. Maybe it won't transfer over to the Alberta license because, once again, the regionalism of these stupid fucking provinces, pits people against each other, and people don't care, and they just like to fuck each other over and drag that country down. I'm luckily out of, drag it down in its own quagmire so they can get 1 point, not raise them all up, but so long as the Albertans feel like they're doing better than the Quebecers or vice versa, that's all that fucking matters to them, and they don't think about the world at large. And so who knows if he hit some weird regulation like that. Because, I don't see him talking about that anymore. Because originally he's like, "Yeah, guys, I'm moving out to Alberta." Or maybe he realized that shit in Alberta is actually pretty sideways, right? Both of the mayors of the two big cities out there are even more disgusting than the leftists in other cities, right? And that there is no safe haven in Canada for the most part, right? For the places he was looking to live. So I'm guessing that he came to the full realization of what all that meant.
And then, so his tweet was basically like, "I want to grow my YouTube followers so I can leave Canada." That was his base tweet.
He also put out a tweet that said, what if the PPC bros are right?
And Pierre is the unsaid part was like, and Pierre was controlled opposition, and that was the reply tweet that he did to that tweet, and I didn't really tag Zinc in it because I didn't want him to jump on pleb in a moment of weakness.
No, I actually I replied. I think I even.
I know you did. It took you a day or two, but it eventually came across your desk and you did reply to it. What I'm saying is like, okay, either it's a class A troll or it's or he's thinking about PPC or he's thinking about actually leaving the country. Those are the basic options that you have there. There is a problem in Canada, right? And I'm going to posit, again, it's like that big, controversial thing that people don't want to hear is that why are we talking about some kind of fucking election thing, even if that is, let's just assume that all the shit that he said was true. Again, why are you focusing on one day of democracy every 4 years?
We've mentioned this. It's allowing people to organize under an umbrella, right? Everything Michael Bader's talked about, everything Hoag's talked about that he's doing with his boys out there, right? I mean, all of this stuff. It's more than that, but it has to work within that framework and everything else, right? But I mean, and then you're going to complain that, well, why isn't it everywhere? Well, because maybe
I'm not
maybe people
complain.
in your part of BC just aren't worth a shit, and that's why they don't organize around anything worth a shit.
Here we go. The vitriol starts.
Well, I mean,
wait a minute. Is it 11:01? Oh, yes, it is.
11:01.
I'm jumping in. Phoenix has his hand up for like the last 15 minutes.
Yeah, shut up, Zinc.
I was just wondering. Y'all are funny. How long have y'all ever heard of Trump before he ran for president? Anybody?
What was it? He was in Home Alone 2. So what was that? 1994.
He was also in a Domino's pizza commercial around that time.
Okay, so how many interviews did you guys get to hear this man talk about way back in the late 80s and the early 90s about what was going on with this country? I mean, there were so many people that were sitting there and asking him, are you going to run for president? You should run for president. You should do this.
And he was going to run as a Democrat back then, by the way.
Stop for a second. And he said, no, I'm not going to do this. But I'm looking back and I'm sitting back and I'm looking at all the things that are going on in this world. Right? And
you
he
can look
did.
back
running as a Democrat.
He stopped. No, he stopped.
You
and
can
he
look
looked
back through time and his party affiliation,
but
and
all
he's
of a
always
sudden,
in the opposition
when he does
party.
run for president, everybody like hates him all of a sudden. It turns out he's a racist. Oh my God, he's got so many people with pictures with people that are not white, and it seems so kind of weird.
That's a racist sentiment.
It's not a racist sentiment. I'm fucking Hispanic, all right? So stop it with the racist
That's
bullshit.
a racist sentiment right there.
Whatever.
Forget about race.
Well, why are you in a Canadian room talking about Trump? We don't care about Trump.
I've been talking about Trump because they were talking about Trump a few minutes ago when I actually put my hand up. I guess the conversation changed, but the thing was,
we weren't talking about Trump at all.
No, we were talking about another person, another room that we had with another individual.
Oh, she might have been thinking. There's another guy here on Space. Yeah, there's a guy here on Spaces we call Orange Man because he wears an orange shirt.
Oh, does he? Oh, I'm sorry. Did I get that wrong? I thought you guys were talking about him. I thought you guys were talking bad about him.
Yeah, no. We have another guy here that we call Orange Man, kind of making fun of the way that everybody talks about Trump as Orange Man bad. But then, so we've nicknamed another guy here. So I think that's
Who's that guy?
He's a short guy that wears an orange shirt, and he's not worth your time.
Oh my goodness! So you guys are all in Canada.
Yep.
And so, what do you think about your Trudeau guy?
We can't
Trudeau,
stand
He's
him.
awful.
so how do you guys get rid of him? Like, he is crazy. I don't like this guy either.
Well, so that's sort of the discussion here. So, I mean, yeah.
I don't know what your laws are or whatever. I'm so sorry, but I feel bad for you guys. I have so many friends that are from Canada, and I'm like, oh my God, you guys.
Well, you guys kind of have your hands full with Biden and, well, Obama and his entourage.
Yeah, Biden's a fucking hot mess. He's never been in there in the first place. The guy is like dying, I think.
Yeah. And his wife, man, I can't wait until she's held accountable. I think she's the worst woman in the world.
Amen. All of them. I think they are up to 6 people that they were getting money from or whatever. But how do you guys... Okay, so in Canada, and forgive me for asking a stupid question because I honestly don't know. We've got this whole constitution or whatever. Do you guys have that up there? Like,
See,
what can you do?
that's such a heavy question. So the simplest answer, and pretty much anybody in this room and anybody who would follow me, the answer is the Canadians. Well, I mean, one, Canadians need to get out of a certain thought process. They've been stuck in a long time there. Even some people in this room. And the main thing too is that so we need to find a part. Like, yeah, we need to push Canadians toward, independence.
Standing on their
Right
own 2
back.
Yeah.
feet.
But it's never been part of the Canadian ethos. So whereas down there it's something that has been lost, up here it's something that was only ever maybe vaguely had, right? Maybe in the prehistory of Canada, right before Confederation, when it was just, some guys wandering out into the woods that happened to be owned by the British Crown, but they were doing their own things out there and not really worried about it. Ever since the political birth of Canada, it's always been pretty much a slave state. That's the only real way to say it. And Canadians have largely been enslaved, and even more so enslaved across that. There was, like I said, there was maybe once a rugged individualism that was sort of under the hood there, but that's been largely, replaced by, as Wagpog calls it, safety collectivism.
So what
Fuck
do you do
you.
about your guns? Like, your guns are getting taken away from you guys.
Screw you, Zinc. That's fucking not correct.
It's not correct? You're not getting your guns taken away?
No, it's not correct what he just said. It's not
The safety
correct. The provinces,
collectivism part.
after, safety collectivism is correct. So I'll give Zinc that because that's a quote of mine, which is correct 100%. The battle between the provinces and the federal government, of course, there was a promise, right? So for people that don't understand, like there's the British parliamentary system and then there's like the American system. So the idea with the Canadian system was like sort of halfway in between. The federalist sort of thing is like, just sign on the dotted line and then we'll make sure that it's all fair. Everybody did that in sort of a hurry because if we didn't get the railway across Canada very quickly, and if we didn't do all this other stuff, we wouldn't have a fucking country, right? It would be all the United States of America. So we had to do all this stuff sort of in a rushed fashion. Once we signed on to the thing, the federal government was very reticent about giving back the rights they were supposed to be giving us in the first place. So after you sign in the dotted line, it's much like any other contract where people were like, well, Jesus Christ, I mean, you've already signed in the contract. It's like, well, yeah, but that wasn't part of the deal, asshole. You've still got to give us our rights back. So the provinces had to sue for their rights. Okay, so there's a bunch of series of lawsuits, et cetera, et cetera. And the end result of that is what now, for the Canadians in the room that will understand this, is the, Daniel Smith, Alberta First Proclamation or Freedom Party legislation, which is nothing but an illustration of the powers that the provinces already have. Now, when we look at the totalitarianism or in the totality of the situation, people are all uppity in Alberta right now saying, yeah, we got to get all our rights back. Do. Okay, Merry Christmas. So everything she just said was already enshrined in the Constitution. So that was a nothing burger. It was just a political move, but it did trigger the Indians. Merry Christmas. Now you got the Indians fucking up your ass. Okay, very good. Now, the next thing is when we go into the Firearms Act of Alberta, which they are trying to pass this act towards this, and this is what I keep on hitting Yukon Strong with and Marty up north, is that you are now going to give the ability from the federal government to regulate firearms to the provincial government. This sounds like a great idea. Okay? It sounds like a fantastic idea because Danielle Smith is in charge right now. Da, 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 da. What happens if an NDP person gets in there? If you read, this is my tweet thread from this morning, and I know that no one reads my tweets or goes through any of the legislation bullshit that I put out there, but let's put it this way. So you're taking away the government. You're saying, we are the fucking province and we've got this power. Okay, Merry Christmas. The amount of legislative overreach that is enabled inside of that is way, way further than what the federal government has right now. So instead of the just being like, well, you know, we have the right to, you know, maintain your whatever status on your gun or whatever bullshit, it's like, no, we have the ability to come right in and check it and blah, blah, blah. Like the language in that bill is very disturbing to me, and I've only cursorily gone through it. This also applies to Saskatchewan. They've done the same fucking thing. So it's like, oh no, we're taking back the power from the federal government. Okay, pause that thought for a second. Who the fuck locked you down? Who the hell enabled the fucking public health authority and all the rest of the shit? Was it the federal government? It was not. It was the provincial governments, guys. So under the guise of you guys getting your quote unquote freedom back, you're enabling the provincial fucking government to do this kind of shit to you. Give your fucking balls a shake, and someone needs to go through this and really analyze what the fuck's going on. Because, and this is to Mrs. Doubtfire and to all the other people here. Phoenix, you really don't have a dog in the game here, so I don't really know what you want to say here. But
we have friends up there. I'm just like not happy with what's going on up there.
Yeah, so neither are we. But I would like a comment from Mrs. Doubtfire or anyone else that has actually looked at this legislation, because I don't think that there's anyone in the room that's actually looking at this pragmatically. And what I'm saying strategically here is like, well, we've got a problem. We're going to find a solution. We're going to give the power down to the provincials. The provincials is who just fucked you up the ass for the last 3 years. So I don't know what people are looking for here. But I'd much rather do a federal court challenge than I would rather do a provincial challenge on a province by province basis. Any thoughts on that from any Canadians in the room?
I mean, can't the federal government just override that if they want
to? It doesn't matter. I mean, either way,
No.
it gets lost either way. I mean, it's the bottom of the tree and not the top of the tree, or whichever direction we're going there, right? Like, because it's not enshrined, it can always be sacrificed on the whims of the majority of whichever, right? So yeah, you're instead like, yeah, so if you have it on the whims of whatever, right? So yeah, like, you know.
So who spanked you?
So
who
like
spanked you? Who spanked you, Zink, in Quebec? Who spanked you? Provincial or federal?
No, but
who
so
spanked you?
I'm trying to say, so what you might get, so since in the States, right, the states do it. So yeah, where I am in Idaho, it's extremely loose, whereas in California, they can't get rid of it completely, but it has to be controlled, right? Where if it is made provincial, right, you can pretty much have, shithole provinces.
Hey, who's bringing this up?
Games.
Who's bringing up what I just posited? Is anybody bringing that up? Is Mark Friesen? Is like, do you get how these guys are leveraged as useful fools? Like, does anyone?
Well, I mean, once again, if they were clever at all, they would enshrine it in their provincial constitutions. But yeah, they always want to keep it loose.
Very
There's
simplistically.
Yeah.
But why are they enshrining with a ton of extra rules, dude?
Worthless.
A ton of more invasive shit. Like basically, now it's not just like the federal government. It's like now we can come, like our pals, they can come in and check where your guns are at. Okay, so our restricted firearms, they can come in and do that in Canada anywhere. If you have a restricted firearm, they can come in at any time and check that. With the new legislation that Alberta it wants to pass for the firearm shit, they can come in and check any firearm at any time. You see how this creep goes, and then everyone's like, "Yeah, this is the freedom thing.
So
This is
you're saying,
Alberta." You
wait,
fucking retards! Like,
so
get
you're
your
Well,
saying,
fucking
exactly.
pull thumb.
The
you're
thing is,
saying by
they're
come
doing
in, you mean come into your house?
Yes,
well, no,
dude.
actually,
Anyway,
technically speaking, that is already how it works, and so they're just
for
enshrining
our
that at a
pals,
provincial.
not
They're
for
just enshrining
pals.
that
Right.
at the provincial level, and so this is where
For our
Quebec.
pals,
So
for
this is
our
where
pals'
Quebec
sake,
gets
for
stupid.
restricted.
It's that Quebec's complaint about the mandates weren't that there was mandates, but that they didn't come from Quebec, right? And this is always, the problem with these things, right? It's like, well,
Because they're fucking got low information voters. That as long as it comes from the
but I
Quebec
mean,
government,
Albertans are low information voters. All Canadians are low information voters. It's a country of low information voters, right? I mean,
oh, you're gonna start that fucking argument out.
I mean,
Okay,
that's
well, I'm
just.
not a low information voter, but I'm not really
Oh, it's all
the
about
biggest.
you.
Well, exactly. So
I don't
what I'm
think
saying
anybody
to
was
you,
a
though,
low information voter up until the last couple years when
like the
you
rest
guys
of
had
us,
to really
Phoenix.
fight for shit.
Except for me.
Yeah, no, like the rest of us. You know what? It's literally
Yeah.
like you have to pay attention to so much shit. It's almost ridiculous. Like, and that's the point that I'm saying here. And for Canadians, as to lead the charge here, and I'm the only one like proponenting this. As far as I can tell, like me and the guy that the quote tweeted, like, is anyone else paying attention to this? And I put it out to Yukon Strong. I put it out to Marty up north. It's crickets. It's like, no.
Well,
It's
because they're all
giving us more
fucking
power.
stupid ass separatists. They're dumbass separatists, right? Just like the Quebec. This is what I keep trying to explain to all these people in the rest of fucking Canada, right? Is that everything they think they're saying that's so new and unique and special? I tried explaining this right after the election a year ago, right? Like there was a bunch of us. We gathered in after the election, the PPC, and it was a cope room, right? And there was Albertans in there. It's like,
Yeah.
well, we're gonna separate and we're gonna get out of this stuff, and you guys can solve your own shit. It's like nobody gives a shit what Alberta does. I'm sorry, you guys. You're landlocked. You're gonna learn what the word tariff means, right? That's all you're gonna learn. But this is the same shit that I've been here that you hear come out of the Quebec sovereignists, right? It's with a thick French Canadian accent, but it's the same thing, right? It's the same idea. It's like, well, we don't have to solve it now, guys. We're just going to separate, and then we'll solve all that. We'll solve all that, right? Because we just want to separate, right? We want to separate,
Yeah,
right?
but Quebec
Because
has a saltwater
once again,
port, though. So
it's a loser mentality, right? They're a
no,
loser
that's
over. Nope. Let me
yeah.
explain this. It's a loser mentality, but they think if they separate, right? Now, I'm nobody in a big country, but if I'm a nobody in a smaller country, maybe I'll be somebody, right? They like to think that once the reshuffle is done, and they've reobtained all the power there, and they can enforce it all, right?
No, you just get bought out. That's the simple.
Well, but that's
answer.
the thing. That's why losers like revolution, right? Because they think that they're going to come out on top of it, right? That's why losers call for revolution even when it's not necessary, because they think they have more to gain than to lose, and that's the problem, right? Because these are losers, they're actually going to lose. They're probably not even going to survive, because a lot of people aren't going to survive, even if you are well, right? Because that's the thing. You're dealing with like a lot of an upheaval, and a lot of random things happen in this stuff, right? It's only in very dire circumstances you do that. But they like to think that they have more to gain than to lose, right? And that's why they're
Well,
gambling on it,
that
right? This is the
Well,
political version.
Zinc.
This is the political version of poor people. It's like, well, I'm poor, so I'm going to spend even more money on gambling, right? I don't have a lot of money, so I'm going to gamble even more, right? That's what we see. That's what the political version is. What we're seeing with all these global freedom movement or or separatist
Zinc.
losers.
I mean, Yukon Strong did run an independent candidate himself in the Yukon, so I mean,
well, and if he can't do it, then nobody can. I mean, that's the entire point, right? Because he's such a genius, right? So if he can't accomplish it, guys, it's impossible.
It just came out that the Chinese actually involved themselves in the Trudeau or whatever. I know I'm saying it wrong.
They're
I'm sorry.
everywhere. They're everywhere. Page. It doesn't matter if it's Trudeau or if it's the other ones. There's nothing special about Trudeau. Trudeau is not the problem with this country. The problem with this country is much more widespread.
it's the mentality of the Canadian people.
How is that though? I mean, you guys are awesome. I don't get it.
Nope, they're passive aggressive.
It's called apathy. We have too many apathetic people that aren't paying attention to what's going on in the world.
Apathetic, sanctimonious, and passive aggressive. Those are the three adjectives to describe the Canadian psyche.
So I put the CCFR challenge up in the nest. I'm looking currently for the article that will elucidate upon Saskatchewaners and Albertans about what's going on, and I expect Mrs. Pfizer to retweet it and bookmark it for future reference.
I will do that.
I mean, I already retweeted that, so.
Okay, where is it then? Because I can't find it in my thing. It must have been a retweet. God damn it. I just went through my whole fucking scroll. Can you retweet it to the nest, Adrian, if you can find it? The Year News thing where it talks about, it disambiguates the whole fucking legislation thing. Like, we need all hands on deck on this stuff, guys. Like, people
sorry,
don't...
is it attached to the tweet or like?
I don't know what it is anymore. I think it's a fucking reply. God damn it! I should have bookmarked it. It's fucking infuriating. I'm
going to go back and I'm going to overanalyze that passage from the book that we keep talking about, right? And so because there's symmetry in here, right? So, like, and I'm just going to say the right thinking person will ask very simple questions, right? Is it righteous? Is it prudent? Is it possible, right? And on the converse of that, so instead of is it righteous, the dumbass, the loser, is going to ask, is it in accordance with the general movement of our time, right? Guys, this is the way it is. We can't change. You gotta understand the context, right? Not just is it right or wrong. No, but is it right or wrong or is it, are people down with this, right? Is it prudent? And instead they're going to ask, is it progressive or reactionary, right? And instead of is it possible, they're going to say, is this the way that history is going? They will neglect the relevant questions, and the questions they do ask, of course, are unanswerable, for they do not know the future, and what the future will be depends very largely on just those choices which they now make, which they now invoke the future to help them make, right? And this is the problem on either side of our supposed allies here, is they're asking the wrong, stupid, dumb questions, right? Because they're not going to make a decision now, right? So they're pushing things off to the future. It's like, well, guys, Pierre's definitely going to win, or Max definitely can't win, or my vote's not worth anything. There's no point in voting. It's all going to fall apart within the next 3 years. You guys just wait. You guys just wait. You guys just wait. They were saying that 3 years ago, huh? You guys just wait. Once again, everybody thinks they can read the fucking future, right? And don't really pay attention to what they can do in the here and now. And it's just it's such a mind-boggling, stupid thing. And they're like, no, the PPC can't win because I'm so great at math and I just go with what's happened already in this country and everything else. And it's just such a fucking stupid mentality. And they think they're smart. That's the worst part. You want to know what Global's great sin there is, Wogpog? Is he thinks he's smarter than he actually is. And that's why he is not savable. Exactly. That's the problem. They cannot admit how much
ego.
And so that's why you can't fix them. That's why they can't be used, right? Because they won't admit their deficiencies. They won't admit them.
And what do you think the deficiencies are?
It's ego. What it is that people are they're cloistering themselves in a closet and saying MAGA or whatever, and they're picking their little thing, and that's a tribalism sort of thing. So your ego is going to want you to get with other egos that align with the same thing. So
I mean, if I can just jump in here. Let me just jump in here real quick. So I mean, I think the dangerous thing is that, I mean, there were in that space before. I mean, there were even PPC people like, who are like kind of saying they're kind of apologizing for, Global, right? And being like, wow, we're not really trying to say anything again. It's like, no. He is advocating that and telling people not to vote, right? Like, I mean, of course, it's like, there's like, it's
Well, it's
veiled,
constantly the thing
right?
we're
Like, I
hearing. It's
mean,
like, no, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm not saying you're wrong, right? No, we do agree. No, I don't think it's possible, right? Once again, is it possible, or is it the way that history is going, guys, right? Because the way that history is going, right, predicting the future, right? Well, it always goes LPC, CPC, guys, or we don't get exactly what we want, right? That's the way it's always been. Not is it possible, right? Because it's not impossible, right? But it's just the way the history's going. And I'm so smart and clever because, I only go by what has already happened, right? Not can it happen? Is it possible? No, it's impossible. It's impossible, guys. No, it's not impossible.
so
It's
so
not
so
impossible for the
exactly what you're
PPC to win.
saying, but I mean, to me, that's dangerous because like we have even like PPC candidates kind of like echoing that now because those guys are out there saying
Well,
don't
once
vote,
again,
right? Like,
and
I
I know
mean,
this, and it grates on my nerves, and I had to correct them. I didn't correct them tonight, but once again, yeah, they're like, well, no, guys, I don't think, because of course they don't want to promise too much, right? They don't want to get their hopes up, God forbid, right? They don't want to believe in something. They don't want to, and of course, that is the history of Canada. Don't set your hopes too high, guys. Got to stay Canadian, because that would be too American of us, and we got to keep that Canadian identity of having mediocre goals.
Can I say one thing? Can I say that the one thing that I think I'm hoping can agree on is if we can just have like real elections where you count them person by person and not have to deal with machines.
so federally in Canada,
That's
we
not
do have that.
realistic in any way.
What? It's not a thing?
Yeah, it's
It,
not realistic.
well, in Canada, the federal
So,
election is ballots and they're hand counted, right? So, I mean,
So here's the thing, Phoenix. I'll love for you to come in a room another time. We're talking about something that's so specifically Canadian, and I welcome you to listen and everything else. But
Okay.
yeah, it's
Is that
unfortunate.
not
But
a thing that you guys deal with? Do you guys have to deal with machines or do you get to hand count?
nope, it's hand
I
count because we only answer one question, right? Like I've explained many times. On an American ballot, you answer 40 questions, right? On a Canadian ballot, there is no direct democracy, right? They don't get a vote for sheriffs. They don't get a vote for treasurers. They don't get a vote on constitutional amendments. They don't vote for judges. Judges are only appointed in Canada. All they get is three questions, right? Municipal, federal, and provincial. Who is your representative? And they get those three questions at irregular times of the year, and that's all a Canadian gets to vote on.
I did not know that. And is that machine or hand
Nope,
count?
it's big giant bubbles because it's hand count, but it doesn't really make a difference.
How does that not make a difference?
so municipal and provincial is starting to become machine counted, but federal election is ballot and it's hand counted.
Well, the only reason I asked this is because I heard that the whole Trudeau thing was, Chinese or whatever.
Yep, that's part of the
Elected. And
like.
so
That's
how
not how
did
it is.
that
It was
happen?
purely just greasy money, but people conflate this, and this is, of course, this is so. Phoenix, I'm just
Did
going to
they-
drop you down for now, but no, thank you for coming up. But yeah, it's because
no,
unfortunately,
oh,
we're talking at a very high level here, and yeah. So yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
because once again, this is a psyop that's being run in the states, and it's a psyop that's running against it's always the Western thing. It's like, well, my vote doesn't matter because the election's already decided by the time it gets out here. It's like your vote still matters as much as it ever did, right? It's just where the writings are, but like you're still elected, right? But then they don't even vote because of that. It's like, okay, so wait, you want to just add another, liberal or NDP to like it's. Once again, it's just this massive feeling of hopelessness, but it's hopelessness acting like it's savvy, right? That's the irritation here. I'm being lazy
100%
or
agree.
having a loser mentality, but no, guys, I'm actually very savvy and clever about it. I'm not participating because I'm just too cool for it. I'm going to get on my, my skateboard and skate around in my 50s, right? Like that's the mentality that we're seeing here, right? And we have to qualify everything. It's like, hey guys, I think we're all on the same page here, but
Yeah, that was bothering
it's
me
just a
too.
little bit different.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
hey guys, no, I think we're all in this together. I think we all agree on most everything, right? Like,
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
guess
I
what? I
fucking
have
hate that.
98% the same DNA as a tapeworm. So what does that even mean, right? We're 98% of the way there. It's like, yeah, it's that little 2% that really makes all the difference, isn't it? Between me and a tapeworm, and between your political beliefs and my political beliefs. I think we should all have food. I don't know where that food's going to come from, and I don't know if it's just it's so vacuous, right? It's this false sense of centrism.
Absolutely.
It's this false sense of compromise. It's this false sense of reaching across. It's this false sense of skepticism. It's this false sense of savviness. It's this false sense of outrage. It's this false, right? Nothing's honest. And why does everybody hate zinc? Because zinc is too honest. No, you're not wrong, but you say it in a really fucking mean way.
No, but look, buddy, you can say whatever you want. That's fine. It's what if you go on to personal attacks in a room, you're it's like any argument, right? Like I could forget about this space bullshit. It's like the same thing in debate club. You have to not go there. That's all.
Yeah, debate clubs for losers is not truth. You can't attack. Ad hominem is completely. It's ad hominem. It's irrelevant, right? It's ad hominem.
Why?
It is
Why is
loser
it relevant?
thinking. Well, because it's loser thinking that I'm pointing out, and if the person happens to be a loser, it illustrates the fact.
Well, you
loser
should be able
begets
to illustrate
loser.
the loser value with the facts. So that was one of my big disappointments when shit went sideways there. I was on a bike there. I was completely fucking whatever, and then like you dropped the chick, and I was like, dude, like just give me a chance to do it.
No, she was walking away, and so I helped her. Once again,
let's put it this way.
No.
No, I want to say this, Zinc. I want to say this. The room was running fine without us. Okay, it was running fine.
No, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. It wasn't. Hogue was dropping down. Everybody was dropping down.
There was
the room
issues.
was breaking.
Okay, but look. If you don't have a conversation, you can't win a hearts and minds, right? We're all in agreement that it's a hearts and minds operation.
It was a circling of the drain.
Okay, that's fine, buddy. But let them circle the drain. She's about to so what? Another 2 minutes of circling the drain.
She was wasting everybody's time. She was wasting my time. This is all that's important. My time is valuable. She was wasting my time. She's an idiot too, right? This is the problem. So yeah, 6 months ago, everybody was at a different place. I listened far more than I ever would have to a lot of stupid stories from stupid people.
Let Hoag handle the fucking thing. Let her circle the drain for 2 minutes. I'll pop back in as soon as I can get a break on my kids' thing, and I'll explain to her exactly what she just said.
Anyway, I didn't care.
Okay,
so here's the point, and this is how I finished the room. I'm trying to help you people. You guys just want to play around. That's fine. I can't keep wasting my time on this shit. I don't know. These people can't be helped. I'm giving it to them. They think, oh, we're all in this together. No, we're not all in this together. I am perfectly fucking fine. I'll be fine on the other side of this. I don't need the herd to succeed, right? If the worst comes to worst, it's not going to be some uprising revolution. It's going to be pretty much dark ages. And I'll wander off into the hills with my cat and live a happy, meaningful life up there. Without the rest of the sheep.
As a wizard. With your cloak.
I think I'd be more of a druid, actually. So, yeah.
Well, I've exchanged stories with you. Don't dox me.
It's going to be me and the animals up there, not in a weird way.
I mean, specifically when you're talking about the last woman that Zinc dropped, I mean, she has been on our side, but at the same time, when she came into the space earlier, she was like defending global, and
that's her prerogative.
Is she So here's
listen,
exactly
guys,
walk back. Here's where she was. The room was breaking. I was telling everybody the room was breaking, but I was still trying to run the thing, right? So she was coming up, and then she was ranting on and on and on about other things. I'm like, no, I've heard this. Let me speak. Let me speak. Once again, these dumbasses come into the room, and they think they have to finish their whole sentence.
I
but
get
they're
it.
stupid, and they're a waste of my time. And I was patient with her, but when they get uppity with me, when they get in my face, and when they start talking shit, then I treat them like the garbage they are, and that's what they need to be treated as. And that's what everybody needs to see and witness and understand.
I
And it's a
also
waste
am
of our time.
uppity, and I should also be ejected from the room. But and I did.
And if you sat here for the last 5 minutes saying, "Let me speak, let me speak, let me speak," if you kept doing that to me, you would get dropped. That is the
how are you guys feeling
because
today?
it's passive aggressive.
But I did,
or the one
also,
that was in that when I left Brett's room there, right? You know, can I finish? Can I finish? And everybody's silent for like 5 seconds. Can I finish? Because she needed that affirmative.
No, but
they need to because she was
See,
holding the conch shell. She was holding the conch shell. Once again, they were holding the conch shell.
Well,
let me speak. Global comes up. Let me speak.
But
no, but that's the thing, because that's all they do is they want to waste my time.
I get it, buddy. But it's like
not
you don't. Your time doesn't have to be invested into the space. A, B. I did send you a DM saying "fuck you" for dropping me. So my apologies for saying that because the room was breaking. But I was pretty
it's all bad
pretty
faith.
pissed
Nothing
off
is happening in
because
here in good faith. And so why even try? Why even try? Piss on their Cheerios and tell them to go fuck themselves. Because that's what that's what brings them back.
I was mid sentence. I was
Canadians
mid-sentence.
need abuse. Canadians want it. They're all subcontractors.
No, I
with
know,
fucking
I
daddy
know. I
issues.
get it.
They need me to slap them across their fucking ass, and they're going to come back the next day. It's like, hey guys,
I get
know
what you're
we've had
saying.
a few blow-ups, but can you slap me across the ass again, daddy? It's like, yes, baby.
No, but so I'm fairly American with you on the DM, so it's like, fuck you for dropping me down, and then it's like, oh, the room was breaking. It's like, oops, my bad. But anyways, I would say this though, guys, no matter what you want to say it, which way you want to frame it, all the rest of the bullshit, some follower of him came in and acknowledged that she's now thinking about voting and she will be looking at the options available to her. So that is a win. You know what I mean? Like, that is a win. So it shows that pragmatic logic sort of works, and that what we have to do is we have to get, strategic with what we're trying to do here. And it's like, look, dude, like, you can have your thing, I can have my thing, but in the end of the day, it takes 15 minutes and it might change something. So I think that was the biggest win that came out of me today, even though we might have only won one person over to the idea of voting. I think that's like, do you guys not take that as a win? Like, am I off base here or what?
So who said that?
I don't know. One of the ladies that was up speaking or whatever.
I don't know. The win was that it better clarified to me that he is in fact running a cult, and that is how we have to treat these people. No, I mean, that's very clear. Like I said, it's a loser mentality. Because, like I said, I never dealt with his cult. We weren't even sure how many.
I know, but there's not a
and there's
win
like only 2 or 3 of them down there.
Yes,
no, but
okay.
that's what I'm saying. But what we now realize is we realize exactly the deficiency we're trying to deal with, right? These people feel helpless, and they're doubling down on that, right?
But you're not going to get anywhere if you can't converse with them, Zinc. That's the point.
No, but see, that's the thing. This is what I tried to explain to you.
There was conversing way before that. Like, I mean,
I know, but
how much do you put up with?
I'm
right?
going to reiterate what I'd said months ago. Like, I was fine with the debate club because it's amusing, right? Debates are amusing. They're not edifying. You don't learn anything from a debate. Nothing gets solved in a debate. It's not scientific. It's not reality, right? Because somebody could come in with the sniffles or be the most retarded thing. A debate doesn't clarify truth, right? It's purely there for entertainment's sake, right? Nothing. But idiots do think debates matter, right? Funny enough, if you go back to the trivium and the quadrivium, right, of classical mythology, right, what did they teach them? They thought the 3 main things they taught them was, first, grammar, because you got to know how to just form a sentence, right? Second, logic, because you got to know how to think on your own. And third, rhetoric. persuasive speaking. But guess what? Persuasive speaking isn't about this back and forth debate. Like, point one to Team Blue, right? This fucking scored shit that you probably did in junior high there. I did it for about 5 minutes and I quit that class. And I've watched it at the college level, and it's the gayest shit you'll ever witness is the debate club. It's worthless. They're not persuasive. And then they even get meta. It's like, well, he didn't let me answer. I filmed one of these once at a college level, of like other colleges level, because like I said, I filmed things on set, and that's what they went, right? Because one guy asked a question like within a 5-second thing, and so it's like, well, since he didn't ask the question, he should have asked the question. And they all talk really bad like this, and it's even more unintelligible than what we say, but they don't really used to it. And it's just like, and like I saw one guy like the moment he started debating, like he would start like shaking his ass like TikTok, like it was like a weird like clock, like as his ass would bounce back and forth. It was the weirdest fucking bunch of people, most worthless thing in the world. But people have been taught that, oh, it's a debate, right? That stupid Lincoln Douglas debate that they went back and forth. But all that was just because nobody could read and everybody had to hear him talk at that time. There was no presidential debates until 1960. 1960 was the first presidential debate, and now everybody thinks it's such an important thing. It's like, well, guys, I'm going to wait until the debates. It's like, no, just fucking read, you unintelligent, retarded asshole. Fuck the debates. And then when I try to tell people the debates, what is the importance of them? What is their influence on the mass? It's like, well, what was the narrative around it? Well, what does it matter, the narrative? It was actually, no, it's all narrative. It's all narrative framing. That's all you get out of a debate is sound clips
Oh, okay.
and how the media chooses to do it, right? So, of course, what did we see in the 2016 debate when they did the one there on the floor, right? Well, they were using a telephoto lens, so Trump was looming over her. It's like, no, if you film something with a telephoto lens, I could be 20 feet away from you, but once you have a telephoto lens on that, which is what they use of those things, oh, he's looming over her, right? And that was the narrative push and stuff around that. But the sheep, the sheep thought, I really thought hard after that debate, and I really say that they won, right? So and so won the debate. It's fucking retarded. I don't engage in debates. It's rhetoric. That's where you're getting mistaken.
You think that rhetoric? So you think that? So how far on the rhetoric then? Okay, if you're
here's
a
what I'm telling
fan,
you. Rhetoric.
So how far do you want to go? Because at a certain point, you're not going to get an audience, and then you're all alone in a room talking to yourself.
Really? Because
and
actually,
doing your rhetoric.
I'm going to be quite honest. It's not like that's my goal, right? This is all organic, and that is the only thing I can leverage over any of these people that I've been dealing with. Is that, say what you will about me, I'm always honest. I don't bat around. I may be more polite than I normally want to be, but I never soften this for people's feelings. But the reality is that people,
is that the strategy then? So just tell us, tell me,
Well, here's the thing, and it's what you're getting to there too. And so this is actually the problem that the pleb is having, even to a certain right, is that the pleb got on a shtick that I don't know if he really believes in, and he doesn't really, right? Whenever these things happen, I lose a few followers, but I actually gain other followers, right? Because I had pulled the gloves off over a year ago, right? And maybe I started burning followers then, but at this point, everybody knows what they're going to get out of me. It's not fake. Everybody knows what they're going to get. One of these people crack, right? Like Mr. whatever that guy, you guys, Mr. Beast or whatever, right? He's going to lose all of his followers because he wasn't honest from the beginning, right? So he has an empire of lies, right? That's his problem. He built an empire of lies. Everything I have built, people know exactly. And guess what? Some of them come back. Some of them get butthurt, but they come back because it's like, well, he wasn't wrong. He didn't say it in the nicest way, but he wasn't wrong.
So it's degree. What we're arguing here is degree. Okay, Zank. So you think that like personal attacks are on that rhetoric scale, or where are we at?
This little bitch started the personal attacks on us. He was out there. I know he was shit talking people who have, a little collection thing, right? Like I said, people had asked me to add the collection thing, right? Because they're like, oh, thank you for filming these poet things. Wish I could send you some money. It's like, okay, fine, I'll toss it up there, right? And that's how they always work, right? He would always come up condescending, always come up bitchy. He was always a little bitch, right? And I just dealt with him, whatever, right? But personal attacks, well, it's germane to it, right? It's not personal attacks about whatever. It's personal attacks about his fucking behavior. So yes, those are personal attacks, but once again, this is the illusion, right? Because everybody learned ad hominem. No, ad hominem is when I attack, it's like, like we're debating a topic and I say, well, but you have red hair and that makes you retarded, right? That's not relevant to the conversation. But when I talk about him directly, I can talk about him directly when what I'm discussing is his fucking behavior. So yes, I can attack his behavior. Is that a complex concept? I don't understand. Once again, what we learned in debate club.
No, but if you call someone stupid, right?
Well, but they are stupid.
Okay, but the thing is, what I'm asking
well, but
is
they're accusing. It's like you won't let me speak. You won't let me speak, right? They're accusing me of not maintaining the room of all this stuff, and so
and then it goes
I
silent
get it. We're not doing
for
that.
like
We're
a
not doing
long
that.
period of time, and they
it's
still
clear.
Can I speak? Like, oh man.
No, it's clear that we're not
just
doing
fucking
that.
say it. It's like people who say,
it's clear that we're not doing that.
Can I ask you a question? Just
but
ask
no one,
it.
But what I'm asking though is like, okay, so if we're talking at this kind of level here, you must have a strategy of what you're trying to achieve and whatnot, right?
So nope, zero strategy other than honesty. That is my sole strategy at this point.
I can't
because
speak
guess
for
what?
Zinc.
Just like let me read the goddamn passage to you again. We can't predict the fucking future. So the only questions we should ask is it righteous? Is it prudent? Is it possible? Not, is this the right path considering the current circumstances where people are kind of have their head a little bit up their ass?
I get it. But what?
So, I mean, my goal is I just stand firm in what I'm saying and I don't waver. That's it. That's my strategy.
How firm, Adrian? How firm?
Very firm.
But is there a curve?
There's a slight one, yes. But it's firm.
Up, down, left, right. Like on a clock. On a clock, right?
He's got a left leaner. We already know.
Well, I think it's
Adrian's
up and to the
leaning.
right. I think we're pointing 3 o'clock slightly, right? With
you're pretty close, but yeah, no.
You know where that comes from?
That
comes from the
take a strong stance
during math class. It's like, which way are you gonna go? You're gonna go right or left, and then you just sort of get stuck into a habit. It's like, oh my god, he's calling me up to the board. Quick, tuck and shuffle. we used to have a math. So when I was a kid, we used to have a math teacher, and it turned out that he actually ended up being like a diddler. And it was quite funny because he almost had an eye or a knack for which boy would have, like, a boner, and he'd be like, "Oh, Jamie, it's your turn to come up. It's Matt."
What grade was this?
8.
Exactly. The sheer probability that an 8th grader has a boner, right? Oh, somehow magically, right? They all had boners. They just were only remembered it because that was when they were called up. It's like, no, I totally didn't have a boner at that time. I guarantee they all had boners.
I've made this thing before, and I don't. Fuck, this is a recorded space. I don't want to talk about anything. What the fuck are we doing recording the space? Why are we even in here?
Well, because that's why I keep trying to bring it back to the book club, because it is.
Oh, yeah, book club. No, I was going to tell a crazy story, but I'll save it for some time when we don't have a recorded club.
But
you bastards recording this thing without my consent.
They're all recorded.
Too much
fucking
fun.
Bastard.
Good night, boys.
Night, Mrs.
Have a
D.
good one, Mrs.
Good
D.
night, Mrs. D. We're all like little schoolboys when she says good night. Good night, Mrs. D. Good night, Mrs. D. We're all like super, all respectful and stuff. Yeah, thanks for.
And now we pull out the porno mags.
Well, let's end this thing and let's go into a fucking unrecorded space. God damn it.
Fine, I'll pinch it off. Okay, everybody.
Okay, pinch it off. See you later. Bye.
Have a blessed evening.
Good night.